like we are hearing, or we're listening, or we are observing by the report that the report indicates that since 1975 we have the global warming issues and we have alarms regarding the global warming, but the human didn't take it immensely seriously. So right now these two things are contradicting. Like at one point he wants to add, like he has a desire to add Greenland and Canada, for which he's facing opposition as well, as like become a part of US, and on another part, like he's indicating WHO, who's also part of health. Like currently we are struggling, or we are regarding habitat, we are struggling. Like if we see onto the global warming issue, we can clearly see in next few decades we would be facing severe tsunamis. It would become a norm. Land devastation everywhere. Like global warming and the climate change is still, like, it's a hot topic of discussion currently, so much that everyone can feel and see right before them that how much is it going to cause trouble. And specifically if you talk about US, so US is clearly can witness it, and that's why China and Greenland, because China and Greenland, as per they are not only, they do not have the capacity merely to accommodate 1/3 of the world, or accommodate 1/3 part of the world, but also they have the capacity to feed them as well. So that's why they have also the Iceland. So also that's why America somehow is looking Greenland and Canada with the greedy eyes. That's
Trump has also signed an executive order, he says, which is aimed at restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. He said this under the guise of combating misinformation, disinformation and malinformation. The federal government has infringed on the constitutionally protected speech rights of American citizens. This was in a statement by the White House. Trump and his allies have accused the administration of Biden to encourage suppression of free speech on online platforms. Now, in your point of view, this issue of free speech and censorship in his executive orders, what is that going to lead to? Because if you allow everybody to say whatever they want, howsoever they want, won't it give rise to more racism, more disinformation, more misinformation, and even, I mean, people could go to any extremes?
First of all, yes, your text is absolutely right, or correct in a way. That would absolutely lead to misinformation, disinformation, like India had the right regarding the Kashmir dispute. So we can take the example over here. So disinformation is a part, will become a part of this. Like if you are giving freedom of speech to speak over there, like with my perspective, as I see it, Trump is basically building an image of like a very positive image in the people, as the people already had in their minds. All right. So people already had some perspective of their personality. So he is proving himself as a positive, like coming or showing up with the same perspective to prove himself as a same man, like people think of him. Also, if you listen to his speech, so he has mentioned in his speech, clear words, that what I have faced in last 8 years has never been part of American history. So we can clearly see that he wants to come up with a very beautiful image. We cannot even see that what are the repercussions. And being an analyst, I am afraid, I really am very curious and really want to see that what are the repercussions of the current policy implications. Like it's very exaggerated as far as I can see it being like.
All right. Stay with us. We will now start with our second segment, and that concerns the truce or the ceasefire agreement that's still holding on day 3 between Israel and Palestine, and a lot of people are returning back to their homes, and of course the devastation that has been caused with 90% of infrastructure already destroyed is raises many heads as to what will be the future of Gaza, of Palestine, who will take part in the rehabilitation of that area. Although the number of trucks as carrying aid for the people in Palestine is increasing, 915 trucks came on day 2 as far as the truce is concerned. Nevertheless, much more needs to be done as far as the Palestine and the Palestinians is concerned, whether it be their basic needs of food, water, health and shelter, it be giving them their rights, but a lot still needs to be done. We are on day 3 and still a lot of speculation is brewing up as to what is going to be the future of the ceasefire deal. We've been joined by Usama Muhammad Nazar, Palestinian journalist from Jenin. To more about that, we'll also continue to discuss with Fiza Zia, who's a foreign affairs expert in the studio. Let's begin with Usama. Usama, tell us a little bit about the humanitarian aid. I heard on the day 2 there were 915 trucks as compared to 600 and plus that came on day 1 of the ceasefire agreement. How do you see this whole ceasefire deal, now that the third day is upon you and upon us as well, and for some the third day is ending, what
yes,
are a lot of people foreseeing? All right, we're having a little problem with Osama. We will go to Fiza. Fiza, let's talk about humanitarian. The question that I was asking Osama was about humanitarian aid and how the trucks are coming back to Palestinians because there was a dearth of food, water, medicine, basic necessities of life, and all that is associated with it. But of course, there's the whole infrastructure as well. When the Palestinians return to their previous houses, they are no longer there. The previous buildings are no longer there. Is this relief or certainty or uncertainty going to remain as Gaza ends its third day of the truce? Will still remain in the minds of those who have returned back to their homes only to find their houses completely destroyed?
Well, the answer to this question is still uncertain. Like no one, if we look into the history of the ceasefires, there's always going back. Like if we look into the history, so there was not a positive, like continuous positive holdings. Like if we talk about the Palestine and Gaza. So regarding the Palestine, I would say it's a mix of the situation, mixed situation. Like there is a grief, relief, and still uncertainty would be going on still there. And if we talk about the aid stuff and yes, we can see the area of hope due to this ceasefire agreement in the Palestine. This area of hope, like we can see the people are onto the way of finding their or searching for their missing ones. People can actually now calculate the loss of their neighbors. So this is basically an area of hope which actually Palestine deserve way better than this. But yes, this is an area of hope. And if we talk about that you're talking about. Yes, it's a big achievement. I would say that a lot of troops and a lot of aid is being received by the Palestine. And still, if you talk about the certainty of this ceasefire, then there is no certainty. I can only give the perspective with with the relevance of the history. If we look into the ceasefire agreements, as we discuss about the history, so there is no certainty. Like as we see dig into the situation, there always there's still injuries have been caused by the Israeli government as we talk about this. So even after the ceasefire agreement, there are still injuries and loss of the Palestinian people being done. So there is but still there is an area of hope, and we can still at least get a hope that something better would come soon.
Israel's war on Gaza has killed 47,035 people as we speak, and 111,091 have been injured so far, and there are thousands and thousands, tens of thousands apparently people who are still buried under the rubble. But you were talking about those who've been injured or those who have lost their lives, and I was just same thing. 3 people have been killed in Rafah, including 1 child. 2 people have been injured as well. Is this violence going to continue despite the ceasefire in your point of view?
Well, if we look into the current scenario, that as per my previous words, I would still stick with them. Like I would say, there is still no there is certainty about the issue or about the situation that it will keep holding the ceasefire. But if we talk about if we talk about the current situation that 2 of the people have been killed. One was a fisherman who was been killed under the fire, and there was a person who had been killed by the drone. So we can still see the injuries, we can still see the drawbacks, and we can still see the loss being borne by the Palestinian people. So still there is no uncertainty. If we talk about the certainty, that what are the implications and what are the implementations, still after the ceasefire, if Palestinian people are facing such issues, that means there is no certainty and they are facing the same issues. And yes, there is, as we take the example of 3 prisoners have been released by the Palestinian government and Hamas, released by Hamas, and 200 to 300, I'm not precise about this, people have been pardoned by the Israeli government. So there is still an area of hope. We can still see something positive. People are now able to search at least their loved ones or lost ones. So area of hope is there, but injuries are still there. As I said, it's a mix-up situation. The grief is there, the relief is there, the uncertainty is there. So it's a mixed-up situation. Like it's very early to stick to one scenario. Even if you talk about even the international leaderships cannot say it precisely. A lot of times, international leaderships have been asked this question: that what is the certainty of this situation that it will keep going on? There is no certainty for the situation of the ceasefire. Yeah.
All right, Osama, coming to you. Let's talk a little bit about the Israeli settlers. We know that Donald Trump has reversed the action by Biden to ban certain Israeli settlers, but now that it has been reversed, there is a huge outcry, a positive outcry from people like Smotrich and Ben Gvir. And to top that all, there are Israeli settler attacks that are still going on as we speak. What's going to be what are you forcing on these Israeli settlers front? If there is a ceasefire, shouldn't such violence by Israeli settlers also end?
First, we need to understand that the sanctions imposed by Biden were just like a bluff and deception of the Palestinian people, because they imposed these sanctions on a very few number of the terrorist Israeli settlers. So this is what Biden did. Concerning the ceasefire, the Zionist regime doesn't want any form of peace with the Palestinian people. They stopped bombing the people in Gaza and moved to Jenin in the West Bank. Omar, while we are speaking now, the Israeli occupation forces, the Israeli Apache helicopters are attacking the city of Jenin and Jenin refugee camp. Until now, they killed 8 Palestinians and injured dozens others. They prevent the Palestinian medical teams from getting into the refugees camp in order to provide medical aid to the injured. Israel today is closing all the cities and the towns of the West Bank. People leave Ramallah to Nablus or Nablus to Jenin. So we are, as Palestinians in the West Bank, living in closed ghettos, ghettos that are much worse than the world is talking about, the ghettos of the 30s and the 40s in Europe. This is the Zionist Israeli mindset, killing, injuring, abduction of the people, building more settlements. You know, the Israeli settlers are acting like hooligans, attacking every Palestinian village, setting fire to the cars, to the properties. Just last night, they injured about 30 Palestinian citizens of a small village called Funduk in the north of the West Bank. This is the situation that we have today. So Israel agreed to the ceasefire because of the pressure of the American administration and other factors we don't want to talk about now, but moved all its military. We are talking about 7 military companies working against the Palestinian people in the West Bank these days. So the situation is unbearable, and those who don't love peace will never work for peace, and that is Israel.
Will the UN have any impact, Osama, when it comes to this current situation? Because Antonio Guterres says that he is deeply concerned about this existential threat to the integrity and contiguity of Gaza and the occupied West Bank due to Israeli actions.
Now, dear Omar, expressing concerns and worries is no longer acceptable, because we are talking about ethnic cleansing, genocide, decimation of a whole people, a people whose roots are deeply stricken in the history of humanity. We are talking about Palestine. Palestine is the culture. Palestine is the civilization. Palestine is the history. And its people are being decimated by Israeli helicopters, by Israeli tanks, whether in Gaza or in the West Bank. Concerning the ceasefire in Gaza, yesterday or today morning maybe, they killed 2 Palestinians in the town of Rafah, which is a clear violation of the deal. But we don't want to differentiate between Gaza and the West Bank. It is all Palestine. It's all the people of Palestine. And what's happening in the West Bank today in terms of a closure, in terms of attack on Jenin and its refugee camp, is a clear message by Israel that it is a belligerent entity and it is going to continue its war and its ethnic cleansing against the Palestinian people. In the West Bank, it is a curfew. We are talking about 3.3 million Palestinians living in curfew now, and they can't do their work. They can't go out of their villages and camps. It's really catastrophic.
All right. Osama, also US President Donald Trump, while being asked by a reporter at the White House whether the two sides will maintain the truce and move on in the agreement, he says, and I quote, "I am not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident." The exact words of Donald Trump. What do you have to say on that?
we don't forget that Trump, during his first term, announced that Jerusalem, the first Muslim Qibla, Jerusalem, the city of all Muslims and the Christians in the world, he as the eternal united capital of Israel within what he called the ultimate deal or the deal of the century. Trump is not going to act in favor of the Palestinian people. He is going to be a pro-Israel, just like his predecessor Biden, maybe in a different way. And I don't think that Israel started its aggression on the people of the West Bank 2 days ago and escalated it today without having a green light from the staff of Donald Trump. So we are aware that Trump is not going to recognize the rights of the Palestinian people to independence and the statehood in all the Palestinian territory occupied in 1967. He lifted the sanctions imposed on the Israeli settlers. I know that was not a big thing, but it is very symbolic, and it shows how Trump is a pro-Israel and a pro-the settlers movement here. So yes, these the statements that are expected from any American leader, not only Donald Trump, because without America, Israel would not have been able to continue its campaign against the Palestinian people and continue its occupation of the Palestinian land.
I agree with you on that. The Israeli army's spokesperson, who's the Arabic spokesperson, Avichai Adre, issues a statement with certain points. I'm just going to resume them for you. The Israeli forces will remain deployed in certain parts of the Gaza Strip, not to approach forces in the area until further notice. Movement from the south to the north of the Gaza Strip or towards the Netzarim road remains dangerous. If Hamas adheres to the details of the agreement, then from next week, residents of the Gaza Strip will be able to return to the northern parts of the Strip. In the southern Gaza Strip, it is dangerous to approach the Rafah crossing area or the Philadelphia corridor and all areas where the forces are concentrated. In the marine area along the sector, there is a great risk of fishing, swimming and diving, and we warn against entering the sea, and it is forbidden to approach Israeli territory and the buffer zone. What's your comment on these statements that have come post the ceasefire?
Yeah, this implies that Israel is not going its policy of attacking the Palestinian people, preventing the Palestinian people from practicing their human basic rights, and at the same time tightening the siege on the Palestinian people, whether in Gaza or in the West Bank. And today the Israeli military attacked the Palestinian fishermen at Gaza Sea. And according to the deal, Israel is going to keep a perimeter of 700 meters within Gaza Strip in certain areas and 400 meters in, which means that the Israeli appetite for colonialism, for stealing the land, for exploiting the resources of the Palestinian people would not come to an end. And we see this firsthand here in the West Bank as Israeli settlers are practicing all forms of violence against all the Palestinian people, occupying the area which is classified according to the international community and Oslo Accord as Area A, which means under the full Palestinian Authority control. Israel is occupying this area now. It's occupying all of Jenin with full disregard to Oslo Accord and to all the international understandings. Israel is an occupying entity, a colonial entity, and will continue as this unless real power by the Arabs, by the Muslims, by the pro-justice nations to stop it.
All right. Thank you very much, Osama Muhammad Nazal, to have joined us all the way from Jenin, to have updated us even on things that we did not know about as far as the situation post the ceasefire is concerned. Let's hope, let's pray, Osama, that things hold on, that the ceasefire deal holds on to the issues that we see around it. It's very important that people find some semblance of peace after the 470 plus days of war and genocide and ethnic cleansing. Thank you very much, Osama, to have joined us, and thank you very much as well, Fiza Zia, one of his analysts, to have remained with us during the entire duration of the show and to have talked to us about both the Trump inaugural speech and his executive orders, as well as the situation in Palestine. Let's come to our last two stories very quickly. The first concerns the 30th martyrdom anniversary of the martyrs of Gaza massacre that is being observed today. Over 50 innocent people, hundreds others were injured when Indian troops opened fire on peaceful protesters in Gaza in Srinagar on this very day in the year 1990. The demonstrators were protesting against the molestation of several women by Indian troops in the area. But of course, this is something that has been going on and will continue to go on. The fact is, till such time that there is not a concrete resolution of the issue of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir as per the UN resolutions, this massacre will also continue to go on, and in one form or the other, and the people will never attain the peace that they so desire. Finally, the great white shark's 9-million-year-old ancestor has been found in Peru. Paleontologists have unveiled this fossil of a relative of the great white shark that once inhabited the waters of the southern Pacific Ocean. This nearly complete Cosmopodus hastelis fossil, this is how it's named, was found some 235 kilometers south of Lima. The shark is believed to be an ancestor of the great white shark, I've told you now, and researchers presented the shark's remains in several glass urns, including one containing a giant sharp-toothed jaw. Now, this is going to give more insight as far as our past is concerned, the mammalian past is concerned, and will make us understand better how marine life used to live those millions of years ago. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of today's news. We will see you inshallah tomorrow with new story segments that pertain to us, you in Pakistan. Stay safe. Allah Hafiz.
Proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need. We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your lives.
We are the dreamers and the doers. We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we, colors,
The journalists that bring you stories that matter.
Meet the team that brings you the latest news all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story.
And every day, we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Straight up in the air. Stokes should be gone. More brilliant bowling from Hassan Ali.
High in the air, has it gone all the way? Yes it has, you betcha. Another poor delivery, another fine shot.
खेत कल्याण गोह दमन फूल चमन इस नीलगो आसमां तले बेटा है मैंने अंदर अपने इस जहां की हर दौलत को मैं हूं अर्ज़ पाकिस्तान
Rodman Powell, he's got great hands, he's a big man. Turn back enough. Umpire thinks yes.
6 wickets to Shaheen Shah Afridi, his best in Test match cricket.
गेम ऑन है।
Right on England. What an emphatic way to do it.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs the priority be given to transparency and merit in the selection of students to be sent to China for training in agricultural sector.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be arriving in Pimper today on a day-long visit to Azad Kashmir. The Prime Minister will be laying down the foundation stone of the Danish School in Pimper, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and will also be addressing a ceremony on the occasion.
Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi has said that Pakistan attaches special importance to bilateral relations with the United States and values bilateral cooperation for improvement in the country's social sectors.
Information Minister Atala Tarar says that the property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan.
Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has said that the main reason for the fiscal deficit is the unsustainable tax to GDP ratio of 9 to 10%, and efforts are underway to take the tax to GDP 13% through structural reforms.
Pakistan urges interim Afghan government to fulfill its obligations and deny the use of its soil by the terrorists for perpetuating acts of terrorism. ISPR says an Afghan national involved in terrorism inside Pakistan was killed in Job district of Balochistan on the 11th of this month.
At least 76 people have been killed in a fire that engulfed the popular Turkish ski resort hotel, leaving some to jump out of the windows. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, expressing grief over the loss of lives, extends condolences to President Erdogan.
A landslide triggered by heavy rain on Indonesia's main island of Java killed at least 17 people, with 9 missing. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to the Indonesian President Subianto over the lives, saying Pakistan stands in solidarity with Indonesia and its people in this hour.
Just hours after Trump lifts sanctions against extremist Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank, Israeli army launches offensive in its Jenin city, killing at least 10 people.
Palestine condemns President Trump's lifting of sanctions on violent Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank.
Saudi Arabia's foreign minister says he did not see Donald Trump's new administration increasing the risk of Israel-Iran conflict, addressing an issue in the region he feared since the start of Israel's war in Gaza.
The International Cricket Council warns the Board of Control for Cricket India against its refusal to have Pakistan printed on its team's Champions Trophy kit. It tells BCCI it's obligatory for Indian players to have Pakistan names written on their kits.
Pakistan will face Ireland in their third match of Group B in the ICC Under-19 T20 World Cup at Johor in Malaysia. PTV Sports HD will telecast the match live. Assalamu alaikum and a very warm welcome. You tuned in to news at PTV World. You just viewed the headlines, and with the news in detail, joining you in the studios, I'm Muzammil Ali Khan. With me, Naja.
And I am Rafi Soil, and I will be joining you later for the sports news. We have the details of the main bulletin coming up, but after a short break, stay with us.
Are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers
and bring hope to those in need.
We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers, doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we are the storytellers
that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team that brings you the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story.
And every day, we strive to make Pakistan strong, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has directed priority be given to transparency and merit in the selection of students sent to China for training in agricultural sector. He was presiding over a review in Islamabad on students travelling to China to acquire training in modern agricultural techniques. Mr. Shehbaz instructed that a committee be formed to resolve complaints of students who did not meet the criteria during the scrutiny of applications through Prime Minister's portal. He said China is a long-time friend of Pakistan and its development in agriculture sector is unparalleled. During his visit to China, the Prime Minister said that he had requested the Chinese leadership to ensure provision of modern training to Pakistani students in agricultural sector. He said the government of Pakistan will bear the entire cost of modern agricultural training of Pakistani students in China. Prime Minister Shehbaz said, by the grace of Allah, the first batch of students will soon leave for China for modern training in the field of agriculture. He said among the students going to China for advanced training, 10% special quota has been allocated to students from Balochistan. He said, we are grateful to the Chinese leadership and the universities for giving Pakistani students the opportunity to receive advanced agricultural training in China. During the meeting, Prime Minister was informed that students should submit their applications through the portal in the current manner. Out of 1,287 applications, 711 male and female students met the prescribed criteria of training. Candidates from Balochistan and Gilgit-Baltistan were amongst these students.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be arriving in Pimber today on a day-long visit to Azad Kashmir. The Prime Minister will be laying down the foundation stone of Danish School in Pimber. Azad Jammu and Kashmir will also be addressing a ceremony on the occasion. Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi has said that Pakistan attaches special importance to bilateral relations with the United States and values the bilateral cooperation for improvement in the country's social sectors. Speaking to Congressman Thomas Richard Wasey and Jack Bergman in Washington, D.C., the Interior Minister said that Mohsin Naqvi said that Pakistan wants to boost the cooperation with the United States in all sectors. During the meeting, they discussed bilateral relations between Pakistan and the United States besides regional and global issues, including the situation in Afghanistan. Thomas Richard is Democrat and Jack Bergman is a Republican. During the meeting, it was decided to hold the Pakistani Caucus Conference in Washington, D.C. on the 30th of April. Mohsin Naqvi invited Thomas and Jack to visit Pakistan, saying that the United States is a very important economic and defense partner of Pakistan. And now we're taking you live to where Ehsan Iqbal is speaking.
Families and near ones, I want to assure you that you are not too far from your families because Pakistan is also your family. You are among Pakistanis. This celebration also offers us an opportunity to honor and strengthen the deep-rooted friendship in Pakistan and China, a relationship often described as higher than mountains, deeper than the ocean, and sweeter than honey. But now, with the launch of MM-1 satellite, it is higher than the skies. As we embrace the values symbolized by this year of the snake, wisdom, resilience, and transformation, we reflect on the remarkable journey of partnership and cooperation that our two nations have embarked upon, particularly through the transformative China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. CPEC is far more than a collection of projects. It is a living symbol of the unshakable friendship and a shared vision that Pakistan and China have cultivated over decades. It represents a roadmap to sustainable development and mutual growth and prosperity for not only our two nations, but the broader region as well. Ladies, the first phase of CPEC has already brought transformative changes to Pakistan's economy and infrastructure. Let me highlight some of this phase. CPEC has contributed over 8,000 megawatts of electricity to Pakistan's national grid, alleviating energy shortages that once crippled industries and households. 17 power projects in 2 lines have been completed, enhancing energy security and reliability. Over 800 kilometers of motorways and highways have been constructed, with an additional 800 kilometers under development, ensuring connectivity across regions and facilitating trade and travel. Gaza port has been developed as a linchpin of regional connectivity, linking Pakistan to international markets and boosting its strategic importance. And we have recently seen of Gaza International Airport, which constructed with a grant by our friend China. Perhaps most importantly, also created over 200,000 direct jobs, with countless more opportunities in the pipeline as we embark on the second phase. These achievements reflect the immense potential of CPEC and the shared commitment of our nations to uplift lives, transform economy of Pakistan and of the region. Today, it is my distinct pleasure to honor the exceptional contributions of Chinese employees who have been the backbone of CPEC projects. Thousands of Chinese professionals, workers, engineers, and technicians have left their homes and families to work tirelessly in Pakistan, often in challenging environments and under extraordinary circumstances. Your dedication and technical expertise and relentless hard work have been instrumental in turning ambitious projects into tangible realities. From energy generation and infrastructure development to logistics and technology, your efforts have been pivotal, overcoming challenges and ensuring the successful completion of numerous landmark initiatives. Let us not forget the countless sacrifices made by these individuals. Leaving behind familiar surroundings and loved ones, they have chosen to dedicate themselves to the shared dream of CPEC. As the Chinese proverb goes, great achievements require great sacrifices. I would also like to recognize the invaluable contributions of Pakistani workers, engineers, technicians, project managers in making CPEC a success. The spirit of collaboration and teamwork between Pakistani and Chinese personnel has been the cornerstone of CPEC's success. Together, you have laid the foundation for a future of shared prosperity and progress, and for that, we are profoundly grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, CPEC as a flagship project of China's visionary Belt and Road Initiative reflects the far-sighted leadership of President Xi Jinping. His belief that the Belt and Road Initiative aims to build not only a road to development but a bridge to prosperity captures the essence of what CPEC aspires to achieve. This initiative is more than a network of roads, power plants, and infrastructure. It is a bridge of opportunity, connecting regions and people, fostering economic interdependence, and promoting regional harmony. It creates the foundation for peace and stability by driving shared growth and equitable development. The success of CPEC also exemplifies the philosophy of win-win cooperation championed by President Xi Jinping. It is a model of how nations can work together to achieve mutual benefit and create a brighter future for their people. As we celebrate these achievements, we also look ahead to the next chapter of this journey. CPEC's second phase is now focused on business-to-business cooperation aimed at unlocking even greater economic potential. This phase is guided by the vision of 5 corridors: growth corridor, promoting industrial development, trade and regional activity; livelihood corridor, ensuring inclusive development, job creation and poverty alleviation; innovation corridor, fostering technology transfer, promoting digital transformation and industrial upgradation; green development corridor, prioritizing sustainability, renewable energy and environmental conservation; openness, regional connectivity corridor, enhancing trade and logistics links to South Asia with Central Asia, Middle East and beyond. These corridors are not merely about infrastructure, they are about building opportunity, improving livelihoods and creating a shared vision for regional prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, CPEC's upgraded vision aligns seamlessly with Pakistan's recently launched 5-year economic transformation plan, Udaan Pakistan. This initiative is built on the framework of 5 E's: exports, e-Pakistan, equity and empowerment, environment and energy, infrastructure. The synergy between 5 corridors of CPEC and the 5 E's of Udaan Pakistan is transformative. Growth aligns with exports corridor. By enhancing industrial capacity and trade connectivity, we can expand Pakistan's export potential, driving economic growth. Livelihood corridor aligns with equity and empowerment. The job creation and inclusive development fostered by CPEC are central to uplifting marginalized and backward communities. Innovation corridor aligns with e-Pakistan. CPEC's technology transfer supports the digital transformation of Pakistan, empowering our youth and entrepreneurs. Green development aligns with environmental, energy and climate resilient infrastructure are integral to ensuring food and water security for future generations. Openness, regional connectivity aligns with energy and infrastructure corridor, enhanced connectivity and strengthens Pakistan's role as a regional economic hub, making energy systems more efficient, affordable, and green. This alignment ensures that the benefits of CPEC are shared widely across the regions and sectors, laying the groundwork for sustainable development and shared prosperity. Gwadar Port stands as a shining example of CPEC's potential to transform not only Pakistan's economy but region as a whole. With its strategic location, Gwadar has become a key node in regional connectivity linking South Asia, Central Asia and Middle East. The development of Gwadar goes beyond economic gains. It is a catalyst for regional stability, enhanced trade, greater interdependence and shared prosperity are building blocks of peace. As the Chinese saying goes, the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. Gwadar symbolizes the deep roots of our friendship and the promise of enduring growth and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the second phase of CPEC opens up immense opportunities in sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture, information technology, and tourism. The development of special economic zones, modernization of agriculture, and digitization of industries will drive economic diversification, create millions of jobs, and enhance Pakistan's global competitiveness. Moreover, the emphasis on green energy and climate resilient infrastructure will ensure that growth is sustainable and inclusive. As we embrace this new phase, our focus will remain on empowering our youth, fostering innovation, and enhancing regional cooperation. Today, I want to again extend my deepest gratitude to the Chinese government, embassy in Pakistan, and our Chinese partners for their unwavering support and commitment to the vision of CPEC. To the thousands of Chinese professionals who have worked tirelessly in Pakistan, your sacrifices and contributions, as I said, are deeply appreciated. Your dedication has strengthened the bonds of friendship between our nations and set an example of resilience, professionalism, and collaboration. To the Pakistani and Chinese teams working together on these projects, you are the true heroes of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Your work has not only transformed landscapes, but also built bridges of understanding, trust, and friendship. As the Spring Festival reminds us of renewal and hope, let us renew our commitment to this partnership. Let us strive to achieve the shared vision of prosperity and progress for our nations and for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the Chinese Spring Festival, let us remember that this is not just a celebration of a new year. It is a celebration of our shared journey, our collective achievements, and our unwavering friendship. Together, Pakistan and China are writing a new chapter of cooperation and collaboration, one that will benefit generations to come. As we look to the future, we do so with confidence, knowing that our partnership is rooted in mutual respect, shared values, and a vision of shared prosperity. Let me say a few words in Urdu also. Khawateen o Hazrat, aaj behad khushi hai hमें कि हम चीन के नए साज पर ये तकरीब मुनक़द कर रहे हैं, जिसका मकसद जहां हमारे चीन के बहनों और भाइयों के साथ उनकी खुशियों में शरीक होना है, इसके साथ साथ इस मौके का फ़ायदा उठाते हुए हम चीन के उन मायानाज वर्कर्स, टेक्नीशियंस, इंजीनियर्स खिदमात का एतराफ़ भी कर रहे हैं कि जिन्होंने अपने घर से दूर, हज़ारों मील दूर पाकिस्तान में अनथक मेहनत के साथ अपने पाकिस्तानी भाइयों के साथ मिलकर CPEC के मंसूबों को कामयाबी हमकिनार किया। आज ये मंसूबे मुल्क भर के अंदर फैले हुए मंसूबे पाकिस्तान और चीन की दोस्ती की लाजवाल अलामत बनकर खड़े हैं, और इन मंसूबों ने पाकिस्तान और चीन की दोस्ती को नई बुलंदियों से हमकिनार किया है। हम CPEC के फ़ेज़ 2 में जब दाखिल हो रहे हैं तो फ़ेज़ 1 की कामयाबियों पर आगे बिल्ड करते हुए, फ़ेज़ 1 की कामयाबियों को समेटते हुए इस अज़म के साथ आगे जा रहे हैं कि इंशाअल्लाह ताला CPEC दूसरे मरहले में हमारा ताउन और हमारा इश्तराक न सिर्फ पाकिस्तान के लिए बल्कि इस पूरे खित्ते के लिए बेशुमार खुशहाली और तरक्की के इम्कानात का ज़रिया बनेगा। इस ताउन से पाकिस्तान की ज़राअत में जदीद टेक्नोलॉजी आएगी। इस ताउन से पाकिस्तान के सनती शोबे में स्पेशल इकनॉमिक जोन्स के क़याम से सनती तरक्की का पहिया तेज़ होगा, जिससे हम बरामदात में इजाफ़ा कर सकेंगे। इस दूसरे मरहले में टेक्नोलॉजी के ताउन से पाकिस्तान को चीन की इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी कामयाबियों से और इनोवेशन के मैदान में कामयाबियों से सीखने का मौका मिलेगा, जिससे हमारे नौजवानों को हम एम्पावर कर सकेंगे। पाकिस्तान के नौजवानों को वज़ीर आज़म शहबाज शरीफ है कि हम दुनिया भर से और ख़ास तौर पे चीन से IT के शोबे में जदीद तरीन और बेहतरीन तरबियत और सलाहियतों के मौक़े ला कर दें, ताकि पाकिस्तान के नौजवान पाकिस्तान को दुनिया में एक इंफॉर्मेशन पावर के तौर पे मनवा सकें। इसी तरह इस शोबे में पाकिस्तान की छुपी हुई दौलत जो मादनियात की है उसकी तरक्की में हम सरमायाकारी के ज़रिए नई कामयाबियाँ हासिल करेंगे और बिलखसूस अब पाकिस्तान और चीन का ताउन हुकूमत और सरकारी सतह से निकल कर बिजनेस निजी शोबे के ताउन के मरहले में दाखिल हो चुका है, जिससे इंशाअल्लाह ताला मुझे उम्मीद है कि पाकिस्तान में चीन की निजी सरमायाकारी में खातिर ख्वाही होगा। 2025 का जो नया साल है इंशाअल्लाह ये दो बड़े मंसूबों का साल भी है, जिसमें कराकोरम हाईवे फ़ेज़ 2 और ML1 जो कि रेलवे का मंसूबा है, इंशाअल्लाह ताला इस साल उन पर भी काम का आगाज़ होगा और ये दोनों मंसूबे हमारे इश्तराक को एक मज़ीद वुसअत भी देंगे और उसके अंदर गहराई भी लेकर आएंगे। तो इन्हीं अल्फाज के साथ मैं सबका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ और ख़ास तौर पे मैं समझता हूँ कि ये हमारा फ़र्ज़ है, हमारी ड्यूटी।
Viewers, as we saw, this was Minister for Planning Ehsan Iqbal. He was speaking at the China Spring Festival, stating that Pakistan and China's relationship is higher than the skies. As one is launched, Pakistan and China's relationship is based on mutual cooperation, mutual respect, and of great friendship. The ironclad brother China and Pakistan showcases the relationship that Pakistan has with China, focusing on prosperity and progress. The phase of CPEC has brought great positive changes to Pakistan's infrastructure and economy. 8,000 megawatts have been added to Pakistan's national grid. 16 power projects and 2 mines have increased the power generation as well.
Well, with this, we are now going to move on towards our next story, which is Information Minister Ataullah Attar is saying that property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared and proclaimed an offender, and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. Speaking on the mega corruption case in Islamabad, Attar has said that NAB had clarified that Malik Riaz's investments in Dubai fell in the category of money laundering. Here were many cases of corruption and land grabbing against Malik Riaz and his son. The minister went to say that there is no example of corruption greater than this, saying that Pakistan's government's money was misused. He said that the decision in the £190 million has been headlined by the global media as corruption. He further said that there is solid evidence of corruption of £190 million. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has said that the main reason for the fiscal deficit is the unsustainable tax to GDP ratio of 9 to 10%, and efforts are underway to take the tax to GDP ratio to 13% through structural reforms. Addressing a high-level discourse at the World Economic Forum at Davos, he said that Pakistan's biggest problem has been twin deficit of current account and fiscal account. Government is trying to reduce its expenditures to minimize this deficit. Mohammad Aurangzeb said that the ratio of loan to GDP reduced from 78 to 67%. We should focus on the production capability instead of subsidies and unnecessary expenditures. He said whenever GDP growth rate reaches 4%, the balance of payments deteriorates due to dependence on imports, and then we always go to IMF after deterioration of balance of payments. He said sustainable development is the topmost priority of the country, that private sector can play a vital role in economic development. The government is trying to strengthen the exports. Finance Minister said that CPEC Phase 2 will focus on business to business instead of government. Chinese companies will be persuaded to move to production units to Pakistan in the CPEC Phase 2. Pakistan has agreed terms for $1 billion loan with the two Middle Eastern banks, 6 to 7% interest rate. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb in an interview said that Pakistan has with two institutions in signing up the term sheet. Minister said loans were short-term or up to 1 year. He said Pakistan aims to boost its finances after securing $7 billion International Monetary Fund bailout in September last year. Mohammad Aurangzeb said that they have the first formal review of the extended fund facility by the end of the next month. He added that Pakistan was aiming to discuss with ratings agencies a move towards a single B rating, hoping to see an upgrade in the coming months. Government aims to boost its finances after securing a $7 billion IMF bailout in September 2024, with the first review set for late February. Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue Mohammad Aurangzeb has met with the chairman of the Saudi National Bank, Saeed bin Mohammed Al Ghamdi. During the meeting, the finance minister briefed Al Ghamdi on Pakistan's recent growth and the improvement in its international financial rankings. Both leaders discussed the potential for enhancing financial cooperation between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, particularly in strengthening partnerships within the banking sector. They expressed a mutual commitment to deepening economic ties for the benefit of both nations. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb holds an informal meeting with the Tunisian Foreign Minister at the World Economic Forum. Annual meeting of the World Economic Forums of Pakistan. Pakistan's Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb held an informal meeting with the Foreign Minister of Tunisia, Mohammad Ali Nafti. During a brief meeting, both leaders discussed ways to enhance bilateral relations between Pakistan and Tunisia and explore opportunities in areas of mutual interest. Both parties expressed a commitment to strengthening collaboration across various sectors. Pakistan has urged interim Afghan government to fulfill its obligations and deny the use of its soil by terrorist organizations for perpetuating acts of terrorism against Pakistan. According to ISPR, an Afghan national involved in terrorism inside Pakistan was killed in Sambaza area of Job district of Balochistan on 11th of this month. The individual was identified as Muhammad Khan Ahmed Khail, son of Haji Qasim Darwan Khan, president of village Beloria, district Wazirkawa, province of Afghan. His dead body was handed over to the interim government of Afghan officials yesterday after necessary procedural formalities. ISPR said such incidents are irrefutable evidence of involvement of Afghan nationals in terrorist activities in Pakistan.
At least 76 people have been killed in a fire that engulfed a popular Turkish ski resort hotel, leaving some to jump out of the windows. The fire broke out at the wooden-clad 12-story Grand Cartel Hotel in Bolu on the busy holiday period when 234 people were staying there. The initial toll of the dead was 10 and raised significantly in the hours after the fire. That being said, Turkey's Interior Ministry, at least 2 people died after trying to jump to safety. The Justice Minister said it took 12 hours for the fire to out. 9 people have been arrested, including the owner. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan announced Turkey will be observing a day of national mourning, assuring the public that those responsible for the disaster, whether due to negligence or misconduct, would face justice. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressed his grief over the fire incident that claimed 66 lives. In his message to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the minister extended condolences, expressed grief over the loss of lives, and prayed for the early recovery of those injured. A landslide triggered by heavy rain in Indonesia's main island of Java has killed at least 17 people, with 9 others missing. Intense rainfall in a mountainous area near Peklogan city near central Java sparked landslide, collapsing at least 1 bridge and burying houses and cars in thick mud. Rescue team evacuated more than 1 victim buried by the landslide, bringing the death toll to 17. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to the Indonesian President Subianto on the loss of lives and assets due to the earthquake in West Java, Indonesia. Prime Minister expressed profound sorrow upon learning of the tragic landslides and flash floods that have struck Indonesia, resulting in the loss of precious lives and leaving some individuals missing. Prime Minister wrote on his X timeline, "On behalf of the people and the government of Pakistan, I extend my deepest condolences to President Subianto, the families of the victims, and the people of Indonesia during this difficult time." He said Pakistan stood in solidarity with the Indonesian government and its people as they respond to this calamity with resilience and courage.
United States President Donald Trump says he's considering imposing a 10% tariff on imports of Chinese-made goods as soon as February. In remarks to the reporter at the White House, he justified measures by claiming that China was sending fentanyl and opioid drug crisis around the world to the U.S. via Mexico and Canada. It followed threats by Trump to levy import 85% on Mexico and Canada, accusing them of allowing undocumented migrants and drugs to come into America. Trump also announced plans to fire some 1,000 opponents from the U.S. government in a shock and awe-start administration, but faced an unusual public dressing down from Bishop. On his first full day in the office, Trump was meeting with the White House with leaders of a narrow Republican majority in Congress as he tries to get his agenda, including tax cuts, approved at a rapid pace. Looking to impose himself immediately, he had signed a deluge of orders after his swearing-in on Monday. And in a post shortly after midnight on his Truth Social app, Trump indicated his drive to weed out critics as he said his team was in the process of identifying and removing 1,000 presidential appointees from the previous administration who are not aligned with our vision to make America great again. 4 people had already been fired, he wrote, including retired General Mark Milley, who had been serving in the Infrastructure Advisory Body. U.S. President Donald Trump said he would sanctions on Russia if its President Vladimir Putin refuses to negotiate about ending Ukraine. Trump gave no details on additional sanctions. The United States has already sanctioned Russia heavily for its invasion of Ukraine. Trump said his administration was also looking at the issue of sending weapons to Ukraine, adding his view that the European Union should be doing more to support Ukraine.
Now, Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan has left the hospital in the Indian city of Mumbai less than a week after he suffered knife injuries in a scuffle with an intruder at his house, the local media reported. 54-year-old Khan was stabbed 6 times by the intruder during an attempted burglary at his home. Doctors, the actor had surgery after sustaining stab wounds to his spine, neck, and hands. Police had arrested a man thought to be a citizen of Bangladesh in connection with the attack, continuing to investigate the crime.
India property and large sums of money. Historical properties of Pataudi family estimated to be worth 15,000 crore rupees and linked to the family of Bollywood Saif Ali Khan are one step closer to being taken under Indian government control. Indian media says Madhya Pradesh High Court in a significant ruling lifted stay imposed on these properties in 2015, actually paving the way for its acquisitions under the Enemy Property Act of 1968. According to NDTV, prominent properties under scrutiny include Flagstaff House, where Saif Khan spent his childhood, along with the Nurus Sabah Palace, Darus Salam, Bungalow of Habib, Ahmedabad Palace, Josefa Khufiza property, and others. Justice Vivek Agarwal, while delivering the order, said a statutory remedy exists under the amended Enemy Property Act 2017 and directed the parties concerned to file a representation within 30 days. India's Enemy Property Act allows the central government to claim properties owned by individuals who migrated to Pakistan post-partition. Bhopal's last Nawab, Hamidullah Khan, had 3 daughters. His eldest, Abida Sultan, migrated to Pakistan in 1950. The second daughter, Sajida Sultan, stayed in India, married Nawab Iftikhar Ali Khan Pataudi, who became legal heir of the properties. Sajida's grandson, Saif Ali Khan, inherited a share of these properties. However, Abida Sultan's migration became India government's focal point for the government's claim to properties as enemy property. In 2019, the court recognized Sajida Sultan as the legal heir, and recent ruling rekindled the family's property dispute.
Israel launches its formal first operation in occupied West Bank's Jenin city soon after Donald Trump is inaugurated as the 47th of the United States of America. Soon after the inauguration, Trump ordered lifting of the sanctions against extremist Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank. Now, this move was condemned by the Palestinian Authority but hailed extremist Israeli leaders. Later, the Israeli military launched an offensive in its Jenin city and killed at least 10 civilians. The Jenin operation came Trump's nominee for U.S. ambassador to the United States endorsed Israel's claims of the biblical right to the entire West Bank during a Senate confirmation hearing. The Israeli military and its Shin Bet security agency in a joint statement said that they launched the operation in Jenin, dubbed Iron Wall, alongside the Israeli border police. Now, Israeli Prime Minister, in a separate statement, also said that the Jenin operation was a part of the broader Israeli strategy in occupied West Bank. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, however, called for maximum restraint from the Israeli security forces and said that he remains deeply concerned about the situation.
Saudi Arabia's foreign minister said he did not see Donald Trump's new administration increasing the risk of Israel-Iran conflict, addressing an issue the region has faced since the start of Israel's war on Gaza. Prince Faisal was speaking at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Switzerland on a panel along with the Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, who helped broker the ceasefire agreement. Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud also said in Davos that he hoped that President Trump's approach to Iran would be met with a willingness by Tehran to positively engage with the U.S. administration and address the issue of its nuclear program.
The death anniversary of renowned Urdu writer Maulana Muhammad Hussain Azad is being observed today. His contribution and impact is immense to Urdu literature and prose in particular. He is famous for his masterpiece, Ab-e-Hayat. It is regarded as the most frequently printed and widely read book of Urdu because of its numerous qualities, which make it a constant companion or a book of reference for an ardent Urdu lover. Azad was born in Delhi in a highly educated Persian immigrant family, and after his father's death, he migrated to Lahore in 1861. Muhammad Hussain Azad's works include Qisas ul-Hind, Nairang-e-Khayal, Ab-e-Hayat, Asaid, and the Darbar-e-Akbari. Azad died in Lahore in 1910 at the age of 80.
Up next, sports news with Rafiz Sohail, but right after a short break. Stay tuned.
Right on England. What an emphatic way to do it.
When one door of happiness closes, another opens. But often we look so long at the closed door that we do not see the one which has been opened for us.
Gone! Oh, gone! You need a wicket, you go to Hassan Ali, we've seen the celebration.
Diving into the sports now, starting off with cricket. The International All Cricket Council has warned the Board of Control for Cricket India, the BCCI, against its refusal to have Pakistan printed on its team's Champions Trophy kits as part of the tournament logo. According to the Indian NDTV, the Indian board has been sent a firm message from the International Cricket Council in this regard. The ICC has rejected Indian board's contention that it is not keen to have Pakistan written on its team kit as part of its host nation regulation. The Indian board has in fact been asked by the ICC that the Indian team is obligated to have Pakistan written on the kit as the nation is the original host for the tournament. Swinging to tennis now, Serbia's Novak Djokovic, German Alexander Zverev, Aryna Sabalenka of Belarus and Paula Badosa of Spain have qualified for the semi-finals of the Australian Open at Melbourne Park, setting the stage for a thrilling, high-stakes battles in the quest for glory. Novak Djokovic defeated Spain's Carlos Alcaraz in the 4 sets in the quarterfinals. Djokovic brilliant comeback in the match after losing the first set by 4-6 and won the remaining 3 sets by 6-4, 6-3 and 6-4. The competition lasted for 3 hours and 37 minutes. In another final, Alexander Zverev defeated American Tommy Paul Zverev, won the match by 7-6, 7-6, 2-6 and 6-1. In the semi-finals, Zverev will face Serbia's Novak Djokovic. In the women's draw, world number 1 played her trademark power and precision in a quarter-final match against Russia's Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. The Belarusian star cruised through the contest with a dominant 6-2, 6-3 and 6-2 victory, extending her impressive form in Melbourne and maintaining bid for a maiden Grand Slam title. Meanwhile, Badosa was equally impressive, overcoming the challenge of American Coco Gauff in straight sets. The Spaniard battled through a tight opening set before sealing a 7-5, 6-4 win. Her clinical performance earned her a well-deserved place in the Final Four, where she will face Sabalenka in what promises to be a highly anticipated semi-final. News of Under-19 cricket now, as Pakistan will face Ireland in their 3rd match of Group B in the ICC Women's Under-19 T20 World Cup at Johor in Malaysia. PTV Sports HD will telecast the match live. National Under-19 team players had a thorough practice session at Johor Bahru. The cricketers practiced running, batting, bowling and fielding under supervision of esteemed coaches. The match between Pakistan and Ireland will be played tomorrow at the Johor Cricket Academy ground. The first match of the Pakistan women's Under-19 team against the US was rained out. In the second match, the national women's team faced failure at the hands of England. Now, Sri Lanka defeated West Indies by 81 runs in the ICC Women's Under-19 T Cup. In the match played in Kuala Lumpur, batting first, Sri Lanka scored 166 runs for the loss of 5 wickets in 20 overs. Manudi Nanakara scored 41 runs and Sanjana Kavindi added 39. For West Indies, Selena Ross bagged wickets. In reply, West Indies were bowled out for 85 runs in 19.4 overs. Captain Samara Ramnath was the top scorer with 24 runs. Sri Lanka's Chamodi Praboda took 3 wickets and was named the player of the match. PTV Sports HD is telecasting the Women's Under-19 T20 World Cup live.
Few misses, bit lazy at times as well, but all in all, it was a clinical bowling effort from the Sri Lankans. They picked up 9 wickets.
Moving on, Dubai Capital delivering 6-wicket victory against Desert Vipers at the Dubai International Stadium in the ongoing International League T20 2025 season. PTV Sports HD is telecasting the series live. 13th match played in Dubai, Desert Vipers were bowled out for 139 runs in 19.5 overs. Alex Hales 34 and Sherfane Rutherford were the top scorers with 27 runs. A dominant bowling performance spearheaded by Dushmanta Shimara and Zahir Khan's 3-wicket hauls restricted the Vipers to 139. In reply, Dubai Capitals achieved a target of 140 runs for 4 wickets in just 17.4 overs. Gulbadin Naib then led the chase with a fiery 78-run innings of 51 balls and was declared the player of the match. The Desert Vipers team is in the points table with 8 points.
Ferguson, have you got it well enough? He has.
It's getting personal for PTV World with cricket in the President's Trophy Grade 1. KRL need 49 runs to end Pakistan Television's first innings lead with 4 wickets to spare. On the second day of the ongoing match in Karachi, KRL made 286 runs for the loss of 6 wickets in the first innings. Opener Waqar Ahmed remained unbeaten. He scored 172 runs. Asrar Hussain took 2 wickets for PTV. Pakistan Television were dismissed after scoring 5 runs in the first innings. Mohammad Shahzad played an innings of 129 runs. The Pakistan Tennis Federation has announced that the Davis Cup World Group 1 playoff tie between Pakistan and Kazakhstan will take place in Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan on February 1st and 2nd. To select the teams, trials were held at the PTF Tennis Complex in Islamabad from January 11th to January 14th. The final team roster will be based on player performances during the trials and their national and international rankings. I am Rafe Sohail, and let's head back to the main desk.
Thank you, Rafe. Quite some sports details happening. Now back to weather, where mainly cold and dry weather is expected in most parts of the country during the next 24 hours. According to Met Office, rainfall over hills is expected in Upper Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Kashmir, Gilgit-Baltistan and southwest Balochistan during the forecast period. Met Office informed that a westerly wave is affecting the western and upper parts of the country.
Well, viewers, that's all the news updates we have for you for now. But for more details on live streaming, you can log on to our website, .com.pk. From Rafe, Muzammil, and myself, Naila, and the entire news team, it's a goodbye. Take care.
We are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers
and bring hope to those in need.
We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we are the storytellers.
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Media that brings you the latest news from all over the world. Join us as we continue to write our story.
And every day, we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are the world.
January 21 commemorates the massacre of Kashmiris by the Indian troops in Gaukadal area of Srinagar. On 21 January 1990, the Indian Army fired indiscriminately on a peaceful procession of Kashmiris in Gaukadal. In this tragic incident, more than 50 Kashmiris were martyred and hundreds were seriously injured. No action has so far been taken against the Indian soldiers responsible for this tragedy. It is the responsibility of the international community to hold India accountable for the massacre of Kashmiris.
Islamabad Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well-maintained and well-organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm, and green capital. Founded in the 60s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Pothohar Plateau in the northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Park, Pakistan Monument, Rawal Lake, Simli Lake, and Fatima Jinnah Park are among the tourist attractions in the territory. It is ranked as the second most beautiful capital city in the world.
I'm Dr. Tariq Ali Bangish. I'm a liver transplant surgeon at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. I'll be appearing on Syed Farooq Hassan program Skies. Please don't miss it.
That's everyone, and it's going to be comfortable. It is. The second wicket goes down. England 2 for 8.
Appeal caught behind. They've got the big wicket. Root has been dismissed.
46 off 56, but he's got it the park.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that priority be given to transparency and merit in the selection of students to be sent to China for training in agricultural sector. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will arrive in Bhimber today on a day-long visit to Azad Kashmir. The Prime Minister will lay down the foundation stone of Danish School in Bhimber, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and will also address the ceremony on this occasion. Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi said that Pakistan attaches special importance to the bilateral relations with the United States and values bilateral cooperation for improvement in country's social sectors. Information Minister Atal Attar says property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has said that the main reason for the fiscal deficit is the unsustainable tax to GDP ratio of 9 to 10% and efforts are underway to take the tax to GDP ratio to 13% through structural reforms. Planning Minister Ehsan Iqbal says CPEC 2 promotes industrialization and regional connectivity and will open up immense opportunities. Pakistan urges interim Afghan government to fulfill its obligations and deny of its soil by terrorists for perpetuating acts of terrorism. ISPR says an Afghan national involved in terrorism inside Pakistan was killed in Job district of Balochistan on 11th of this month. At least 76 people have killed in a fire that engulfed the popular Turkish ski resort hotel, leaving some to jump out of windows. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressing with the loss of lives extended condolences to the President of Khan. A landslide triggered by heavy rain in Indonesia's main island of Java kills at least 17 people, with 9 others missed. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to the Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto over the precious lives, saying Pakistan stands in solidarity with Indonesia and its people in the hour of trial. Hours after Trump lifts sanctions against extremist Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank, Israeli army launches offensive in its Jenin city, killing at least 10 people. Palestine condemns President Trump's lifting of sanctions on violent Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister says he did not see Donald Trump's new administration increasing the risk of Israel-Iran conflict, addressing an issue to the region that the region has feared since the start of Israel war in Gaza. China vows to defend its national interest after Trump threatened 10% duty on Chinese imports by February 1st. The International Cricket Council warns the Board of Control for Cricket, the BCCI, against its refusal to have Pakistan printed on its team's Champions Trophy. ICC tells BCCI it's obligatory for Indian players to have Pakistan names written on their kits. Those are all the early updates. You can get your hands on more on world.ptv.com.pk. I'm Muzammil Ali Khan signing off, and you have a good afternoon. Take care.
It's time for Zuhur prayers in Rawalpindi, Islamabad. People in other parts of the country may offer their prayers according to their local timings.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على حي على الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد
sayings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He who does not respect elders, does not have mercy on children, does not commend what is good, and does not forbid what is evil, is not one of us.
Hello and welcome to the debate. I'm your Ashraf Iqbal, and in today's show we'll be talking about, of course, Donald Trump as he's sworn in as the fourth president of the United States, and of course the first address that he had after his swearing-in ceremony. Today marks his first day in the Oval Office again. It's a very thrilling comeback into the Oval Office, as we've seen, as Trump vowed on passing 200 executive orders, of course, as he takes charge. He also revoked U.S. from the Paris Climate Pact. Immigrational policies have been major reforms, such as imposing a national emergency on the southern border. Of course, he also has hinted back at taking back the Panama Canal and, of course, ensuring press freedom in the country as well. The overall summary of his yesterday's address was his commitment to make America great again. We'll be deliberating on all the aspects regarding Donald Trump's first address and the implication it will have for the globe at large with regards to these shifts in, of course, the policies. In the studios, we've been joined by senior analyst Farooq Badafi. Along with that, we've been joined by geopolitical analyst Raja Faisal. And on Skype, we'll be joined later by Dr. Carlton Taylor, who's a professor of political science at the University of Akron. Starting off from Farooq Badafi, of course, a very thrilling speech and a very dynamic speech that we heard yesterday from Donald Trump. What do you make out of all the commitments made and how he has promised to uphold those commitments that he made during the campaigns?
Right, Rafi, thank you very much for the opportunity, very much for the question. I think that if we want to understand who America's new president is, you have to actually make it clear which speech are you referring to. Because, after his oath, he did deliver a speech, one, then another one. And in the end, he was signing all the executive actions. At that time, he spoke to media and press also. He is 78, right? At that age, neuroplasty being what it is, and his energy level is astounding. And there was, of course, the whole pageantry and everything. So there was a dance also, and then there were dinners and luncheons. So what we know so far is one.
Right. For Bail, I'll have to come towards you. There's technical difficulty, but before that, I'll include comments from Raja Faisal. Raja, what's your analysis of course, the address by the new U.S. President Donald Trump?
Yeah, obviously, when we talk about the current president of U.S., 47th president, the second term he's come into the office, the Oval Office. Even previously, he was full of energy. Previously, he was obviously full of commitment to his own people. That's why he has always been saying America first. He has always been saying, let's make America great again. And once again, he has been given a chance to make America great again. And to be honest, I mean, earlier Farooq highlighted the right point related to his energy. I mean, so far, that's what I wanted to say, that almost 4 speeches he has made, and the kind of interactions he's having with media, with obviously, people at large, and the kind of commitments he's fulfilling in terms of executive orders, we can say that executive who have been obviously making big claims, he is delivering. And he has started delivering from the very first day. And this is what I think was expected from him. He has been, of course, claiming to do a lot for the world as well. We still have to see how he goes along with the foreign policy U.S.
Definitely.
Currently, of course, we know that there are many many decisions he has taken for internal matters of US as well as the external ones. Internal ones, we know that the challenges which were being faced by people at large, of course, they were related to the administrative delivery or the services which were being not delivered to people at large. We know that the human rights activists, their voice was being shunned during the Biden administration. I mean, right now we are experiencing on the social mediums as well. People are raising their voice. People are exercising their human rights, and they are exercising their freedom to speech, which they are making the videos of, and they are showing to the world that the Trump has arrived. And if we talk about the executive order which was being anticipated by his followers, his voters largely, and that was related to, of course, we remember that there was a chaos in the US when Biden took the Oval Office, and after that, of course, nearly 1,500 people, they were imprisoned, and now with the executive order, all of them, they will be coming out. And if we talk about promises related to Mexico, of course we know that Mexico, it was center of gravity. People who were entering into US illegally from the Mexican border. I mean, there were claims of Trump, the election campaign, and he is delivering it, and he has with the very first executive order of obviously involving the military itself, and telling to military to stop that border. And one significant thing which was highlighted by him in the campaigns, and that was related to drug cartels, that was related to criminal gangs that were, of course, penetrating in US from the Mexican border. From the word go, he has simply said that I'm going to declare all of them as an terrorist organizations.
Definitely.
And now they will be, of course, dealt with not only outside the borders of US, but at the borders as well as within the cities of US.
Right, of course, very well said. As Farooq Padafi, of course, we have joined by our guest as well on Skype, but of course, Farooq Padafi, your remarks as you were completing what you had to say.
Right. You can actually go to the guest.
Definitely, I'll include comments from his as well. We have been joined on Skype by Dr. Carl Kelton Thaler, Professor of Political Science at the University of Akron. Thank you for joining us and being part of the conversation. Of course, a very momentous occasion in the United States. Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th president at its first day in the Oval Office, and of course, a very thrilling comeback indeed. What do you make of the development since his swearing in, and of course his address to the people, to the American people, and to the...
Well, first of all, it was an unusual inaugural speech. It sounded more like a campaign rally than really an inaugural speech. And my major takeaway from it, he's very much looking at his legacy, what he will be remembered for from his presidency. So I think he was trying to set up for the American people that he will leave a very, very big imprint on America and the world by the time he's done with his second term as president. Things like renaming the Gulf of Mexico, things like taking the Panama Canal back. These are the kind of things that are very much, I think, made to be political points in the United States rather than to have any kind of real impact policy-wise to further an agenda that's not political.
Definitely, and of course, with regards to that, we've seen a lot of such as, of course, the new tariff policies with regards to China, of course, taking back the Panama Canal, as you also stated. Don't you think such policies would give rise to geopolitical tensions? And of course, what would you make of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he does what he says he's going to do, put tariffs on Mexico, put tariffs on Canada, put tariffs on China, that will cause significant tensions not only with an adversary, the U.S. views China as an adversary, but will cause tensions with our friends because the United States views Canada and Mexico as friends. I wonder, though, how he is going to be able to really execute those policies the way he says he wants to, given that they will hurt American business significantly. He seems to understand his taxes on incoming goods, and the taxes that are collected go into the pockets of the American people. We know that tariffs don't work like that, that when tariffs are put on products, the people who make those products raise their price, causes inflation within the country that gets those products. So this, along with his immigration policies, I think will face some pretty significant pushback from the American business community, because both tariffs and the idea of rounding up millions of people who are in the United States in an undocumented manner will have very bad effects on the American economy. So I think it's good politics. When it gets executed, I think it will be a different story.
Dr. Karl, when we talk about Middle Eastern crisis, we know it was the epicenter of the debates as well. And of course, it has a lot to do with people who were coming on the roads, and they were exercising their human rights when it comes to they exercising, their freedom of. At that time, we know many of the students, they were wrong-handed by the previous Biden regime. Now, can we say that if them students come on the roads again and protest against the assistance of US to the Israel, which was extended before, which has been extended to Israel time to time, and now we know that nearly more than 50,000 people of Gaza, they have lost their lives. In this whole context, can we say that Trump era would be different one, and they would stop or halt the support to Israel whenever they see their own people coming on the roads, calling whatever happening as a genocide?
No, absolutely not. And to be honest, I was a little baffled by the assumption by some Muslim American leaders that Trump would be a better option than Biden when it came to the Palestinians. Granted, Biden did give Israel the weapons that they asked for, but Trump is much more pro-Israel than Biden was, and much less sympathetic to the Islamic world. And so if students go protest again in the United States, not going to change Trump's mind. In fact, Trump will use it as a political wedge, like he does a lot of things like that, and say that these people are anti-Israel, they're anti-American. He may call out the police or the National Guard on these people, because we saw that he did those things during the racial injustice protests in the United States in 2020. So I wouldn't look to Trump to be someone who's going to help the Palestinian people. I think he's not at all sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. He made that very clear during his first administration.
Right. Dr. Colton Taylor, let me ask you regarding, again, since you were talking about Gaza and whatever has happened there. Yesterday, when President Trump was asked about it, he said that he did not think that is going to hold there. Do you think that at this moment, with whatever is going on with Israel, things are bound to fall apart? And how would we know? And secondly, what exactly will be President Trump's reaction if that happens?
So I think President Trump did not want to inherit the Gaza problem when he became president. And that's why he said all hell will break loose if the hostages aren't released when he becomes president. But the thing that's interesting is a lot of people in America interpreted that to mean that he was threatening Hamas or the Palestinians, that if they didn't give up the hostages, that he would somehow use American military power against Hamas or the people in Gaza. There's not much more you can do to the people in Gaza than what's been done by Israel, right? The Israelis have had a no-holds-barred campaign against Hamas targets and indirectly then civilians in Gaza. Having said that, if the peace breaks down, do not expect Donald Trump to play the role of peacemaker. He wanted this problem solved. The whole hell breaking loose thing was pressure on Netanyahu to sign off on the deal, because in America it was widely recognized Netanyahu was the problem, not Hamas. Netanyahu has political reasons to continue that conflict. If the conflict does reignite, and I think it is actually that it will reignite once again because of Netanyahu's political calculus, I don't see Trump being any different from Biden when it comes to support for the Israelis. The unfortunate thing for the Palestinian people is whether you have a Republican in office or a Democrat in office, it doesn't really matter, because the politics of the U.S. are such that any president in the United States is pretty much trained to supporting Israel come hell or high water.
Let us now actually zoom out from the conflict and look at the macro picture. We keep on seeing various tides in American history, right? Regarding foreign policy, it was terrorism. Before that, it was Cold War. Then, when Donald Trump was in power, it was a great power competition. Now it seems that economic nationalism is the center of it all. Do you think in coming days it is going to have cascading effect on world order as well, and it is going to change various bodies as they stand, from NATO, others, UN?
So this is a question that many of us in the United States wonder what the answer is. The thing is with Trump is that a lot of this is very unpredictable. I think a lot of people wrongly assume that Trump has a very well-defined sense of foreign policy, what his foreign policy goals are, how he views the world. I think there are some central things that he thinks about, but he doesn't have a very coherent or well thought out foreign policy vision. One thing that does seem to drive his thinking is he thinks the United States is getting, in his mind, ripped off. So in other words, he thinks that the United States for too long has been footing the bill for other countries, for example, the European countries when it comes to NATO. Other countries are ripping us off when it comes to trade because we have a trade deficit. And so his view is these things have to stop. America has to stop supporting all of these things, supporting NATO, supporting countries that have trade surpluses with us because we have a trade deficit, according to him. The problem is that these things are very, very central to world stability and to prosperity. It's not just, NATO's important to keep peace in Europe. The world order based on rules of trade is central to keeping trade moving. And we saw the negative consequences of when you have no rules in the 1930s, when countries put tariffs on each other, and it led to the cascading global Great Depression. I hope we don't get there again. I hope history doesn't repeat itself, but Trump doesn't view the world rules as helpful to the United States. He views them as constraining. So he could view during his presidency an attempt to kind of, by the United States, either ignore the rules or break the rules down, where we have a system that is based more on who's powerful getting what they want rather than to follow any rules. Not to say that global politics wasn't shaped to a great extent by the power of countries, but if the United States starts saying, well, we don't really care what the rules are, it could have a very negative cascading effect on the world.
Dr. Karl, I'm glad that you earlier mentioned that whoever's government or whoever's regime it is, of course their stance on Israel would be same. Reason being, while I was watching standing ovations again and again, of course previous former presidents, they were not standing up. Neither Joe Biden did, nor Obama did, nor Clinton did, nor Vice President Kamala Harris did. But as soon as it was declared that hostages, they've been of course freed, everyone stood up, and they were even telling each other to stand up on this. This is where we have to stand up. Everyone has to stand up. So this shows that there is of course leaning towards a policy leaning towards Israel. Can we say that if that attitude is there, what about other partners, security partners and economic partners in the region of US? In past, of course, we know that they have been playing crucial role for when it comes to economic endeavors of US. Countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like UAE, Qatar, all of these countries, they have been associating themselves as an ally of US in past. Can we say that they can play a role in terms of meeting with Trump and giving other options as well? We shouldn't be Iran issue is still to be dealt with, and of course Iran, with Iran, other Middle Eastern countries, they have problems too. So if this stance is a little neutral stance, that can help Trump to achieve his economic endeavors as well in the region.
And regarding financial leverage, particularly yesterday President Trump was asked about the first country he's going to visit, and he mentioned UK, right? And then he said that although in the past he went to Saudi Arabia because they bought $450 billion worth of American merchandise. Now he says we have raised the bar further. How costly is going to be the leverage for any country that wants to actually be on his right?
So I think countries learned the first time he was president that there are ways to get on Trump's good side. One is to flatter him, say good things about him in public. The other thing is to seem like you're buying American goods. And so another thing too, though, is countries that he had good relations with, or governments or individuals that he had good relations with before he became president. So one of the things you have to keep in mind is that Trump became president the first time in 2017, already having good, solid relations with people in the Saudi kingdom because of his investments. And so, places where he doesn't have strong connections to, say Western Europe, he doesn't have that same kind of sense of, oh, I know these people, I get along with them, that kind of thing. But he and his family have very strong connections to the Gulf. And I think that's helped the Gulf countries a lot in terms of getting Donald Trump's ear. In terms of Israel, to go back to that, I don't think the Gulf countries will change his attitude towards Israel. And it may not be so much Trump loves Israel, it's that I don't think Trump has a particularly fun view of the Palestinians or of Arabs in general. It kind of comes out in the things that he says and the way that he treats the region. So, if they're in business deals with him, fine. Business deals with him, I don't know how much he really cares.
Dr. Karl, when he claims that drill, baby, drill, does he mean that he is going to, of course, increase the production? And if he increases the production, it can affect the inflations of US, whether it is going to affect the inflations of US or throughout the world. All of the countries, especially the countries or underdeveloped countries, they can, of course, gain some sort of economic momentum in their country and stabilize their country in terms of inflation, knowing the fact that this inflation had a lot to do with the Ukraine crisis and Middle Eastern crisis.
And could you also speak to one thing that he keeps on actually mentioning, Anwar, the acres and millions of acres of potential land or coastal side which has a lot of gas and oil. Could you actually speak to importance of that also?
So this is a theme that Trump went to in his first administration as well. If the United States increases its oil production, then it will lower oil costs in the United States. I don't know if this is a consequence of him maybe not understanding global oil markets. Maybe this is just a political point that he's trying to make to his base. As though the price of oil is set globally, it's not set domestically in the United States. If the United States were to increase its oil production substantially, which would increase the global supply of oil, theoretically it would drive the price of oil down, but that's assuming that the OPEC countries would not do anything in response to the increased supply. My take on this is that other countries will decrease their supply of oil in order to keep the price stable as not to lose revenue. And so I don't see that there will be a huge improvement in inflation caused by increased drilling. And part of it has to come from OPEC. OPEC has to agree to increase the supply of oil so it drives the price down a bit. But oil's not the only thing that's driving inflation in the United States. The economy is actually quite robust, and part of the reason why we have inflation is because the economy is doing well, and there's a shortage of labor. That's another thing, is that employers have had to raise the wage to attract people to work. So there's many things that are going on that are causing inflation to grow in the United States. It's not simply just we don't have enough oil and we can go drill in different parts of the country and then that will solve the problem.
Yeah. And Dr. Karl, coming towards Europe, especially Eastern Europe, we have been, of course, going through the speeches during the election times. Trump, he kept on claiming that the moment he enters the Oval Office, that's it. He's going to pick up the phone and he's going to settle everything in Ukraine. And we know that Ukraine crisis is, of course, pivotal when it comes to NATO's existence as well. And when US was part of it, and if US is going to pull out, what is the future of NATO? And if NATO sustains itself without US, would it be another chaos in the Eastern Europe, especially knowing facts that whatever the economic pressures were increased on Russia, Russia sustained all of the pressures?
Yeah, so that is a hugely important question. Will Trump pull the United States out of NATO? There will be significant pressure on him from within the United States not to do that. Even among, I think, people who consider themselves part of the MAGA movement would think that pulling the United States out of NATO would be a step too far. It's one thing to pressure NATO member countries to spend more on their defense. It's another thing to pull the United States out of NATO. The United States is absolutely central to NATO. If the United States was to pull out, NATO would exist on paper, but it would be a shell of its former self. Part of it is the massive military presence that the United States has, both to help Europe if Europe is ever attacked. But the other thing is the central position that the United States plays as a leader in Europe. There's no country that would step into a place as leader of NATO. And in fact, it could be destabilizing if you start to get competition between, say, the French, the Germans, the Brits, whoever, as to who's going to really lead NATO. And leading it by a group will be very difficult. You know, NATO has a council and it seems fairly democratic. The Americans really, and that's important. So I think one of the main questions that people who are involved in national security, like myself, think about, if Trump does pull the United States out of NATO, what will be Russia's reaction? Will Russia then view that as a sign that Europe is significantly weakened, that the United States is no longer concerned with European security? And then does the Russian regime under Putin then decide that they're going to try to reclaim some of these other territories that they say are rightly Russian? For example, the Baltic states. I know there's significant concern in the Baltic states that the Russians are looking at them next. Ukraine, then the Baltics, and maybe even part of Poland, which the Russians say is rightly part of Russia. So this could be very destabilizing. I think a lot of people realize now that when Putin invaded Putin invaded Ukraine, he viewed Ukraine as part of Russia. The whole thing about that this is a threat to Russian security, that's what's driving this. If you listen to what he said since then, it's very much that Ukraine really doesn't have a right to exist. It belongs in Russia. That's where it really should be. So, you know, if you take him at his word, some of these other countries aren't safe either.
Before Gaddafi, I'd like to include your comments with regards to how the conversation has shaped up as well.
Thank you very much. I hope this time I'm audible.
Yes, perfectly audible.
Okay. Regarding, because we are talking about foreign policy and attack figures, because we are sitting outside the US, one thing that is very important to understand, first cabinet member of President Trump's cabinet has actually been sworn in, that is Secretary Marco Rubio, was actually approved by unanimous vote. And during his confirmation hearing, he said that every policy that we take has to answer to three questions, right? One, does it make America stronger? Two, does it make America safer? Third, does it make America? So this is a very, very effective way to get it, right? And I think that after this, of course, the next confirmation that we are looking at, and there's a huge possibility is going to be of, DCIA nominee, that is Ratcliffe, because this time again, because Donald Trump actually focuses more on human, this time I think that he is probably going to be the first one that next will clear that Rubicon and join the cabinet. Regarding Donald Trump's own worldview and whatever is happening, you have to understand, and I respect what Doctor was saying earlier. My humble submission is that an argument can be made that America has been actually supporting and creating these many bodies, right? These coalitions are very important, right? Because they help you in multiplying your force. But at what cost? If America is, which has, by the way, the biggest fighting force in this region, in this sector, right? Most effective capacity to affect a change anywhere in the world, they are going to actually pay monies to other coalition partners to prop up their defensive capability. It is, it's a correct argument that it is wrong. The best argument to for these coalitions to exist when America, and this is an argument that Donald Trump keeps on making, right? Remember in South Korea's case, he said that pay us for our deployment there, because otherwise we don't tell us that you are there to contain North Korea, because we can do it directly. Similarly, regarding Russia, he is very clear that Putin is grinding Russia down, right? All these arguments that he is making, I think that there is going to be a very not so subtle change of emphasis. That is, Quad can exist. Of course, Marco Rubio must be attending the Quad, foreign ministers or external ministers meeting. But at that time also, the whole thing is, if you want to exist as an alliance, you are going to actually pick up the tab, and we are going to help you, whatever, right? With China also, they keep on saying this whole argument that you have to actually build alliances to contain China. He says that I can directly talk to Xi Jinping, right? So I think that there is going to be a change of emphasis. And by the way, this idea that America and its economy are not going to actually thrive, that's a bit flawed. Why? Because after 2008's economic crisis, what happened was that the actual economy kind of disappeared. I told you many a times about my visit to various parts of the Dust Belt, and everybody kept on telling me, this factory went to China 4 years ago, used to employ 7,000 people, this one 30,000 people, it went to Malaysia, this one went to India, this went to this place, right? So the whole argument is that America has to be at the center of action. I think that this is an argument that makes sense. Of course, I defer to what Dr. Saab was saying, that there is importance to all these processes that are going to be there. But if you think that by default, by being a legend of the US, you're automatically going to get whatever you want, that won't be happening any longer. So this is my take on fun. Does it mean that for a country like Pakistan things become easier? No, but the fact is Pakistan always had a transactional relationship with the US. The entire world is now joining our club. They are going to have transactional relationship with the US as well, and I don't see any harm with that.
Yeah, and with your permission, wanted to go towards Dr. Kaul once more. As Farooq has highlighted about Pakistan, what kind of stance we can be expecting from President Trump's second term. Just wanted to ask Dr. Kaul, we know we have Afghanistan where terrorism is still erupting from Afghanistan borders, of course getting into Pakistan, and of course we know that to other countries as well. We know when Doha Accord took place, Taliban committed to it that they will never allow their land to be used against any of the neighboring countries, including Pakistan. But here we are still fighting the terrorism, and the bordering provinces of Taliban of Afghanistan, of course, Taliban are failing to contain them. Can we expect from US Trump that they can do justice when it comes to they signing, US as a state, US as a country, signing that deal with Taliban, and now Taliban are not accepting it, and Taliban are letting their country once again be a breeding ground and be a training camp for the terrorists throughout the world, and of course we are getting affected by it. What resolve we can expect from Donald Trump? And could you also help us explain why is it the US has continued to pay billions of dollars to Afghan Taliban, right? Especially after their rise to power. And secondly, when Donald Trump says that we will be paying more money only when you're going to return, do you think that that is something doable?
So I've been asked many, many years by Pakistanis, how do American presidential administrations view Pakistan? And I have to say that there is quite a bit of continuity in how American presidents view Pakistan, even though the policy's been different over time. Pakistan is peripheral to American interests. That's how American presidents have viewed Pakistan. It's not central to American interests unless there's a major crisis in the region. For example, when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan in 1979, and there was then the jihad going on against the Soviets, Pakistan became important. They got a lot of attention. Then we ignored it after the Soviets left. And then we paid attention again after 9/11 in 2001. And Pakistan was important in the fight against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Now that the Taliban are back in power, there's barely any attention in Washington at all to Pakistan. And I don't see that changing. I think that would only change if there was a major terrorist attack against American interests, particularly if it happened in the American homeland, originated in Afghanistan or originated in Pakistan. Very, very few people are paying any attention to what's going on in that region right now, even among foreign policy experts. Afghanistan is kind of viewed as a solved problem, and Pakistan doesn't matter anymore. So I hate to say it to Pakistanis that look to America to try to help stabilize this situation in Afghanistan. I would be deeply, deeply shocked that that would happen. And I'm someone who follows because I work on Pakistani and Afghan security issues. It's not going to happen, like I said, unless there's a major terrorist attack that originates from either of those two countries that attack America.
Billions of dollars, sir, being paid to Taliban, and Donald Trump, when he says that you return our equipment, otherwise we are not going to pay you.
Yeah, well, that money is money that is considered humanitarian aid. It's not considered money to the Taliban. That's funneled through different. It's not direct government to government. So Trump is saying, give us back our equipment that we left there, or the money doesn't go to you. Yeah, he may stop the money, but in American foreign policy circles, people know that money is desperately needed by the Afghan population because they're starving, and the Taliban once again have proven that they're inept economic managers of the country. We saw this the first time the Taliban ruled. They could not manage the country because the people who they put in charge of these things have no clue how to run an economy. I mean, this time it's a little bit better because you have some people from the former regime who had economic expertise who've simply been kept on by the Taliban, but still, many of the people who run ministries in Afghanistan are there because they have some kind of connection to the top mullahs, not because they have any clue about how to actually do what they're supposed to do. So, the Afghan people are really in a bad way, particularly Afghan women. I mean, Afghan women have been completely excluded workforce. And if you're an Afghan woman who's not married or you've been divorced or something like that, you're a very desperate person. So, maybe say we want to get the equipment back, but once again, this is kind of his worldview that we're getting ripped off. We gave all this equipment to Afghanistan. The Taliban came to power. Now we've got this equipment that they are using. We need it back. Give it back to us. Of course, the Taliban are not going to give it back. That's just not going to happen. It's possible that Trump will simply stop paying the money. And, the people who are going to suffer the most from that will be the Afghan population.
Dr. Karl, we have seen in past, especially in 2017 and 18, when US was fighting against ISIS Khorasan in Afghanistan, for a span of time, Taliban were actually in coalition with US while fighting against ISIS Khorasan, and they considered ISIS Khorasan as the common enemy. When a common enemy, can we say that in coming future, a very recent one I'm talking about, a very coming future, can we say that US can maintain a coalition and an alliance in the region with Taliban as well, looking at whatever happened last year related to, of course, Iranian missiles getting into Israel, and that bothers US a lot, and in coming days we can say that US might do something about that as well, and if there is something to do with that, then Afghanistan, especially Taliban, they become very important as well once more?
I'd be surprised if that happens, simply because Afghanistan, under the Taliban, has very little strategic wealth that the United States cares about. The country that seems to care more about it is China. That has to do with minerals. One of the things you have to keep in mind is the Taliban, they're not that pragmatic. I mean, if you think about it, they've shown that they're still deeply, deeply ideological. Yeah, they make deals with China, but the United States is still the country that they view, that oppressed Afghan Muslims for so long, that brought the former regime to power. I'd be surprised that the Taliban really would want to do significant business with the United States. But also, I think there's a lot of voices in the United States that would be very opposed to the American government getting into a deeper relationship with the Taliban. You have to, so many veterans fought in the war in Afghanistan and feel very betrayed by the fact that, we pulled out and the country collapsed and the Taliban came to power. People would be very, very bitter that the United States then approaches the Taliban and tries to have a working relationship with it. I just don't see it happening.
And of course, with that, we'll wrap up the talk that we have for today. Of course, Trump's being sworn in as the 47th president and his first day. And of course, the developments that are to unfold and the shift in policy changes and the impacts that they will have. I'd like to thank our guest, Dr. Karl Colton-Thaler, Professor of Political Science at the University of Akron. Thank you for your time being part of the conversation. Senior analyst Farouk Qaddafi and geopolitical analyst Roger Fessel, thank you being part of this conversation as well. That's a wrap up from the debate for today. See you same time tomorrow. Till then, take care.
are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need. We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we are the storytellers.
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team that brings you the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story.
And every day we strive to make stronger, brighter and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Islamabad Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well maintained and organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm, and green capital. Founded in the 1960s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Potohar Plateau, northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Park, Dominico, Pakistan Monument, Rawal Lake, Simli Lake, and Fatima Jinnah Park among the tourist attractions in the territory. It is ranked as the second most beautiful capital in the world.
I'm Dr. Tariq Bangish. I'm a liver transplant surgeon at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. I'll be appearing on Syed Farooq Hassan program Sky is the Limit. Please don't miss it.
You go to Hassan Ali, we've seen the celebration.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that priority be given to transparency and merit in the selection of the students to be sent to China for training in agricultural sector. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be arriving in Pimber today on a day-long visit to Azad Kashmir. The Prime Minister will be laying down the foundation stone of Danish School in Pimber, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and will also be addressing a ceremony on the occasion. Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi has stated that Pakistan attaches special importance to bilateral relations with the United States and values the bilateral cooperation for the improvement in the country's social sectors. Information Minister Ataullah Tadar has stated that property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has said that the main reason for the fiscal is the unstable tax-to-GDP ratio of 9 to 10%, and efforts are underway to take the tax-to-GDP ratio to 13% through structural reforms. Planning Minister Iqbal says that CPEC 2 promotes industrialization, technology, and regional connectivity and will open up immense opportunities. At least 76 people have been killed in a fire that engulfed a popular Turkish ski resort hotel. Leave jump out of the windows. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressed grief over the loss of lives, extended condolences to President Erdogan. A landslide triggered by the heavy rain on Indonesia's main island of Java has killed 17 people with 9 others missing. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to Indonesian President Subianto over the loss of precious lives, saying Pakistan stands in solidarity with Indonesia and its people in this hour of trial. Hours after Trump lifts sanctions against extremist Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank, Israeli army launches offensives in its Jenin city, killing at least 10 people. Palestine condemns President Trump's lifting of sanctions on the violent Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister says he did not see Donald Trump's new administration increasing the risk of an Israel-Iran conflict, addressing the issue the region has feared since the start of Israel's war in Gaza. U.S. President says that he is considering imposing a 10% tariff on the imports of Chinese-made goods as soon as February. China vows to defend its national interests after Trump threatened 10% duty on Chinese imports by the 1st of February. The International Cricket Council warned the Board of Control for Cricket in India against its refusal to have Pakistan printed on its team's Champions Trophy kits. ICC tells BCCI. Those were the headlines. For more news updates, stay tuned, or you can follow us on our social media at world.peace. This is Naila Shuja. Take care.
And welcome to Views on News. I'm Jawad Hami. The world with felicitations as Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th President of the United States of America, terming 20th of January 2025 as the liberation of the American citizen. During his inaugural address, he made very important statements. Let me quote an excerpt. "My proudest legacy of a peacemaker and a unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unit. I am pleased to say that yesterday, one day before I assumed, hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to our family," unquote. Later on, interestingly, upon the inquiry from a reporter at his Oval Office, President Donald Trump said that he was not confident about the durability of the recently agreed ceasefire, the Palestinian resistance group Hamas, and saying that he was not confident. It's not our war, it's their war. We'll be taking the analysis regarding this particular shift. What does that basically mean? Regarding executive orders, he had already hinted at signing around 100 executive orders on the day one when he enters the Oval Office. He has signed an executive order declaring illegal immigration, his long-held promise regarding the illegal crackdown against illegal immigration, particularly declaring a national emergency Mexico border. He's also signed an executive order that seeks to change the definition of the birthright citizenship, which is a constitutional right. Will be taking us to hurdles in that particular regard. Also, he has also declared energy emergency, promising to fill up strategic oil reserves and export U.S. energy all over the world. By this particular order, the U.S. has also withdrawn from the agreement. What sort of impact this particular withdrawal of the U.S. is going to have efforts to combat climate change and its adverse impacts. Also, through another executive order, the U.S. has withdrawn from the World Health Organization. We have also known for a fact that he has been a strong critic of the performance of the World Health Organization in terms of handling of the COVID-19 pandemic concerned, or what sort of an impact it is going to have on the U.S. position as far as dealing with the future pandemics is concerned. We'll be taking the analysis on that front also. And regarding trade, he has said that he is going to tariff and tax foreign countries to American citizens. He has also talked of taking the Panama Canal back, and he has also changed the name of Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Already revoked 78 executive actions of the Biden administration during a rally earlier before his inauguration, and he has also pledged to rescue America from the years of betrayal. All these important matters are for discussion today's show. For that, we are honored to be joined by Dr. Bakir Malik, foreign affairs expert in the studio. Dr. Malik, thank you very much for your time, for being with us on the show tonight. Really appreciate that. On Skype at the same time, we are honored to be joined by Mr. G.R. Baloch, his former ambassador. Mr. Baloch, thank you very much for your time also on the show tonight. I really appreciate that. Dr. Malik, let's talk about this particular. When President Trump talks in a way that his proudest legacy is going to be that he wants to be a peacemaker. He also took that particular credit for a recently agreed deal between Israel and Palestinian group Hamas, and he has also said that he is happy that just a day before he assumed the office, the hostages over there are returning back to their families. Then later on, a reporter asked the durability of that particular ceasefire agreement, to which the president said that he was not confident. Do you see it a considerable shift within a span of a few hours, not even a span of a day?
Thank you, Jawad. I think all of these are the reflection of his American First doctrine. That is basically, even he don't want to try to engage the conflict with any other country. And as he has considered himself the peace, so even before the election or after the election, when he was just elected as a president, you have seen all his speeches, tweet, each and everything is basically absolutely reflection that I am the promoter of the peace, I am the ambassador of the peace. And even when he was just won this election, a survey was conducted through this Oxford University and the European Union, and you will be surprised to know that was conducted more than 28 countries, and more than 30,000 people were actually polled on this survey. So majority, 86% survey is basically, there were 4 different questions, and one was that Trump will his policy about the peace will practically is a doable or not, and 86% of this survey result was favor of the Trump. This he is the he is the true ambassador of the peace like this. So all these reflections is basically.
But we saw since November 5th election his repeated threat of unleashing the hell, or saying that all hell will break out if the captives held in Gaza are not released before that time he takes office, or he is inaugurated as the President of the United States of America, and that is what exactly we saw happening.
Yeah, exactly. You have seen that the ceasefire, and previously he was taking a credit that, look, even I am not taking office, but the ceasefire has happened between Israel and Hamas and like this. So after that, now what he is trying, like, because this is his personality aura. So that's where there are, in a foreign policy there is uncertainty.
No, is that the only reason? Is it just because of the personality, or are there other factors at play at this particular point in time? Because such a shift is it the unpredictability of the personality only?
I don't think so. There may be some major shift like this. This is a kind of political statement like this. So ultimately you were seeing that he between Israel and Hamas. Just basically, he has a very hard stance against Iran. So if he wants to counter the Iranian influence in this region, he may be settle the good relation with the other Arab country with Israel like this. So this is the only one card.
So you are of the understanding that he is going to use his influence as the President of the United States of America and his desire of a peacemaker and a unifier to the durability and the ceasefire agreement between Hamas and Israel.
Yeah, exactly.
Am I correct in understanding?
Yeah, exactly. This is one. And secondly, he actually want to counter the Iranian influence, and he has some policy containment about the Iranian.
And your view to counter that, it is important for him
that this particular
ceasefire agreement to be. Let me bring in Mr. G.R. Baloch into the discussion also. Mr. G.R. Baloch, what's your understanding? Do you also have the similar view as Dr. Malik, that this is because of the unpredictability in that personality of the President of the United States of America, that during his inaugural speech he's taking that particular credit for the deal between Hamas and Israelis, and then later on, upon a question from a reporter at the Oval Office, he said that he was not confident as to this particular deal will hold or not, and also saying that he was not confident, it's not America's war, it's their war. What sense do you make out of from this particular shift?
Thank you, Mr. Jawad. I think phenomenon, and we can really not yet unwrap what he stands for. One second, first and second day of his inauguration is still like electoral frenzy that he has put his voters and himself, and he wants to remain and keep that world riveted to. Not forget that at the end of the day, he is a kind of a mediocre farmer. He is a reality that was, of course, there are many other points of his credit, but we must not forget that that is where his public exposure was. That does tell upon his personality. But I think he stands for something more. He is a disruptor, and there are genuinely shifts in the body politics of the United States. The globalization and then anti-globalization forces. We saw a black Muslim president in the US, and at least two women wanted to be the presidents of the US. So there is, in my view, at the core is that conservative Americans. It is that orthodox church-going American who still has who had felt himself that he was not empowered. And he spoke for them that, look, globalization, democracy, values, human rights, multilateralism, that resulted in your political disempowerment, economic degradation, and in fact, kind of, as he calls the invasion or invaders have taken over your country. So his entire worldview and his view of US emanates from his entirely a kind of perspective. Also that he is, no doubt about that, was able to feel the pulse of the people, and he spoke what they wanted to listen. And this is where we see him really obtaining or attaining unprecedented kind of success in the election.
Able to feel that very pulse of the people, and whatever he about during his election campaign and during this particular, one of the strongest comebacks in the US history, that he's up to now, fulfilling a manifestation in the form of an inaugural address, later on those executive orders as well. Mr. Specific to that particular point, do you also consider it is because of the unpredictability in his personality that he said that he's not confident that this ceasefire agreement is going to hold or not? Earlier he was taking the credit of the return of...
Yeah, definitely. I think he's a thorough politician now. Politicians, they make and break their promises. In fact, PR point that he made before the election that I'll stop the Ukraine war within 24 hours. and days before election or just after the election, he said, no, it might take, that I heard actually on an interview that was a day before his inauguration, that no, it might take 6 months or more. Wise, in few hours, he has changed his stance on the peace, the ceasefire in Palestine. But I think still there are other forces within Israel, within the US, who think that Israel is, by continuing this war, Israel gaining any strategic advantage. So yes, he is kind of scored that PR point, but essentially Israel, there was what is called setting in of the war fatigue in the Israeli system. There were desertions, there were a lot of people sick psychologically. There was a huge exodus from Israel. In fact, their economy had come.
And what about the other voices? What about the other voices from Israel? Because Itamar Ben-Gvir resigned earlier. We have seen similar sort of threat coming from the finance minister. We've also seen Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying both President Trump and President Biden gave full backing to Israel's right to return to fighting if Israel comes to the conclusion that negotiations are futile. I really appreciate that. But looking at this particular statement and that particular opposition from within Israel regarding this particular ceasefire agreement with Hamas, do you think these are the factors that have actually that particular shift that we have seen in President Trump's stance regarding this ceasefire agreement?
Definitely, there was a kind of coming of age of the Orthodox Jews as a political force. It is for the first time that they have been able to make, there were some ministers, yes, in the previous governments, but a full-fledged government, of course, led by so-called liberal and secular Netanyahu. So I think they are, in fact, they have a very, what I was reading, a kind of survey of Israeli voting pattern, that the Orthodox, these Jews have actually, because they have more voters, because they have more children. They have grown up in the past 2 or 3 decades. So they are a new force. Yes, definitely kind of a limiting factor in nations. But definitely we know that these no peace agreements, we have seen Camp David Accord, we have seen the Oslo Accord, but nonetheless, I think let's just take satisfaction from this fact that at least the Palestinians got a pause from this genocidal war, and while Israel will again, by the same time, they'll also get a breather, the Palestinians, and also reprieve at the level of PR, public level as well, that they'll see that how costly this war was for the entire world as such, because the emotional cost, the actual cost to the taxpayers of Israel as well as to the American, basically, not to Israel. So I think they would go through at least first phase. Second phase of the agreement is very, very difficult, as most of the analysts, they agree, because
to the complete withdrawal of the Israeli military from Gaza's enclave.
The conflict will come with hardliners in the Israeli government and the people who peace. But I think before that, I see, if at all, that the peace lobby in Israel and Trump administration is serious about it, they will have to probably get rid of Netanyahu. Somebody more interim prime minister's credentials or moderate credentials might come in to go through this peace agreement and reach, at least complete the second phase, because with the second phase also is linked up with the release of the rest of the hostages. Now the last phase, the withdrawal, the Israeli troops, and the security, what will they do? How will Gaza be governed? That is the biggest challenge. But I think there are some formulas with a Arab peacekeeping force or a police force consisting of some interested Arab countries like UAE, Qatar, and so on and so forth. So I think there is probably a genuine feel. The other thing which I probably want to mention
bit of distortion. Mr. Jia Baloch, please stay with us. I'll come back to you for your detailed view. There are a number of other aspects. Also, we are honored to be joined in the studio by another participant, Dr. Manzoor Afridi, Foreign Affairs expert. Dr. Afridi, thank you very much for taking time out for Views on News tonight. Firstly, I want your opinion regarding, do you also see it a considerable shift just within a span of a few hours? During his inaugural address, he was taking the credit of that particular ceasefire. And then in his Oval Office, to a question by a reporter, he says that he's not confident about the durability of this particular ceasefire agreement. And secondly, when we talk about the third phase of that particular ceasefire agreement, it pertains to the reconstruction of Gaza. There is also a statement by Trump saying, let me quote, "You certainly can't have the people that were there," of course referring to the Palestinian resistance group, but he's also talked about the rebuilding of the enclave. He's saying that it has phenomenal location on the sea and the best, and saying that he might be able to have a role in rebuilding the enclave. What sense do you make of this particular statement? He talks of his role in rebuilding the enclave there.
I think Trump, he has been very much optimistic all these scenarios going on in Middle East, particularly in between the Hamas and Israel. So he was claiming during his campaign for a ceasefire and for a durable solution of the conflict. About this ceasefire, I think, you know, he is a politician, and just he wanted to gain the sympathy of the people, so he did. Now, about the practicability or implementation or the, we can see the prediction of Donald Trump, of course, he has to...
Gaining the sympathy of the people in the pre-election time, right? After he was elected the president as a result of the November 5 elections, so he had been threatening that all hell will be not released. And during his inaugural address, he took the credit of that he was just a day before he assumed office to see the captives returning back to their families.
Actually, he is just taking the credit, but I think there are so many things, so many factors to keep in mind within the United States, also in Israel. So there is a strong Jewish lobby in United States. So anything, if it happens, whether there is the ceasefire or the release of the captives or the rebuilding of the Gaza or the durable solution of the conflict or any kind to an end point to the ongoing war between Hamas and Israel, Donald Trump has to consult with the Jewish lobby. I think it's impossible that he can take the solo flight, he can take the decision.
So you're of the view that the Jewish lobby is the one which is calling the shots in the United States of America. Am I correct in understanding? So if the Jewish lobby is calling the shots, so why would Jewish lobby want at the very first place that particular ceasefire agreement to be reached between Israel and Hamas?
One, there was so much international pressure. The Israel's image that was already very much, you know, that was deteriorated, and from the human rights organizations, from the UN, from the developing world, even from the developed world, from few countries of the Europe as well. So one, just to rebuild its image, and second thing, I think that is that even it was not even in the full advantage of Israel just to war, right? Because what the objective Israel wanted to achieve, they have to a maximum level they have done. For example, the crackdown on Hezbollah and by killing its, you know, the supreme leaders, and Hamas by killing their leadership and by distorting all the supply chain of you know, of the military activities, of the political leadership and all these things. So even it's not in the interest of the Israel as a state to prolong the war.
To prolong the war. So why would Itamar Ben-Gvir and also their finance minister, Ben-Gvir has already resigned. Why would he resign? Just because Israel and Hamas reached this particular deal? And then why would the say that he's got assurances from Prime Minister Netanyahu that before entering the second phase, they're going to return back to the war?
Well, you know, these are political tactics. I mean, we have to compare the international scenario as the environment. So what is going on there within the Israel, of course, there are different factions, political parties. They have their own political standings. So they have also to satisfy their own voters. So I mean that all of the people, all of the Israelis, they are not in the favor of ceasefire, and even all of them, they are not in the favor war. So some of them, they want war, some of them, they don't want war. So they have also to play their political cards, right? And they have also to prepare for their next elections, and also to enlarge their voting umbrella within the Israel. So I think everywhere, in every country.
Right. Dr. Mali, before I move to a very important next topic, let me quickly have your very quick and a very brief view regarding as to your understanding when President Trump says, when he talks about the location of this particular enclave and talks of his role in rebuilding the enclave.
I think all this populist approach, he as a Trump is basically all electoral campaign, and after this post-electoral campaign, all his approaches is basically the reflection of his as a populist leader. So on one side, he is basically just trying to convince or convey the message to the American citizen that this problem is not related to the America. So its problem is basically from between in this region, in Middle East region. So we don't care about this.
So on one side, if he is trying to make Americans realize that it's not our problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So why would he talk about his rebuilding the enclave?
Then
it's
also want to give the message to the rest of the world that America is basically the world leader. So he will take like rebuilding and like these kind of activities to play its role at an international level, at international stage. So actually he want to give the message to the rest of the world that okay, this is the problem of this region. America on a humanitarian base, yes, America will play its role, and it's in our norms and values and like this. So on one side he is just basically trying to convince his conservative voters or a local popular this American citizen. On the other side, he is also trying to convince the world community that America is not ignoring like these kind of activities or rebuilding process or to build the infrastructure or to promote the humanity or to work like this. So I think he has a bi-directional approach. One is just a local, national, and other is at a global level. So rebuilding is basically the reflection American role as a America as a global leader.
So basically taking these two different approaches parallel to get the results out of these two, is it doable? Is it?
Yeah, actually, in some way, it is a doable. The reason is that because you know, in this populist approach, you need to charge your voter, you need to active your voter or your supporter like this. So you're not saying that I have a one-sided approach like. So even he look at that, his personality is like this. When he talk to the American people are like this, his tone is a totally different. And when he talk to the global leader, his tone is like a different like this. So I think as his approach is basically just trying to convince the world community or just trying to influence his conservative voter or local, I believe that practically even it is possible like this. For example, it's not like a political movement. On a political movement, if he has just started the rebuilding process in the Middle East, America will automatically, you know, on a world stage, it will build its soft image or a soft policies are like this. America is not ignoring this conflicted area. He is promoting the peace. He is promoting the rebuilding or policy like that.
Okay, what about Ukraine crisis? He has also talked, let me quote an excerpt from his inaugural address, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also the wars that we, perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Yeah, I think,
there was a reference made by Mr. Jia Baloch also that he had been pledging to end the crisis in Ukraine within 24 hours after becoming the president. Comparing these two, how do you look at that?
I think there is two main regions that is basically a top priority of the Trump. One is this European region, and other is this Middle East. On a European region, he is basically just, before this during this electoral campaign or after that, he has a dispute between Ukraine and Russia like this. And even a survey was conducted, and Russian was also here, and the Trump will settle the dispute between Ukraine and Russia. So his top priority is just like that how to settle this kind of between Russia and Ukraine. So actually he want to disengage the NATO from this conflict and like this. So one reason is that. So his approach, if he will, then automatically, because all his electoral campaign to not to become the part of the conflict or to settle the dispute in Europe, even he was openly criticized the Biden administration when they were supporting the budget or like this. So I think his top priority is that how to settle between Russia and Ukraine or like this, because if issue will continue, and automatically directly or indirectly NATO will engage with the Ukraine like this. So actually he is just trying to avoid the NATO to engage in this region. Eyes on to this Greenland. That's why he is not like that want to occupy like this. Even he said that okay, if you hand over a Greenland, we will pay you like this. So if NATO is engaged with the Ukraine, maybe there is
taking over, having a control over that particular territory. We've also seen he talking about the Panama Canal, and very categorically Panama Canal, taking it back in his inaugural address. So how serious do you think he is on that particular front?
I believe that this Panama Canal is basically just hype is created like this. The reason is something like economic issue between this China and like this. Even if you see the statistic that 78% almost these are America, 68% is America, and only 22% of the China. The reason why basically Trump is worried about this Panama Canal is this expansion in the Latin America. So already he has control to this deep sea water that is basically considered America as a direct national security threat. Second, the trade ratio between Mexico and China increasing day by day. So for the America, the major challenge is that how to counter the Chinese influence like in the Latin America. So Panama Canal is basically why he is taking this issue very seriously, just to control the Chinese influence like that.
Right, Mr. G.R. Baloch, another very important aspect is the promise of cracking down against illegal immigration, all stating his remain in Mexico policy, declaring a national emergency along the US-Mexico. Also an executive order signed to seeks to change the definition of a birthright citizenship, which is a constitutional. There's been a reaction from advocacy groups over there as well. One American Civil Liberties Union saying denying citizenship to US-born children is not only unconstitutional, the reckless and ruthless repudiation of American values, unquote. How this particular birthright citizenship operates, and why President Trump seeks to change the definition, and are there going to be any sort of legal hurdles regarding this particular desire of him through this executive order, because it's a constitutional right, and what would it require to undo that?
See, again, we'll have to go back to what is happening to the US society. There has been, unfortunately, a pushback on immigration, and that is what they feel is hurting, and also that they have a building population of the white Anglo-Saxon who actually feel that that is their country. So if we look at trade, if we look at Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Africans, Afro-Americans, they have huge, they have larger families, more birth rates, while if we look at the Anglo-Saxon white Americans, they have much less. So they feel that perhaps there could be a demographic disaster on them. That is why it is one of the ways to protect the demographic complexion of the US. So this is where I think it strikes. So all measures by him to, in a way, kind of disrupt the entire society norms to, in his own view of the state of the of US. The other, I think, point on the more on the international agenda is that perhaps he is aiming at winning the Nobel Peace Prize. There was some analysts also were saying, and my view is also that perhaps contrary to an analysis that he does not have a sense of history. I think he is a very, very smart guy. He seems that he might be aiming at bringing peace, at least in the Middle East, and perhaps even in Ukraine. Thereby making his candidature pretty sure for Nobel Peace. So I think he is aiming at. That is why he says I'm a peacemaker and I don't want to have any wars. Yes, Mr.
Right. Mr. Dr. Afridi, remain in Mexico, policy and national emergency declared along the US-Mexico border. His desire of changing the definition of birthright citizenship, won't do that, it being the constitutional right there.
I think it's, if not impossible, but really difficult, because people, they will not be willing to support even this move. It can create further hurdles, obstacles in the way of Trump's delivery of its services or policies. Convince the people, to convince the legislators in different states within the US. So it will take time, and then through through voting, through their having bills to be passed from their own, from the Congress, from the House of Representatives, or from
that
the
requires
Senate.
a two-third majority.
Two-third majority, yeah, of course.
To undo this constitutional right.
Yeah.
So do you think that is achievable, or is going to be an uphill task for the Trump administration?
It can be an uphill task, yeah. So it will require more time, more energy.
But given the fact there is a majority of Republicans both in the House and the Senate as well, do you think it's going to be still difficult or a challenging task for them to achieve this?
But what I consider, it's not only Trump, it's the Republican Party, right? Because Trump, he may remain as the president for this time, well, not for another third term, right? But Republican Party is there, so they have to negotiate with the Donald Trump as a president. Of course, they are they are members of the Republican Party, but they live there. They are the I would say they give their energy to they invest their energy within the party activities. So that's why many things to consider. And on the other side, the people, the masses, the citizens of the US, they have also. So it will require more and more time for convincing. So not impossible, but difficult indeed in this regard.
Okay. Okay, your point is well taken. Dr. Malik, what sort of an impact, if this particular move goes through, this executive order of changing the definition of birthright citizenship, and it goes from the both houses with two-third majority, and that constitutional right is undone? So what sort of an impact it is going to?
You know, American Constitution is one of the most rigid constitution in the world regarding this amendment. So it's not easy to take an amendment or use an amendment in the Constitution. But American democratic system in this in the world. So American norms and values are in the world. So maybe this kind of like a political statement or like this, but practically it is not possible. Morally it is not possible. Maybe maybe Trump will face a strong criticism from this its conservative voters like this. But how? Firstly, he used the term like a anchored baby. Anchored baby means it was considering that it is something like this term was criticized inside America like this, and after that he defined that, okay, I'm talking about the but only for the illegal immigrants, not for the legal immigrants like this. So he is basically just trying to differentiate between legal immigrants and illegal immigrants like this. So he is just trying to convince the America like that if there is this baby birth rights are given, on what terms and condition we need to these to legal immigrants and illness. So
what about the demographic factors which Mr. G.R. Baloch already alluded to?
I think they're like a human rights issue. It's not like that he will take some amendment in a constitution or like this. With the passage of time, you will see that maybe he will just change his statement, for example, due to this societal pressures, or even from this his supporter pressure like this. So I think practically it's not a possible. And you know, he is when he talk to the media or even to the rallies, he is a very bold and use a very simple and straight words like this. So maybe it's just like only a statement, but practically even President know that practically it's not possible like that. We have some amendment or like this. Maybe the reason is that he just controlled the illegal immigrants in the United States. So many people border, they just move to the America illegally, and so they give a then this new for this babies are like this. They have an American Constitution according to 14th amendment of this American Constitution, that they are not differentiate between the legal immigrants or illegal. They are in the birth, basically in the United States, automatically he is a citizen of he or she is a citizen of the American state. So he want to differentiate between these lines like this. So this is like a political statement. I don't think this is a practical, and he will even continue his statement, or he will continue this policy for
executive orders. Don't they carry a significance?
Executive order maybe, yeah, executive order. Why? Because executive order only for a short period of time. It's not like that this is a part become the part of the constitution like that, because he has a power to for this executive order. The executive order is not a constitutional like that. Maybe say today he has signed an executive order, and next day he will say that okay, I'm just taking back this executive order and we will change that. So executive order can take it like a political statement like this.
Okay, Mr. G.R. Baloch, this national energy emergency, also President Trump saying that we'll drill and we'll baby drill, and also sign an executive order withdrawing the US from Paris Climate Agreement. When we talk about global efforts in order to combat the adverse impact of climate change, do you think this withdrawal by the US is going to have a considerable effect on efforts?
Yeah, definitely, if at all. If I was to really point out one of the kind of many kind of Russian policy statement that he has made, I think his statement on this simple formulation of drill baby drill was the most unpleasant at least on my ears, and each one of us and all those on the globe who want to see that their future generations have a livable globe. We have a moral, a legal duty to make sure that the climate change effects are reduced. Of course, we cannot eliminate them. In that very height, when we saw that for the first time in the history, the temperature of the earth increased from 1.5 in 2024. That be the case, and if there is a more drilling by the US, and according to his statement, if it is implemented even partially, that again dominate the oil market and be the biggest exporter of oil in the world. Fossil fuel has been the biggest enemy of the climate. It is the history of 200 years of industrialization by the West, which has really encroached upon, exploited the climate, and still they want to insist on that. I think that should become, it should take, I think, the world strong opposition to this policy of the US, and I think there will be a pushback.
Baloch, I seek your pardon for the interjection, but he has associated this policy of his to the interests of the US and its people, keeping them first.
Yeah, no, indeed. It's not the people. In fact, there's a huge kind of portion of the population which is totally devoted to the climate change. After all, the Democratic Party, which has got at least 48, 49, 47% of the votes. It means the 47% of the population in the US is supporting climate change. It is a very tiny oil barons, that lobby that he is pandering to. So it is, I think, a oil. And the other target, in my view, which maybe, I don't know whether what will be the comments of other analysts, is that to really impact the price of the oil in the world, to glut it with the...
I'll have to wrap the show right here. Mr. G.R. Baloch, Foreign Ambassador, joining us on Skype. Thank you very much for taking time out for Viewers on News tonight. Really appreciate that. In the studio, we're joined by Dr. Bakir Malik, Foreign Affairs expert. Dr. Malik, thank you very much for your time. Dr. Manzoor Afridi, Foreign Affairs expert. Dr. Afridi, thank you very much for your time also for being with us on the show tonight. Really appreciate that. With that, we come to the end of today's episode. Till the next one, take good care of yourselves.
Are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need.
We are the builders.
We are who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are us and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we are the storytellers.
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team with the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story.
And every day strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Islamabad Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well maintained and well organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm, and green capital. Founded in the 90s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Pothohar Plateau in the northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Park, Dominico, Pakistan Monument, Rawal Lake, Simli Lake, and Fatima Jinnah Park are among the tourist attractions in the territory. It is ranked as the beautiful capital city in the world. Islamabad Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well maintained and well organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm, and green capital. Founded in the 1960s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Pothohar Plateau in the northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Park, Dominico, Pakistan Monument, Rawal Lake, Simli Lake, and Fatima Jinnah Park are among the tourist attractions in the territory. It is ranked as the beautiful capital city in the world.
I'm Dr. Tariq Ali Bangish. I'm a liver transplant surgeon at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. I'll be appearing on Syed Farooq Hassan program Sky is the Limit. Please don't miss it.
6. Rodman Powell, he's got great hands, he's a big man. Turn back enough. Umpire thinks yes.
6 wickets to Shaheen Shah Afrini, his best in Test match cricket.
Game on है.
That's it one, this should be taken, it's going to be comfortable, it is! The skin wicket goes down, England 2 for 80. Appeal caught behind, they've got the big wicket, Root has been dismissed.
Set himself nicely, 46 off 56, but he's got it to par.
When one door of happiness closes, another opens. But often we look so long at the closed door that we do not see the one which has been opened for us.
You go to Hassan Ali, we've seen the celebration.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that he be given to transparency and merit in the selection of students to be sent to China for training in agricultural sector.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be arriving in Himber today on a day-long visit to Azad Kashmir. The Prime Minister will be laying down the foundation of the Danish School in Himber, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and will also be addressing a ceremony.
Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi has said that Pakistan attaches special importance to bilateral relations with the United States and values the bilateral cooperation for improved social sectors.
Information Minister Taula Tarar says that property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and now steps for his extradition to Pakistan.
Planning Minister Ahsan Iqbal says China-Pakistan Economic Corridor Phase 2 promotes industrialization, technology and regional connectivity and will open up immense opportunity.
Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has said that the main reason for the fiscal deficit is the unsustainable tax to GDP ratio of 9 to 10%, and efforts are underway to take the tax to GDP ratio to 13% through structural reforms.
At least 7 people have been killed in a fire that engulfed the popular Turkish ski resort hotel, leaving some to jump out of the windows. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, expressing grief over the loss of precious lives, extended condolences to President Erdogan.
Landslide triggered by heavy rain on Indonesia's main island of Java killed at least 17 people, with 9 others missing. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to Indonesian President Subianto over the loss of precious lives, saying Pakistan stands in solidarity with Indonesia and its people in this hour of trial.
US President Trump says he is considering imposing a 10% tariff on the imports of Chinese-made goods as soon as February.
China to defend its national interests after Trump threatened 10% duty on Chinese imports by the 1st of February.
Mere after Trump lifts sanctions against the extremist Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank, Israeli army launched an offensive in its Jenin city, killing at least 10 people.
Palestine condemns President Trump's lifting of sanctions against Israeli settlers in occupied West Bank.
International Cricket Council warns the Board of Control for Cricket in India, the BCCI, against its refusal to have Pakistan printed on its team's Champions Trophy kits. ICC tells BCCI it's obligatory for Indian players to have Pakistan names written on their kits. Assalamu alaikum, you're tuned into news at PTV World. You just viewed the headlines, and with the bulletin of this hour, I'm Muzammil Ali Khan, and joining me, Nala Shuja. These are the news in detail. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has directed that priority be given to transparency and merit in the selection of students to be sent to China for training in agricultural sector. He was presiding over a review meeting in Islamabad on students travelling to China to acquire training in modern agriculture. Prime Minister Shehbaz instructed that a committee be formed to resolve the complaints of students who did not meet the selection criteria during the scrutiny of applications through Prime Minister's portal. He said China is a long-time friend of Pakistan and its development in agricultural sector is unparalleled. During his visit to China, the Prime Minister said he had requested the Chinese leadership to ensure provision of modern training for Pakistani students in the agricultural sector. He said the government of Pakistan will bear the entire cost of modern agricultural training to Pakistani students in. Prime Minister Shehbaz said, by the grace of Allah, the first batch of students will soon leave for China for modern training in the field. He said among the students going to China for advanced training, 10% special quota has been allocated for the students from Balochistan. He said, we are grateful to the Chinese leadership and the universities for giving Pakistani students the opportunity to receive advanced agricultural training in China. During the meeting, the Prime Minister was informed that students should submit their applications through a portal in a transparent manner. Out of 1,287 applications, 711 male and female students met the prescribed criteria of training. Candidates from Balochistan and Gilgit-Baltistan are also amongst these students.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be arriving in Pimper today on a day-long visit to Azad Kashmir. The minister will also be laying down the foundation stone of Danish School in Pimper, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and will also be addressing a ceremony on the occasion.
Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi has said that Pakistan attaches special importance to the United States and values the bilateral cooperation for improvement in the country's social sectors. Talking to Congressman Thomas Richards was Jack Bergman in Washington, D.C., the Interior Minister said that Mohsin Naqvi, Pakistan wants to boost cooperation with the United States in all sectors. During the meeting, they discussed bilateral relations between Pakistan and the United States besides regional and global issues including situation in Afghanistan. Thomas Richards Horsey is a Democrat and Jack Bergman is a Republican. During the meeting, it was decided Pakistani Caucus Conference in Washington, D.C. on April 30th. Mohsin Naqvi invited Thomas Horsey and Jack Bergman to visit Pakistan, saying that very important economic and defense partner for Pakistan.
Information Minister Ataullah Taher has stated that property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. Speaking on the mega corruption, Ataullah Taher said that the NAB had clarified that Malik Riaz's investments in Dubai fell in the category of money laundering. He said that there were many cases of corruption and land grabbing against Malik Riaz and his son. The minister went on to say that there is no example of corruption greater than this, saying that Pakistan government's money was misused. He said that the decision on the £190 million case has been headlined by the global media as corruption. He further said that there is solid evidence of corruption of £100.
Planning Minister Ehsan Iqbal has said the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor 2 promotes industrialization, technology, and it will open up immense opportunities. Addressing a ceremony held in connection with the Chinese New Year in Islamabad, Ehsan Iqbal said China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is a living symbol of Pakistan-China friendship and reflects the far-sighted vision of President Xi Jinping. He said CPEC can mutually benefit both the countries. Ehsan Iqbal said CPEC added 8,000 megawatts of electricity to the national grid and created over 200,000 jobs in different sectors. He said Gwadar Port playing a vital role in regional connectivity, while Gwadar Airport will boost Pakistan's economy. The minister said focus on green energy will ensure sustainable growth. Launch of MM-1 satellite Pakistan-China friendship is now higher than the skies.
Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has said that the main reason for the fiscal deficit is the unsustainable tax to GDP ratio of 9 to 10%, and efforts are underway to take the tax to GDP ratio to 13% through structural reforms. In a high-level discussion on the topic of growing burden of global debt on developing economies at the World Economic Forum in Davos, he stated that Pakistan's biggest problem has been the twin deficits of the current account and the fiscal account. He said that the government is working to reduce its expenditures and debt servicing to minimize the deficit. He mentioned that the debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 78% to 67%. The finance minister stated that aims to tackle rising population, poverty, and environmental issues and move towards sustainable economic development through the 10-year partnership program with the World Bank. He emphasized that in the second phase of CPEC, the focus will shift from promoting business-to-business engagement. He stated that Chinese companies will be encouraged to relocate their production units to Pakistan under CPEC Phase 2. He stated that the Chinese companies could potentially make Pakistan the hub for their exports.
Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has held a number of meetings with the lead countries and representatives of organizations in Davos, Switzerland, where he is attending the World Economic Forum. Mohammad Aurangzeb held a meeting with the Chief Advisor of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus. Informal meeting took place on the sidelines of the opening banquet of the World Economic Forum's annual meeting 2025. Finance Minister also met Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. Both leaders deliberated upon bilateral relations and economic cooperation. Mohammad Aurangzeb also met with Yuvraj Narayan and Rizwan Sumro of the DP World. They discussed ways to improve infrastructure and logistic frameworks for the promotion of trade in Pakistan. Finance Minister said the Pakistani government values its friendship in B2B and B2G cooperation and is determined to advance in joint projects.
The National Assembly has resumed its session at the Parliament House with Speaker Sardar Ayaz Sadiq in the chair. Speaking on the floor of the House, Parliamentary Secretary Dr. Darshan said that the government has approved 2 projects pertaining to Bani Gala and adjacent areas in the current financial year. He stated that the schemes to lay sewage system in Bani Gala will cost 46.8 million rupees. He stated that proper safety kits are being provided to the sanitary workers in the Islamabad Capital Territory Sewerage Division to protect their lives. Again, viewers, this is that the National Assembly resumed its session at the Parliament House with Speaker Sardar Ayaz Sadiq in the chair. Speaking on the floor of the House, Parliamentary Secretary Dr. Darshan stated that the government approved 2 projects pertaining to Bani Gala and adjacent areas in the current financial year. He stated that the schemes to lay the sewerage system in Bani Gala will cost 46.8 million rupees. Proper safety kits are being provided to the sanitary workers in the Islamabad Capital Territory Sewerage Division to protect their lives. As previously mentioned, the National Assembly has resumed its session at the Parliament House with Ayaz Sadiq in the chair. Speaking on the floor of the House, Parliamentary Secretary Dr. Darshan stated that they approved 2 projects pertaining to Bani Gala and adjacent areas in the current financial year. He stated that the schemes to lay the sewerage system in Bani Gala will be costing around 46.8 million rupees. He said that proper safety kits are being provided to the sanitary workers in the Islamabad Capital Territory Sewerage Division to protect their lives. Again, viewers, this is the National Assembly session, which has resumed in the Parliament House with Speaker Sardar Ayaz Sadiq in the chair. The floor of the House, Parliamentary Secretary Dr. Darshan has stated that the government has approved 2 projects pertaining to Bani Gala and the adjacent areas in the current financial year. He said that the schemes to lay the sewerage system in Bani Gala will cost 46.881 rupees. He stated that proper safety kits are being provided to the sanitary workers. For more on this, we are joined by our senior correspondent here at PTV World, Musharraf Zahur. Yes, Musharraf, what details can you provide us?
The National Assembly session is underway, and the question hour, speaking the House a short while ago, Minister for Overseas Pakistanis Chaudhry Saleh Hussain stated that there is always a demand of 180,000 to 200,000 skilled workers from other countries, Pakistani skilled workers. And he also said that about 130,000 skilled workers have traveled abroad in the past 2 years. Responding to another question, he said that government of Pakistan has signed various agreements with the G2G agreements with other countries, including Japan and South Korea, to send to these countries. Also, he stated that Pakistan has signed an MOU with Iraq 5 days ago to facilitate Pakistanis who are already in Iraq, and also send more skilled workers to Iraq. On a question regarding visas of skilled Pakistani workers, he said that none of the Pakistani skilled worker has been his visa has been rejected so far. However, he stated that some countries have increased the scrutiny of the documents which are submitted for the visas. And for that matter, he said in the past there have been some issues in the UAE, but the issue now, and Pakistani skilled workers are getting visas for UAE. Also, he stated that speaking earlier on the floor of the House and to the queries of different lawmakers, Parliamentary Secretary on Interior Dr. Darshan said that 1,174 people were employed in FIA on contract basis, and none of them has been regularized so far. And also, he expected all these contract employees were injected in FIA after following due process and giving advertisements in national dailies. He said that Directorate General of Immigration and Passport is managing machine-readable passports system at 49 Pakistani missions abroad, and overseas Pakistanis get passport in 1 week. Also, he informed the House that the revived foreign posting policy is expected to streamline the posting of officials at missions abroad, that will further smoothen the issuance of passport to the overseas Pakistanis. To a question about Nadra offices in across the in different countries, he said that 10 Nadra registration offices are currently operational in 4 countries, where 16 Pakistan ID counters are also operational in 12 countries at Pakistani missions. And naming these countries, said that these counters as well as Nadra offices are operational in UK, KSA, UAE, Qatar, and other European countries. Also, he informed the House that no exclusive wing or dedicated body is right now existent to investigate incidents related to blasphemy in the country, but it's but the suggestion given by the lawmakers is very good to establish such a special investigation unit to investigate such sensitive matters. Right now, the session is underway with Speaker Ayaz Sadiq in the chair, and as we have seen in the past few weeks, that from the opposition benches there has been noise. They have been tearing apart the agenda copies. Also, today they repeated the same thing, and now, however, Speaker National Assembly Sardar Ayaz Sadiq once again reiterated that he will run the House according to the rules and regulations, as well as pre-decided agreement or between the parties to run the House according to the law and House regulations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the update, Musharraf Zahur, senior correspondent here at PTV World.
Supreme Court has appointed 2 additional amici after Attorney General Mansoor Usman raised objections on Hamid Khan and Munir Malik, appointed yesterday to assist court in settling the question of jurisdiction of regular benches. As Attorney General appeared before a 2-member bench comprising Justice Mansoor Shah and Justice Aqil Abbasi, he objected to appointment of both counsels due to them being petitioners against the 26th Amendment. After objections, the bench also appointed Khwaja Haboon as the amicus. Bench is seized with the question of jurisdiction of regular benches after 26th Amendment and contempt proceedings against Additional Registrar of the Supreme Court. The bench Additional Registrar Nazar Abbas to file reply by today. During his arguments on the jurisdiction of regular benches, Munir Malik proposed constituting full court to settle this question. The bench the hearing till tomorrow, when Hamid Khan will take the rostrum.
Additional Attorney General informed the Supreme Court that the government has appointed Justice retired Vakir Mohammed Kokar to head the Missing Persons Commission. Appearing before a Supreme Court bench, Additional Attorney General stated that the government is serious on the issue of missing persons and intends to bring special tribunals for missing persons through legislation. He said that a cabinet committee is already working in the lawmaking process in the case. The bench expressed hope that the government moves quickly on this matter, as Justice Jamal Mandokhail stated that the court cannot issue directions on legislation process. The hearing indefinitely.
At least 76 people have died in an unfortunate fire incident that engulfed the popular Turkish ski resort hotel, leaving some to jump out of the windows. The fire broke out at a wooden-clad 12-story Grand Kartal hotel in Bolu during busy holiday period when 234 people were staying there. An initial toll of 10 dead was raised significantly in the hours after fire by Turkey's Interior Ministry. It died after trying to jump to safety. Justice Minister said it took 12 hours for the 9 people have been arrested, including the owner. Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan announced Turkey will observe a day of national mourning, assured that those responsible for this disaster, whether due to negligence or misconduct, would face justice.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressed his grief over the fire incident at the ski resort that has claimed 66 lives. In his message to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the Prime Minister extended condolences, expressed grief over the loss of lives, and prayed for the early recovery of the injured.
A landslide triggered by heavy rain on Indonesia's main island of Java has killed at least 17 people, with 9 others missing. Intense rainfall in the mountainous area.
उन्होंने प्रोसिक्यूशन को मजबूत किया। प्रोसिक्यूशन डिपार्टमेंट बहुत मजबूत है मॉडर्न डे क्रिमिनल डिस्पेंसेशन ऑफ जस्टिस में, और प्रोसिक्यूटर्स को शुरू से ये इख्तियार होता है कि वो मुकदमे को सही खतूत पे तैयार करने के लिए अपनी राय दें, और उनकी राय जो है उसको स्टैट्यूटरी बैकिंग होती है। हमने प्रोसिक्यूशन डिपार्टमेंट्स तो खड़े सूबों में, लेकिन कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग अमेंडमेंट्स ना हुई क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड में, जिसकी वजह से ये प्रॉब्लम्स आई। एक एफर्ट बड़े सालों से शुरू की गई थी। कायद मियां मोहम्मद नवाज शरीफ साहब ने 2015-16 में भी पाकिस्तान बार काउंसिल को एक जिम्मेदारी सौंपी। मैं उस वक्त खुद वाइस चेयरमैन था बार काउंसिल का, उसकी सरबराही कर रहा था। हमने पाकिस्तान भर के मुख्तलिफ जो लॉयर्स हैं और रिटायर्ड जजेस को इन्वॉल्व करके भी काम किया, सिफारशात भेजी, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो असम्बली के ना हो सका और वो बिल जो है वो दिन की रोशनी ना देख सका। अगले दौर में भी वादा किया गया, लेकिन जनाब स्पीकर काम नहीं हुआ और इसी तरह से गया। अब हुकूमत संभालने के बाद सर हमने पिछले दौर में और इस दौर में मिल के इस पे काम किया है। बेतहाशा सर इस पे मेहनत हुई है। मैंने खुद इस काम को स्पीयर हेड किया। 108 अमेंडमेंट्स जो हैं वो ज़ाब्ता फ़ौजदारी में इंट्रोड्यूस करवा रहे हैं, जिनमें अंदराज मुकदमा में आसानी से लेके गलत FIRों के अंदराज को रोकने से लेके अरेस्ट और डिटेंशन में जो पुलिस की एक्सेसेस हैं उनको रोकने से लेके पुलिस तफ्तीश में बेगुनाह लोगों की डिस्चार्जगी के लिए राह हमवार होती है। कोर्ट कहती है नहीं करते, ज़मानत भी नहीं दी जाती। सर उस अनोमली को ख़त्म कर रहे हैं कि जब आपकी डिस्चार्ज रिपोर्ट जाए तो आपको अगर अदालत डिस्चार्ज नहीं मुकदमे से करती, कम से कम ज़मानत तो दे आपको। सर टाइम लाइन्स दी हैं हमने। टाइम लाइन्स हैं कि जो ट्रायल है वो 1 साल में ख़त्म हो और लौट जाए तो सर उसको हाई कोर्ट जो है उस पर एक्शन लेगा। अपील का काम रुक जाता है, हाई कोर्ट्स में 8-8 साल अपीलें नहीं सुनी जाती। सर उनको 6 महीने और 1 साल में पाबंद किया और उसके साथ कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस दिए हैं। ज़मानत के मामले में भी सर इसमें तरमीम है मॉडर्न एविडेंस और डिवाइसेस के इस्तेमाल के लिए। तो मैं ये सारे अरकान से, मेरी अपोजिशन के दोस्तों को शायद इंटरेस्ट नहीं है इन बातों से, क्योंकि वो तो सिर्फ एक ही नारा लगाते हैं कि किसी तरह से बाहर। लेकिन पाकिस्तान के आप तो बैठे हैं, आपको हम आप उस तरह के नहीं हैं, आप काम करने वाली अपोजिशन है। तो जनाब स्पीकर मैं ये एक्सपेक्ट करूँगा कि ये मामला जब स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में जाए तो आप अपनी आरा दें और ये असेंबली ये क्रेडिट ले कि पाकिस्तान के क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड में जो फंडामेंटल चेंजेस हैं,
जी ठीक है,
अमेंडमेंट्स हैं,
जी
बिल इंट्रोड्यूस किया है। दिस मे बी रेफर्ड टू स्टैंडिंग कमेटी फॉर इंटीरियर कंसर्न कमेटी।
Naveed, thank you. G, item number 4A.
That was Law Minister Azam Nazir Tharer addressing the National Assembly floor right now. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offered condolences to the Indian Prabowo Subianto on the loss of precious lives due to the earthquake in West Java, Indonesia, and following landslides. Prime Minister Shehbaz also expressed profound sorrow upon the learning of the tragic landslides and flash floods that have struck Indonesia's Java island, resulting in the loss of precious lives and leaving some individuals missing. The Prime Minister wrote on his X timeline, On behalf of Pakistan, I extend my deepest condolences to President Prabowo Subianto and to the people of Indonesia during this difficult time. He said that Pakistan stood in solidarity with the Indonesian government and its people as they respond to this calamity with resilience and courage.
U.S. President Donald Trump says that he is considering imposing a 10% tariff on the imports of Chinese-made goods as soon as February. In remarks to reporters at the White House, by the measure by claiming China was sending fentanyl, an opioid-fueling drug crisis around the world, to Mexico and Canada. It followed threats by Trump to levy import taxes of 25% on Mexico and Canada, accusing them of allowing undocumented migrants and drugs to come into America. Trump also announced plans to fire some 1,000 opponents from the U.S. government in a shock and awe start to his administration, but faced an unusual public dressing down from a bishop. Now, in his first full day in office, Trump was meeting at the White House with the leaders of the now Republican majority in Congress as he tries to get his agenda, including tax cuts, approved at rapid pace. Looking to impose himself immediately, he had signed a doge of swearing in on Monday. Now, in a post shortly after midnight on his Truth Social app, Trump indicated his drive to weed out the critics was underway. He said that his team was in the process of identifying and removing over 1,000 presidential appointees from the previous administration who are not aligned with our America Great Again. 4 people had already.
Donald Trump said that a 10% duty on Chinese imports could come as soon as February the 1st. Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Manning said China always believed that there are no winners in a trade war or a war of tariff. He said that China is firmly committed to safeguarding the national interest.
Now, moving on, U.S. President Donald Trump that he would likely impose sanctions on Russia if its President Vladimir Putin refuses to negotiate about the ending of the war in Ukraine. Trump gave no details on the possible additional sanctions. The United States has already sanctioned Russia heavily for its invasion of the Ukraine. Trump said his administration was also looking at the issue of sending weapons to the Ukraine, adding his view that the European Union should be doing more to support Ukraine.
Not only is India busy grabbing land illegally outside of its borders, also from the inside of Indian borders, historical properties of the Patodi family estimated to be worth over 15,000 crore rupees linked to the family of Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan are one step closer to being taken under Indian government control. Indian media says Madhya Pradesh High Court in a significant ruling lifted the stay imposed on these properties in 2015, potentially paving the way for their acquisition under the Enemy Property Act of 1968. According to NDTV, prominent properties under the scrutiny include Flagstaff House, where Saif Ali Khan spent his childhood, along with Nurus Sabha Palace, Darus Salam, Bungalow of Habibi, Ahmedabad Palace, and Khufiza property and others. Justice Vivek Agarwal, while delivering the order, said a statutory remedy exists under the amended Enemy Property Act 2017 and directed parties concerned to file a representation within 30 days. India's Enemy Property Act allows central government to claim properties owned by individuals who migrated to Pakistan. Bhopal's last Nawab, Hamidullah Khan, and 3 daughters. His eldest, Abida Sultan, migrated to Pakistan in 1950. The second daughter, Sajida Sultan, stayed in India, married Nawab Iftikhar Ali Khan Patodi, and later became the legal heir. Sajida's grandson, Saif Ali Khan, inherited a share of these properties. However, Abida Sultan's migration became Indian government's focus properties as enemy property. 2019, the court recognized Sajida Sultan as the legal heir, but the recent ruling rekindled family's property dispute.
Israel launches its first formal operation in occupied West Bank's Jenin city soon after Donald Trump is inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States. More in this report. Let's take a look.
Hours after new U.S. President Donald Trump ordered lifting of sanctions extremist Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank, the Israeli military launched an offensive in its Jenin city and killed at least 10 civilians. The operation came as Trump's nominee for U.S. ambassador to the United Nations endorsed Israeli claims of biblical rights to the entire West Bank during a Senate confirmation hearing, aligning herself with positions that could complicate diplomatic efforts in the Middle East. The Israeli military and its security agency in a joint statement said they launched the operation in Jenin, dubbed Iron Wall, alongside the police. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a separate statement also said the Jenin operation was part of a broader Israeli strategy in the occupied West Bank. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, however, called for maximum restraint from the Israeli security forces and said that he remains deeply concerned about the situation. Israeli NGO B'Tselem accused the Israeli government of using the Gaza ceasefire as an excuse and opportunity to ratchet up the oppression of West Bank Palestinians. Jenin Governor Kamal Abu al-Rab said the operation was an invasion of the Palestinian refugee camp. The Jenin operation by Israel came hot on the heels of Trump's decision of lifting sanctions on occupied West Bank's Israeli settlers. The Ramallah-based Palestinian Authority condemned the Trump move, saying it encourages settlers to commit more crimes against Palestinians. But Israeli extremist leaders Itamar Ben-Gvir, who resigned as Israeli National Security Minister after Gaza ceasefire pact came into effect, and far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich praised Trump's decision. Observers say the situation in the Gaza as well as in occupied West Bank remains volatile, which could worsen with more hostilities and bloodshed wherever Israel found that it was not achieving its objectives. This is Syed Ali Asad Naqvi, PTV World, Islamabad.
The head of Israel's military, Lieutenant General Herzi Helvi, resigned for the military's failure to prevent October 7th attack. He said he was leaving at a time of significant success for the military, though he also said that not all of Israel's war goals had been met. He had said that the objectives of the war have not all been achieved. Israel's opposition leader, Yair Lapid, praised Helvi for stepping down and called Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to follow the suit. Major General Yaron Finkelman, at the head of Israel's Southern Military Command, which is responsible for Gaza, also resigned. His resignation comes days into Hamas that brought to halt 15 months of Israeli war on Gaza.
Palestinians queued to receive aid supplies being distributed at the United Nations Relief and Works Agency Center in Gaza's Khan Yunis as they each waited a box of food supplies. Gazans said that they were hopeful after the ceasefire came into effect and called for more aid and support for Gaza. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs stated that 915 aid trucks have entered the Gaza Strip. The ceasefire deal requires 600 truckloads of aid to be allowed into Gaza every day of the initial 6-week ceasefire, including 50 carrying fuel. Half of these 6 trucks would be delivered to Gaza's north.
Saudi Arabia's foreign minister said he did not see Donald Trump's new administration increasing the risk of Israel-Iran conflict, addressing an issue the region has feared since the start of Israel's war in Gaza. Prince Faisal was speaking at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Switzerland, along with the Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, who helped broker the ceasefire agreement. Prince Faisal bin Farhan also said that in Davos that the president hoped the President Trump's approach to Iran would be met with willingness from Tehran to positively engage with the U.S. administration and address the issue of its nuclear program.
Once home to crowded streets and neighborhoods with boulevards, mosques, and gardens, Gaza's cities are now flattened and covered in rubble. The truce ending the 15-month-long Israel war in Gaza, which has laid waste to the Gaza Strip and the Middle East, took effect on Sunday last with the release of first 3 hostages held by Hamas and 90 Palestinians freed from the Israeli jails. Now attention is to the rebuilding of the coastal enclave, which the Israeli military has demolished. The UN damage assessment report states that billions of dollars will be needed to rebuild Gaza after the war to clear over 50 million tons of rubble left in its aftermath of Israel's bombardment, which could take 21 years and cost up to $1.2 billion. A UN report stated that rebuilding Gaza's shattered homes could till 2040, but could drag on for many decades. A UN development program official stated that development on Gaza has been set back by 69 years as a result of the conflict.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has met with his counterparts from Australia, India and Japan as the Trump administration kicked off its formal foreign policy engagements and discussions with the Asia-Pacific group, the Quad. Grouping of 4 countries has been seen in many as an initiative to contain China, something over which President Donald Trump and his predecessors have all expressed deep concern. Timing of the meeting on Trump's first full day in office, just hours after Rubio was sworn in as America's top diplomat, suggests that it will remain a priority for Trump. The Quad was established in 2007 to bring together countries that had worked together in response to the devastating 2004 earthquake, in tsunami and in the Indian Ocean. Strategic elements to the Quad has prompted China to accuse for the four countries of attempting to form an Asian NATO.
2 Americans held by the Taliban authorities in Afghanistan have been exchanged for an Afghan in the U.S. on drug trafficking and terrorism charges. The news emerged after Ryan Corbett and William Wallace McKenty were freed. The Afghan, Khan Mohammed, had been serving a life sentence in a federal prison in California on drug trafficking. And a statement from the Taliban government in Kabul announced the agreement, which was concluded just before President Joe Biden ended his term in office. Mr. Corbett's release was confirmed by his family. U.S. media, quoting official sources, identified Mr. McKenty as the second American. The deal, reportedly the culmination of negotiations, was done just before Joe Biden handed power to Donald Trump on Monday.
ComStech Islamabad hosted an event aimed at fostering among the universities in the OIC member states. More in the following report by our correspondent Asil Dogar. Let's have a look.
The annual meeting of the ComStech Consortium of Excellence, convened at ComStech Islamabad, brought together higher education leaders from universities of the OIC countries and observer states including China and Russia. Vice-chancellors, rectors and senior representatives from OIC member states including Palestine, Malaysia, Oman, Jordan, Pakistan, Somalia, Uganda, Indonesia were also in attendance. The event aimed to enhance inter-university collaborations in critical areas such as science, technology, health and higher education to address the challenges faced by Muslim countries. Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of ComStech, said the event is an important platform to address the academics faced in Muslim countries.
Universities play extremely important role in socio-economic development, and the core mission of this network is to have development of the Muslim world.
University President, Palestine University, expressed gratitude for Pakistan's support to Palestine.
I'm very thankful for the ComStech and for the Pakistan state for inviting Palestine and universities from Palestine to participate in this meeting. Also, we are thanking for the large number of scholarships which are offered for students from Palestine. We are going to make cooperations between Palestinian institution and Pakistan institution.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, University Technology Mara said the event will allow universities to discuss projects.
So from this platform, we can call example for student exchange, for postgraduate students, for doing research.
Vice President International Relations, University of Jordan said it is an important platform to foster collaboration.
It's a big opportunity for universities to collaborate and to strengthen our universities.
This high-level dialogue is a significant step towards addressing shared challenges of universities in OIC member states. This event at ComStech allowed universities from across OIC states to discuss coordination and cooperation projects. This is Asil Dogar, PTV World, Islamabad.
In an effort to highlight the urgent need for a comprehensive and effective strategy to safeguard Pakistani youth from the harmful effects of tobacco, the Society of the Rights of Child organized the two-day dialogue. Discussions focused on strengthening tobacco-related policies, ensuring strict enforcement of laws, increasing taxes on tobacco products, and addressing the risks posed by emerging tobacco products. The speakers emphasized the need to adopt modern strategies to raise public awareness about the harmful effects of tobacco. They warned that tobacco use poses serious challenges for future generations and cannot be ignored. The speakers said that collective is critical and crucial to safeguarding the health of our youth and ensuring a better future for the nation. The death anniversary of renowned Urdu writer Maulana Muhammad Hussain Azad is being observed today. His contribution and impact is immense to Urdu literature and prose in particular. He is famous for his masterpiece, Ab-e-Hayat. It is regarded as the most frequently printed and most widely read book of Urdu because of its numerous qualities, which many or a book of reference for an ardent Urdu lover. Azad was born in Delhi in a highly educated Persian immigrant family, and after his father's death, he migrated to Lahore in 1861. Muhammad Hussain Azad's works include Qisas Hind, Nerang Khayal, Ab-e-Hayat, Ser-e-Iran, and Darbar-e-Akbari. Azad died in Lahore in 1910 at the age of 80. Today also marks the death anniversary of the distinguished Urdu poet and playwright Akhtar Shauq, as Khwaja Raziul Hassan Ansari, with the pen name Shauq in Shahranpur in 1933. Razi Akhtar Shauq got his BA degree from Jamia Osmania. He later moved to Pakistan after the partition of India and permanently settled in Karachi. Now, Akhtar Shauq earned his MA degree from the University of Karachi and initiated his professional career at Radio Pakistan. Notably, he authored numerous memorable dramas under the title Studio No. 9 at Radio Pakistan in Karachi. Now, his poetic collection included Mere Mausam Mere Khwab and Just Have left an inedible mark on the Urdu literature. The final days of his life, Akhtar Shauq battled heart disease and ultimately passed away on the 22nd of January 1999 in Karachi. Coming up next, sports with Rafi right after a short break. Stay with us.
Diving into the world of sports now, this is Rafi Sohail. Let's start with cricket. The International All Cricket Council has warned the Board of Control for Cricket in India, that is the BCCI, against its refusal to have Pakistan printed on its team's Champions Trophy kits as part of the tournament logo. According to the Indian NDTV, the Indian board has been sent a firm message from the International Cricket Council in this regard. The ICC has rejected Indian board's contention that it is not unwritten on its team kit as part of its host nation regulation. The Indian board has in fact been asked by the ICC that the Indian team is obligated to have Pakistan written on the kit as the nation is the original host of the tournament. Swinging to tennis now is Serbia's Novak Djokovic, Germany's Alexander Zverev and Aryna Sabalenka of Belarus and Paula Badosa of Spain have qualified for the semi-finals of the Australian Open at Melbourne Park, setting the stage for thrilling high-stakes battles in the quest for glory. Novak Djokovic Carlos Alcaraz in 4 sets of the quarterfinals. Novak Djokovic made a brilliant comeback in the match after losing the first set by 4-6 and won the remaining 3 sets by 6-4, 6-3 and 6-4. The competition lasted 3 hours and 37 minutes. In another quarterfinal, Alexander Zverev defeated American Tommy Paul. Zverev won the match by 7-6, 7-6.
ये सिर्फ 50,000 कार्ड नहीं है. जनाब, ये सिर्फ 50,000 कार्ड्स नहीं है, ये 50,000 ख़ानदानों की बेहतरी है, फलाह है, पाकिस्तान के रोशन मुस्तकबिल की तरफ एक और हुकूमत पंजाब का कामयाब। तो अब क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ मौजूद है जनाब पहले 100 एप्लीकेंट्स जो थे माइनॉरिटी कार्ड के, उन सक्सेसफुल फैमिलीज़, इन्हीं में से 10 इनिशियल जो पहले 10 एप्लीकेंट्स थे, उनको हम चाहेंगे कि सीएम साहिबा आज इस तकरीब में अपने हाथों से माइनॉरिटी कार्ड जो है वो ज़रूर प्रेजेंट कर। तो वी विल बी बिगिनिंग विद द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ दीज कार्ड्स। दावत देना चाहूँगी शाजिया नदीम बीबी को, इनका ताल्लुक मुल्तान से है, कि बराए मेहरबानी स्टेज पर तशरीफ़ लाइएगा। Our Honorable CM Punjab will be presenting her with the minority card. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, this is history right before your eyes. ये आसान नहीं था, दूर था, मगर सीएम साहिबा ने कहा मुश्किल होगा, नामुमकिन नहीं हो सकता। तो आज ये ख्वाब जनाब हमने मुमकिन होता देखा है, ताबीर पाता देखा है। What a brilliant initiative again of the minority card. मैं दावत देना चाहूँगी रानी बीबी को, इनका ताल्लुक मुल्तान से है, कि बराए मेहरबानी स्टेज पर तशरीफ़ लाइएगा, सीएम साहिबा के हाथ से अपना माइनॉरिटी कार्ड रिसीव कीजिएगा। कंग्रेचुलेशंस, मुबारकबाद आप सभी को हमारी मुल्की मुआशी तरक्की के लिए, बेहतरी के लिए एक और कदम है जनाब, जो कामयाबी से हुकूमत पंजाब ने तामील दिया है। दावत देना चाहूंगी विक्रम, इनका ताल्लुक ननकाना साहिब से है, बराए मेहरबानी स्टेज पर तशरीफ लाइएगा। विक्रम जनाब अपना माइनॉरिटी कार्ड मौसूल करते हुए। Congratulations to all the recipients. दावत देना चाहूंगी सतनाम सिंह साहब को, प्लीज अपना कार्ड सीएम साहिबा के हाथ से रिसीव कीजिएगा। सतनाम सिंह हमें ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं जनाब, इनका भी ताल्लुक ननकाना साहिब से है। पंजाब में शहर शहर में रोशनी है, माइनॉरिटी कार्ड की पहुंची है जनाब मदद, तरक्की, फलाही की तरफ, खुशहाली की तरफ एक और कदम। दावत दूंगी रुबीना बीबी को, लाहौर से ताल्लुक रखनी है रुबीना बीबी, बराए मेहरबानी तशरीफ लाइएगा स्टेज पर और अपना कार्ड रिसीव कीजिएगा। मुश्किल सही था, नामुमकिन और आज मुमकिन होता हम देख रहे हैं, तो इसमें शमूलियत रही है, शिरकत रही है, साथ रहा है हमारे दोस्तों का। नादरा का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगी, बैंक ऑफ पंजाब, इनके प्रेसिडेंट ज़फ़र मसूद साहब का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगी आपकी कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस का। क्रिस्टीना काशिफ को दावत दूंगी, बराए मेहरबानी स्टेज पर तशरीफ लाइएगा। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, इनका ताल्लुक मुल्तान से है। बिन यामीन डैनियल लाहौर से तशरीफ लाएंगे। बिन यामीन साहब अपना माइनॉरिटी कार्ड रिसीव कीजिएगा सीएम साहिबा के हाथों से। Congratulations not only to these recipients but all 50,000 families. खाखो राम साहब रहीम यार खान से ताल्लुक रखते हैं। खाखो राम साहब बराए मेहरबानी स्टेज पर तशरीफ लाए। बेहद मुबारकबाद आप सबको। दावत देना चाहूंगी नानक जी साहब, रहीम यार खान से ताल्लुक रखते हैं, बराए मेहरबानी स्टेज पर तशरीफ लाइएगा। And now the final recipient for today, ये स्टेज दिए जा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा जनाब 50,000 फैमिलीज को माइनॉरिटी कार्ड दिया जाएगा। दावत दूंगी सोनिया बीबी को कि वो ना सिर्फ स्टेज पर तशरीफ लाकर अपना कार्ड वसूल करेंगी, बल्कि पूरी ट्रांजैक्शन, माइनॉरिटी कार्ड कैसे जिंदगियां बदलेगा जनाब, ये ट्रांजैक्शन आप आज स्टेज पर अपनी आंखों के सामने होते देखेंगे। सोनिया बीबी हम मौजूद हैं। सीएम साहिबा से गुजारिश करूंगी आप पहली सक्सेसफुल ट्रांजैक्शन माइनॉरिटी कार्ड की जरूर देंगे। Thank you so much, Honorable CM. Madam Sonia is being facilitated by members of the Bank of Punjab. वासिफ सिद्दीकी साहब भी इसमें मौजूद हैं। जैसा कि मैंने कहा, हमारे दोस्तों के साथ के बगैर, उनकी मदद के बगैर ये कामयाब सफ़र बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता और शायद मुमकिन ना हो पाता। First successful transaction of the minority card, ladies and gentlemen, आपकी दिल की गहराइयों से तालियां सुनना चाहूंगी। बासानी एक एटीएम कार्ड की तरह इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। पिन एंटर कर दिया गया है। पहली ट्रांजैक्शन माइनॉरिटी कार्ड से होती हुई मॉनेटरी फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस की, हेल्प की, हम सब की, मुल्क की बेहतरी की हम अपनी नजरों के सामने देख रहे हैं। फिर जिक्र करना चाहूंगी, सो हैप्पी टू सी ऑल दीज ब्राइट फेसेस हियर टुडे। इस पुरमसरत मौके पर आप लोगों की जो है रौनक है वो दिखाई दे रही है और यकीन कीजिए बेहद खुशी हो रही है देख के। तो पहली ट्रांजैक्शन हमारी मुकम्मल होने है। सोनिया बीबी जनाब, खुशाब से ताल्लुक है इनका। जैसे कि मैंने कहा, पंजाब के कोने कोने, ज़िले तक माइनॉरिटी कार्ड की जो खुशी है वो ज़रूर पहुंचाई गई है। 50,000 डिजर्विंग फैमिलीज जिनको सिलेक्ट किया गया। Huge round of applause. The first successful transaction has been made. मुबारक हुकूमत पंजाब को, मुबारकबाद तमाम तर पाकिस्तानियों को। A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
मैडम आप बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम।
میرے بہت پیارے بھائیوں، بہنوں، بزرگوں، السلام علیکم، ست شری اکال، نمستے اور گڈ آفٹرنون۔ آج میرے لیے بہت خوشی کا مقام ہے۔ آپ نے ابھی میری اسپیچ سنی جو میں نے چیف منسٹر الیکٹ ہونے کے بعد میں نے کی، اور میں نے کہا کہ جو مائنورٹیز ہیں ہماری، وہ میرے سر کا تاج ہیں۔ تھینک یو، تھینک یو، تھینک یو۔ شکریہ۔ تو میں نے سوچا کہ میں ایسا کیا کروں کہ میری جو مائنورٹیز ہیں، میرے بہن بھائی ہیں، میرے بزرگ ہیں، چاہے ان کا تعلق بھائی برادری سے ہو، سکھ برادری سے ہو، ہندو برادری سے ہو، یا پھر کوئی اور مذہب سے ہو، تو میں نے سوچا ایسا کیا کروں کہ ان سب کو یہ احساس ہو کہ وہ بھی اتنے ہی پاکستانی ہیں، اتنے ہی پنجابی ہیں جتنی میں ہوں، جتنے ہم سب ہیں۔ اور ان کو میں ایسا کیا کروں کہ ان کو یہ احساس ہو کہ میں نے صرف یہ ایک سیاسی سٹیٹمنٹ نہیں تھا کہ مائنورٹیز میرے سر کا تاج ہیں، ایسا میں کیا کروں کہ ان کو یقین ہو جائے کہ وہ میرے سر کا تاج ہیں اور اس ملک میں ان کا بھی اتنا ہی بڑا حصہ ہے جتنا کسی اور پاکستان، تاکہ ان کو بھی یہ احساس ہو کہ وہ اس ملک میں ان کا نام مائنورٹیز ضرور ہم نے رکھ دیا ہے، جس نام کے ساتھ میں ایگری نہیں کرتی، اور ان کو کہا جاتا ہے کہ نان مسلمز ہیں۔ میں آپ سب کو یہ کہنا چاہتی ہوں کہ آپ کی پہچان یہ نہیں ہے کہ آپ نان مسلمز ہیں، آپ کی پہچان یہ ہے کہ آپ ایک سچے اور پکے پاکستانی ہیں۔ اور آج میں یہ دیکھ رہی ہوں اتنی خوبصورت کپڑے پہن کے ہندو برادری میں سے بھی لوگ موجود ہیں، سکھ برادری سے بھی لوگ موجود ہیں، میرے جو کرسچن بہن بھائی ہیں، بزرگ ہیں، وہ بھی موجود ہیں، دوسرے مذاہب سے بھی یہاں پر لوگ تشریف رکھتے ہیں۔ تو میں یہ دیکھ رہی ہوں کہ یہ خوبصورت یہ جو منظر سجا ہوا ہے میرے، یہی ہم ایک بہت مضبوط لڑی میں پروئے ہوئے ہیں، جس لڑی کو میں پاکستان کہتی ہوں۔ اور میرا تو جھنڈا بھی جو ہمارے ملک کا جھنڈا ہے، وہ بھی وہ سفید رنگ کے بغیر اس جھنڈے کی تکمیل نہیں ہوتی، وہ جھنڈا پورا نہیں ہوتا جس کی ریفلیکشن جو ہے وہ آپ لوگ ہیں۔ تو واقعی آپ میرے سر کا تاج ہیں، اور آج مجھے خوشی ہے کہ اس کا حق ملا ہے۔ میں رامیش سنگھ اروڑا صاحب کا، جو ہمارے پاکستان کے پہلے سکھ منسٹر ہیں، اور ہمارے منسٹر ہیں سکھ، آپ یقین کریں ان کی جب اپوائنٹمنٹ ہوئی تو مجھے سرحد پار سے مبارکباد کے پیغام آئے، پوری دنیا سے مبارکباد کے پیغام آئے، اور مجھے یہ خوشی ہوئی کہ ان کی اپوائنٹمنٹ کو، پاکستان کے پہلے سکھ منسٹر کی کیبنٹ ممبر کی اپوائنٹمنٹ کو پوری دنیا نے سیلیبریٹ کیا ہے، تو مجھے بہت خوشی ہوئی۔ ایک حدیث پڑھنا چاہوں گی جس نے سب کچھ کھول کے بیان کر دیا ہے، اس کے بعد کوئی ایمبیگوٹی، کوئی اس میں دو رائے نہیں ہے۔ نبی کریم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے فرمایا، جو کوئی غیر مسلم شہری پر ظلم کرے گا، اس کا حق چھینے گا، اس پر اس کی طاقت سے زیادہ بوجھ ڈالے گا، یا اس کی کوئی چیز اس کی مرضی کے بغیر اس سے لے گا، تو قیامت کے دن میں اس کے خلاف گواہ بنوں گا۔ یہ ہے میرے مذہب کا، دین کا، اسلام کا درس جو وہ ہمیں اقلیتوں کے بارے میں دیتا ہے، اور یہ پڑھ کے میں یہاں تک پہنچی ہوں۔ اور نہ صرف میرے مذہب نے میری رہنمائی کی، بلکہ میرے والد نے ہر موقع پہ میرے لیے ایک وہ مشعل راہ بنے انہوں نے ہمیشہ سے مجھے یہ کہا کہ مائنورٹیز کو مائنورٹیز مت کہو، یہ ان کی توہین ہے. وہ نمبر میں شاید دوسرے مذاہب سے کم ہوں گے، پاکستانیت میں کسی سے کم نہیں ہے، انسانیت میں کسی سے کم نہیں ہے. اور آج جو آپ دیکھتے ہیں، ایک منٹ بیٹھ جائیں مہربانی. اور آج جو آپ دیکھتے ہیں کہ کرسمس ہو، ایسٹر ہو، یا کوئی ہمارے سکھ کوئی تہوار ہو، دیوالی ہو، ہولی ہو، کچھ بھی ہو، میں ان کی خوشیوں میں ان کے ساتھ شامل ہوتی ہوں. جب میں چیف منسٹر بنی تو سب سے پہلے ایسٹر آیا تو میں مریم آباد گئی، اور مجھے مریم آباد میں جب میں گئی تو میرے جو کرسچن بہن بھائی ہیں، بزرگ ہیں، انہوں نے اتنے پیار سے میرا استقبال کیا، اور انہوں نے یہ مجھے بتایا کہ مریم آباد میں 130 سال کے بعد حکمران آیا ہے. میں یہ ہر تہوار میں، ابھی کرسمس تھی تو میں آپ کے ساتھ آپ کے فنکشن میں گئی، ہم نے اس کو سیلیبریٹ کیا. اور نہ صرف یہ بلکہ میری خصوصی ہدایات ہوتی ہیں پنجاب کے تمام ڈسٹرکٹس کو، تمام کمشنرز کو، تمام ڈیپٹی کمشنرز کو، اور میری پوری ٹیم کو یہ ہدایات ہوتی ہیں کہ چاہے وہ ہولی کا تہوار ہو، یا وہ کرسمس کا، ایسٹر کا تہوار ہو، یا بابا گرو نانک کا جنم دن ہو، یا ان کا کوئی تہوار ہو، یا کسی بھی مذہب کا کوئی تہوار ہو، ہمیں ان کی عبادت گاہوں جانا چاہیے، ہمیں ان کے شہروں کو، ان کے محلوں کو بھی سجانا چاہیے تاکہ ان کو بھی لگے کہ ہم ان کی خوشیوں میں ان کے ساتھ شامل ہیں. اسی طرح میرے بھائیوں اور بہنوں، میرے بزرگوں، جس طرح میں نے اور لوگوں کے لیے کارڈز لانچ کیے ہیں، مجھے بڑی خوشی ہے کہ پاکستان کی تاریخ میں پہلی مرتبہ، اور یقیناً پنجاب کی تاریخ میں پہلا، ہم نے مائنورٹی کارڈ لانچ کیا ہے. اس کے لیے میں سردار رامیش سنگھ صاحب کا بھی شکریہ ادا کرتی ہوں، ان کے پورے ڈپارٹمنٹ کا شکریہ کرتی ہوں، ان کی ٹیم کا شکریہ ادا کرتی ہوں، اور بینک آف پنجاب کا بھی شکریہ ادا کرتی ہوں کہ انہوں نے اس کارڈ کو امپلیمنٹ کرنے میں، بنانے میں ہمیں مدد کی. اور جیسے کہ رامیش سنگھ اروڑا صاحب نے آپ کو بتایا کہ یہ جو ڈپارٹمنٹ ہے مائنورٹیز کا یا ہیومن رائٹس کا، یہ صرف اس کو دے دیا جاتا تھا جس کو آپ نے کیبنٹ کا ممبر بنانا ہے، لیکن اس کو کوئی ایسا محکمہ دے دو جہاں کوئی کام نہیں ہوتا. تو میرے بھائی جو ہیں یہ اس بات کے گواہ ہیں کہ نہ صرف یہ کہ ہم نے اس محکمے کو فعال کیا، ہم نے آپ کے بجٹ کو بہت زیادہ بڑھایا، 200% ہم نے بڑھایا، اور پہلی بار ہم یہ مائنورٹی کارڈ لانچ کرنے چاہ رہے ہیں جس میں ہم نے جب اپلیکیشنز مانگی تو پورے پنجاب سے ہمیں تقریباً 1 لاکھ کے قریب اپلیکیشنز آئیں. تو اس میں سے ہم نے جو سب سے زیادہ ڈیزرونگ تھے گھرانے، 50,000 گھرانوں کو یہ مائنورٹی کارڈ اس کا آج سے ہو گیا ہے. اور ہر 3 مہینے کے بعد آپ کو 10,500 روپیہ جو بیوائیں ہیں، جو یتیم بچے ہیں، اور جو نادار مائنورٹیز کے گھرانے ہیں، ان 50,000 گھرانوں کو یہ کارڈ دینے کا آغاز آج سے ہو گیا. یہ کارڈ آپ کو مل جائیں گے، اور ہر 3 مہینے کے بعد آپ کو حکومت پنجاب کی طرف سے 10,500 روپیہ ملے گا، تاکہ آپ اپنی ضرورتیں پوری کر سکیں، آپ کو کسی کے آگے ہاتھ نہ پھیلانا پڑے. مجھے پتہ ہے کہ یہ رقم کوئی بہت بڑی رقم نہیں ہے، لیکن اور امید ہے کہ آنے والے دنوں میں، آنے والے مہینوں میں، آنے والے سالوں میں اس کو میں اور زیادہ بڑھا سکوں، اور اس کے جو بینیفیشریز ہیں ان کو بھی بڑھا سکوں. انشاءاللہ ہم اس کو بڑھائیں گے 50,000 سے. کتنا ہے سردار صاحب، کتنا اس کو اور بڑھا سکتے ہیں ہم؟
میڈم اگر آپ 75 کر دیں تو بہت ہو جائے.
اس کو ہم 75,000 پہ بھی لے کے جائیں گے انشاءاللہ تعالی. یہ 10,500 روپیہ نہیں ہے، یہ محمد نواز شریف صاحب، ان کی بیٹی مریم نواز کی طرف سے، آپ کی بہن اور آپ کی بیٹی کی طرف سے، یہ وہ ہدیہ ہے، وہ تحفہ ہے، محبت کی بنی ہے جو میں آپ کو دینا چاہتی ہوں. میرے بھائیوں اور بہنوں،
چاہے وہ آپ کا کوئی بھی تہوار ہو. میری کوشش یہ ہوتی ہے کہ ہم آپ کی عبادت گاہوں کی نہ صرف حفاظت کریں بلکہ ان کو سجائیں, ان کو سنواریں. آپ کے جو محلے ہیں, آپ کے جو علاقے ہیں, آپ کی جو فیسلٹیز ہیں, اس کو ہم سوائیں, سجا رہے ہیں. آپ کو یہ احساس ہو کہ آپ بھی اسی طرح میرے دل کے قریب ہو جیسے کوئی اور ہے. تو میں نے اس دفعہ ہم نے جو گرانٹس دی ہیں اس میں بھی میں نے اضافہ کیا ہے, نمبر آف بینیفیشریز کا بھی اضافہ کیا ہے, بلکہ جو گرانٹ ہم نے دی ہے اس کو میں نے 10,000 سے بڑھا کر 15,000 بھی کیا, اور بھی زیادہ کریں گے انشاءاللہ تعالی. پہلے تقریباً جو 10,000 قریب آپ کو یہ گرانٹ ملتی تھی, اس کو میں نے پہلی دفعہ اس کرسمس پہ بڑھا کر 15,000 کیا ہے. اور آپ کا جو بجٹ ہے اس میں بھی 60% اضافہ کیا, اور اس میں ہم نے بجٹ مختص کیا ہے کہ آپ کی جو عبادت گاہیں ہیں, آپ کے جو قبرستان ہیں, اور آپ کی جو ایسی جگہیں ہیں جہاں پہ آپ کی مذہبی رسومات ہوتی ہیں, تو ہم نے اس کو ڈیولپ کرنے کا, اس کو بہتر بنانے کا, اس کو فورٹیفائی کرنے کے لیے بھی ہم نے بجٹ جو ہے وہ مختص کیا ہے. اور ابھی یہ بابا فیلبوس نے بات کی کہ جو ہمارا ان کا جو قبرستان ہے اس کے لیے ان کو جگہ چاہیے, اور اس کے لیے جو قبرستان انہوں نے بنانا ہے, میں آپ کو یہ بتانا چاہتی ہوں کہ وہ آلریڈی ہم نے کر دیا انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ. اگلے چند ماہ میں وہ بن بھی جائے گا انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ. تو میرے بھائیوں, بہنوں اور بزرگوں, میں آخر میں آپ کو یہ کہنا چاہتی ہوں کہ آپ کی حفاظت, آپ کی ویل بینگ, آپ کی زندگیوں میں بہتری لانا, آپ کو اس چیز کا احساس دلانا کہ آپ ملک پاکستان میں اتنے ہی بڑے حصے دار ہیں جتنی بڑے حصے دار میں ہوں یا کوئی اور ہے, اور یہاں پر آپ جو ہیں وہ سیف ہیں, سیکیور ہیں, آپ کو کوئی خطرہ نہیں ہے یہاں پر. میں دن رات کوشش کر رہی ہوں کہ آپ کے لیے ایک ایسا سیف انوائرمنٹ ہم کریٹ کریں. مجھے پتہ ہے یہاں پر جڑاں سے لے کے بہت سارے واقعات ایسے ہوئے ہیں جو نہیں ہونے چاہیے تھے, جو کبھی نہیں ہونے چاہیے تھے, لیکن آج بھی آپ لوگوں کو شاید علم نہیں ہوتا, آپ کے گلی محلوں میں جہاں بھی کوئی خطرناک صورتحال جنم لیتی ہے, میں خود اس کی نگرانی کرتی ہوں اور میک شور کرتی ہوں کہ وہاں سے ہم آپ کو سیفٹی تک لے کے جائیں, تاکہ آپ کی جان پہ, آپ کے مال پہ, آپ کی عزت پہ کوئی حرف نہ آئے. اور آپ کی حفاظت, آپ کا تحفظ آپ کی فرض ہے. یہ میری ذمہ داری ہے جس کو میں بہت شوق سے, دل سے, جان سے اور پوری قوت کے ساتھ میں نبھا رہی ہوں اور نبھاؤں گی انشاءاللہ. اور میں یہ آپ سے وعدہ کرتی ہوں میرے بھائیوں, بہنوں, بزرگوں, میں آپ سے یہ وعدہ کرتی ہوں کہ جو کوئی بھی پاکستان کی اقلیتوں کے خلاف کوئی سازش کرے گا, حقوق پر ڈاکہ ڈالنے کی کوشش کرے گا, ان کی زندگی کو, ان کے جان کو, ان کے مال کو, ان کی املاک کو خطرے میں ڈالے گا, میں مریم نواز شریف آپ کی وزیر اعلیٰ پوری قوت سے اس کا راستہ روکوں گی. مہربانی, بہت مہربانی, کیونکہ پاکستان میں اس کی تعمیر میں, اس کی ترقی میں آپ کا بھی اتنا ہی بڑا ہاتھ ہے جتنا کسی اور کا ہے. تو میں یہ چاہتی ہوں کہ یہ ملک جو ہے یہ امن آشتی کا گہوارہ بنے, یہ تمام اقلیتوں کے لیے بھی ایک ایسی جگہ ہو جہاں رہنے میں وہ سکون محسوس کرتے ہیں, جہاں وہ اپنے آپ کو سیف محسوس کرتے ہیں. اور آئیں مل کے ہم یہ دعا کرتے ہیں کہ اللہ تعالیٰ پاکستان کو مزید ترقی اور کامیابی نصیب فرمائے, اور اللہ تعالیٰ کرے کہ ہم ایک لڑی میں اس طرح پروئے رہیں جس طرح کے حق ہے. اللہ تعالیٰ آپ سب کا حامی و ناصر ہو, آپ کو اپنے گھروں میں خوش رکھے, آباد رکھے. پاکستان زندہ باد, پاکستان پائندہ باد. شکریہ, بہت شکریہ, تھینک یو.
Punjab at the launching ceremony of the minority card. These visuals were from the launching ceremony of the minority card, where Chief Minister Punjab was addressing the conference. She also said that 50,000 cards are planned to be distributed. This was the handing over to the first 100 recipients. First transaction under this program was also on stage. Bank of Punjab and Nadra were awarded a special thanks. Ramesh Singh Arora, the first minister from the minorities here in Punjab, hijab was also accompanying the Chief Minister on her visit there. She said that all of us are Pakistanis who enjoy equal rights, and Islam preaches unity, brotherhood and a good conduct with each other. She also mentioned that minorities have played a big role in the prosperity of the country. These are all the updates we have for you for now. You can get your hands on more news at our website, world.ptv.com.pk. I'm Muzammil Ali Khan signing off, and you take care.
Hello and welcome to Game Changer. I'm Mariam Sa. Tonight we will be focusing on Donald Trump's second term, as he has his office as the 47th President of United States. And when we look at his inaugural address, of course he addressed key issues, and the program will be diving into all those issues. In his address, Trump declared the beginning of a golden age for America, and he promised to end what he called the country's decline. When we look at his plans, his key plans included stricter policies as well as changes to economy and of course ending diversity programs. We will also be talking about his plans about Paris agreements and also how he focused on energy, of course emergency in America and in the country. To discuss this and more, we are joined we're joined on Professor Scott Lucas, who is political analyst. Welcome to the program. And we are also joined by Mr. Faiz Rahman, who is journalist. Welcome to the program. Mr. Lucas, let me start. When we look at Donald Trump's speech, inaugural address, what are your key takeaways from this speech?
Well, once you get past the rhetoric about American Golden Age, there were things that were notable about the speech. The first is it wasn't as much about foreign or domestic policy, a me speech. He complained about barbarism.
नाज़रीन, वज़ीर आज़म मोहम्मद शहबाज शरीफ का
That is Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, along with the Information Minister Ataullah Tarar and other high dignitaries on his visit to Bhimber. As we all were providing you with the news since morning, Danish School and Science Technology Academy and schools will be opened in Bhimber Azad, Jammu and Kashmir. These are the visuals from Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's visit to Bhimber, and as you can see, he's interacting with the students over there. The students are happy to see Prime Minister, and he's spending time there at the inauguration of Danish schools. That is being this is a facility, a major facility that is being provided to these people, and you can see he's walking into the arena where an inauguration ceremony will be addressed by him in a few.
In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. Say, He is Allah, who is one. Allah, the eternal refuge. He neither begets nor nor is there to him any equivalent.
आज वज़ीर आज़म साहब दानिश स्कूल की इनाग्रेशन के लिए आए हैं कश्मीर में भिम्बर में। सर आपका बहुत वेलकम। मैं ऑनरेबल फेडरल एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर जनाब खालिद मकबूल सिद्दीकी साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि वो आएँ और अपने ख्यालात का इजहार करें।
आऊज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम, बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम। वज़ीर आज़म पाकिस्तान शहबाज शरीफ साहब, وزیر اعظم آزاد کشمیر، وفاقی وزراء، کشمیر کے وزراء، خواتین و حضرات اور یہاں موجود طالب علم، السلام علیکم. بہت بہت شکریہ، بہت عنایت، اور اللہ کا شکر ہے کہ ہم آج علم کے ساتھ دانش کا سامان کرنے بھی آئے ہیں. میں شکریہ ادا کرتا ہوں وزیر اعظم پاکستان میاں شہباز شریف صاحب کا کہ انہوں نے خصوصی توجہ تعلیم اور تربیت کے اوپر رکھی ہے. آئیے اپنے قوم کے نوجوان بچوں کو آج کی دنیا کی ضرورت کے مطابق وہ تعلیم دے دیں جس کے ذریعے پاکستان کے مستقبل کے خد و خال کو تیار کیا جا سکے. میں یہاں تمام اکابرین کا بھی شکریہ ادا کرتا ہوں جو آئے ہیں. آج کشمیر میں ہم نے دانش اسکول کی بنیاد رکھ دی ہے. کل یہ دانش اسکول تعلیم اور دانش اور تربیت کی ایک ایسا ادارہ ہوگا کہ جو ایک مضبوط کشمیر، ایک آزاد کشمیر اور کشمیر قوس کے لیے ایک بہت بڑی بنیاد بنے گا. انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ آنے والے وقتوں میں گلگت بلتستان، کشمیر اور کراچی کے سلم ایریا کے اندر بھی ہم یہ اسکول بنائیں گے، نئی تعلیم کے نئے تقاضوں کو پورا کریں گے. پاکستان کے آج کے حالات گزرے ہوئے چند سالوں کے مقابلے میں بہت بہتر ہیں. تمام اشاریے یہ بتا رہے ہیں، تمام نمبرز اور فیگرز یہ بتا رہی ہیں کہ معیشت سے لے کر اور معاشرت تک، امن و امان سے لے کر تعلیم و ترقی تک پاکستان لگتا یہی ہے کہ اس صحیح راستے پہ ہے. اور ہم سب کو دعا کرنی چاہیے سیاسی استحکام کے ساتھ، معاشی استحکام کے ساتھ، معاشرتی استحکام کے ساتھ اپنی منزل تک پہنچ سکے. بہت بہت شکریہ.
بہت بہت شکریہ ڈاکٹر خالد مقبول صدیقی صاحب کا. اب میں ریکویسٹ کروں گا وزیر کشمیر جناب امیر مقام صاحب کا کہ وہ آئیں اور اپنے خیالات کا اظہار کریں.
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. میں سب سے پہلے منسٹری کشمیر افیئر کی طرف سے اور اپنی طرف سے پرائم منسٹر شہباز شریف صاحب کا شکریہ ادا کرتا ہوں کہ وہی دانش اسکول شروع ہوئی پنجاب میں اور ہر ایک ڈریم بن گیا کہ کاش وہی اسٹوڈنٹس جو افورڈ ہی نہیں کر سکتے اور ان کا خواہش ہے کہ وہ بھی ایچسن، لارنس کالج اور کیڈٹ کالجز کی طرح اس میں ٹیلنٹ ہے مگر موقع نہیں مل رہا ہے، ان کے ریسورس اور وسائل نہیں ہے. اور شہباز شریف صاحب نے وہی سٹارٹ لیا اور ایک نیک نیت سے کام کی. سب کی ایک ڈریم اور خواہش بن گئی. جس جگہ ہم جاتے سب کی سے ڈیمانڈ ہوا کرتے کہ یہاں بھی دانش اسکول ہونا چاہیے. میرا کے پی سے تعلق ہے کہ ہمارے لوگوں کی بھی بہت ڈریم، مگر ہماری بدقسمتی ہے ہماری وہی جو لوگ آئے ہوئے تو ان کو ٹائم اور موقع ملتے کہ ایون شہباز شریف صاحب سے ڈیمانڈ کرے اور اس کے لیے بات کرے. ان کے ترجیحات دوسرے 11-12 سال سے. اور جب ہم جس جگہ جاتے لوگوں کی ڈریم ہوتی ہے، خواہش ہوتی ہے کہ یہاں بھی آ جائے اور ہم سے ڈیمانڈ کرتے ہیں ہر جگہ. تو اس طرح آج یہ پورا ہو گئی. تو آج کشمیر کے عوام کو بھی مبارک ہو. یہ پہلا اسکول ہے اور اس طرح 4 اسکولوں کی پرائم منسٹر صاحب نے منظوری دی ہے، وہ بھی انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ عن قریب سٹارٹ ہوں گے. میاں محمد شہباز شریف نے جس طرح کشمیر میں آج جامعہ ہے اور غازی اور شیخ سرزمین پر ہے، اس نے جس طرح دلیری سے یہ مقدمہ لڑا ہے نواز شریف صاحب کے بعد، یونائٹڈ نیشن میں ہو، OIC میں ہو، اور خواہ بھی جو مجھے یاد ہے ایران کے صدر، دوسرے جو بھی لوگ ڈٹ کر وہی بات کی اور بہت دلیری سے بات کی. شہباز شریف صاحب اور اس کی ٹیم ان 16 مہینوں میں اپنی سیاست کو چھوڑ کر اور ریاست کو نہ بچاتے تو پاکستان کا کیا ہونا تھا؟ ڈیفالٹ ہی ہونا تھا، رخصت ہی ہونا تھا، سری لنکا بننا تھا، اور تو کوئی دوسرا آپشن تھا ہی نہیں. تو وہی جو کچھ دیا تو ہم سب کو دیا. جس پارٹی کے اور جس کے لوگ یہاں رہ رہے تمام پاکستانیوں کو بچا کے رکھا ہے، اس میں کوئی دوسری بات نہیں. اور ابھی دوبارہ وہ اتنی مشکل حکومت
میں تو کہتا ہوں اتنی مشکل ترین حکومت میں بھی اس کا پارٹ رہا کہ 13-14 پارٹیوں کو ساتھ لے کر چلنا. پہلے تو ہمارا یہ خیال تھا کہ شہباز شریف صاحب ایک بہترین ایڈمنسٹریٹر تو ہے، اس میں کوئی شک نہیں ہے پنجاب میں، مگر سیاست میں کس طرح اسی طرح چلے گا کہ 14 پارٹیوں کو بھی اپنے ساتھ لے کر جائے. انتہائی مشکل ترین کام، بڑے اعصاب کا کام اور بڑے جگر کا کام کہ اس نے وہی 13-14 پارٹیوں کو اپنے ساتھ بھی لے کر گیا اور ڈیلیوری بھی کیا. دونوں باتیں، ایک تو لوگوں کو ساتھ لے کر چلنا اور دوسرا ڈیلیور کرنا، پاکستان کو بچا بھی دیا. اتنی مشکل ترین حالات میں نہ ملک کو چلا کے بلکہ ملک کو یہ سوچنے سے باہر بات ہے کہ ان حالات میں وہی مہنگائی جو لوگ صبح اٹھتے تھے 10 روپے آٹا مہنگا، 20 روپے گھی مہنگا، فلاں مہنگا اور اس طرح لانے لگے رہتے تھے، اس کی اتنی محنت سے وہ 38% 40% سے 4-5% پر مہنگائی کی شرح آ گئی. اصل بات یہ ہے کہ محنت بھی کیا اور ڈیلیور بھی کیا، اور وہی شرح سود جو ہم دیکھ رہے ہیں 22% 23%، اس کو 13% پر لے کے آ گیا. اور ملک وہی زر مبادلہ کے ذخائر کہاں سے کہاں تک ہے، سٹاک ایکسچینج کہاں سے کہاں تک گیا، SIFC کو دے کے، باہر کی دنیا کو دے کے کہ وہی آ کر اور پاکستان پر ٹرسٹ کرنے لگا. یہ ملک تو ہم سب کا ہے، اس میں اگر مہنگائی کم ہوتی ہے تو ہم سب کے لیے کم ہوتی ہے، اس میں اگر ڈیولپمنٹ ہوتا ہے تو ہم سب کے لیے اور پوری پاکستان کے لیے ہوتا ہے. تو اسی لحاظ سے ہر ایک کو میں تو کہتا ہوں اگر اس طرح شریف صاحب کی طرح کئی لوگ اور نکل آ گئے تو یہ نہیں ہے کہ یہ پاکستان سے چائنا بھی بن جائے گا اور آگے سے آگے بھی جائے گا. اور ہم تو اس کی ٹیم کے ممبر ہوتے ہوئے اسے وہی محنت سیکھی ہے کہ صبح 7 بجے اٹھنا ہے، کیونکہ اس کی میٹنگ 9 بجے 8 بجے شروع ہو کر 9 بجے تک ہوتا ہے. تو یہ محنت کرنا، یہ سارے ہمارے دوسرے لوگ بھی بیٹھے ہوئے، ہم نے بھی کئی لوگوں کے ساتھ کام کیا ہے. اتنا محنت 5-5 گھنٹے اس کو چیئر کرنا، ہر ایک مشکل کو اپنا سمجھنا، پورے پاکستان کی بات کرنا. ہمیں کہتے ہیں جب ہم بات کرتے ہیں سیاسی، کہتے ہیں سیاست کو بعد میں رکھے اور پاکستان کو پہلے رکھے. تو یہ اللہ تعالیٰ کا راہ میں احسان ہے. اگر ایکسپریس ویز بنے، موٹر ویز بنے، آپ نے بنا کے دیے پاکستان کی عوام کو. تو میں ان کشمیر کی عوام کی طرف سے اور سب کی طرف سے وہی جو ایک منصوبہ MMM مانسیرا مظفر آباد میرپور جس کی سب کچھ ہو چکا ہے، لیگل ڈاکومنٹیشن پلاننگ سے ہر ایک چیز بالکل کلیئر ہے. تو میری وہی ایک ڈیمانڈ، صرف ایک ڈیمانڈ کر رہا ہوں کہ اس پر اس کی گراؤنڈ بریکنگ سرمنی ہو جائے اسی سال، اور انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ آپ کی دور میں ان لوگوں کا یہ خواب بھی پورا ہو جائے اور یہ ایک نشانی یہاں رہ جائے. میں دوسری تھوڑے 1-2 منٹ 77 سال ہو گئے کشمیریوں نے پاکستان کے لیے کیا کچھ نہیں کیا. وہی جو ہمارے آکوپائڈ جموں کشمیر میں کتنے سے زیادہ لوگ شہید ہو گئے، ان کے لاکھوں گھر مسمار ہو گئے، ہزاروں بیوہ ہو گئے، کئی ان کے ساتھ کیا کیا مظالم نے، جیلوں میں آج تک پڑے ہوئے، مگر اس کی ذہن میں وہی پاکستانیت کی بات ہے اور رہے گی. تو میں ان کو بھی اور دوسرے جو لوگ یہ خواب دیکھ رہے ہیں کہ ہر کشمیری کی ذہن میں بھی ہے، ہر پاکستانی کے ذہن میں بھی ہے، یہ کوئی اسے نکال نہیں سکتا کہ یہ دونوں ایک ہے اور انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ ایک ہو کے رہیں گے. سب کی بہت بہت مہربانی. تھینک یو آل آف یو.
اب میں درخواست کروں گا وزیر اعظم آزاد کشمیر چودھری صاحب سے کہ وہ آئیں اور اپنے خیالات کا اظہار کریں.
اعوذ باللہ من الشیطان الرجیم، بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. انتہائی قابل ذی وقار وزیر اعظم پاکستان محترم جناب شہباز شریف صاحب، معزز وزرائے کرام جناب خالد محمود صدیقی صاحب، امیر مقام صاحب، عطا اللہ تاڑر صاحب، برادر محترم رانا ثناء اللہ صاحب، رانا مشہود صاحب، انتہائی معزز و موقر اس تقریب کا حسن حریت کانفرنس کے قائدین، آزاد کشمیر کی سیاسی و پارلیمانی قیادت، معزز اراکین کابینہ آزاد کشمیر، عمائدین ضلع بھمبر، باہر سے تشریف لائے مہمانان گرامی، السلام علیکم۔ سب سے پہلے تو میں وزیر اعظم پاکستان کا دل کی اتھاہ گہرائیوں سے شکریہ ادا کرتا ہوں کہ بھمبر جیسے پسماندہ ضلع میں نوجوان نسل کے لیے امید کی ایک ایسی شمع اور دیا جلا چلے ہیں کہ جو شاید ہماری زندگی کے بعد بھی ہم سب کی بخشش اور مغفرت کا ذریعہ بنتا رہے گا۔ جس طرح میرے پیشرو مقرر نے بتایا، میں اس کا عملی گواہ ہوں کہ جناب شہباز شریف صاحب کی تعمیر و ترقی کا ویژن کبھی بھی سیاسی مخاصمت کی بنیاد پر نہیں رکا۔ اگر ایسا ہوتا تو آج میرے حلقہ انتخاب میں اربوں روپے کی لاگت کا یہ تعمیر، یہ جو منصوبہ ہے دانش سکول کا، اس کا تصور بھی نہ ہوتا۔ میں یہاں یہ بات کہنا چاہوں گا کہ آزاد کشمیر کے جتنے ڈیڈ پروجیکٹس تھے، چاہے وہ رٹھوا ریحام تھا، چاہے وہ جاگراں کا پاور پروجیکٹ تھا جن کی جو فائنینسنگ تھی، فورن فنڈنگ تھی، وہ بھی تقریباً اب اس میں بھی ہم بلیک لسٹ میں شامل ہونے جا رہے تھے۔ 23 ارب کی سستی بجلی تھی یا سستا آٹا تھا۔ اگر آپ کی قیادت نہ ہوتی، آپ کا ویژن نہ ہوتا، آپ کی طرف سے فنڈنگ نہ ہوتی، تو اس وقت آزاد کشمیر مکمل بے چینی اور انتشار کا شکار ہو جاتا۔ آپ کی اس شفقت پر میں آپ کا مشکور ہوں۔ یہاں ایک بات میں واضح کر دینا چاہتا ہوں، پاکستان اور کشمیری عوام کا رشتہ جو خالصتاً لا الہ الا اللہ محمد رسول اللہ کی بنیاد پر قائم ہے، اسی وقت پر اس رشتے کو مودی یا اس کی حکومت کا کوئی بھی اعلی کار اربوں روپیہ سوشل میڈیا کے ذریعے خرچ کر کے یا اپنے ایجنٹوں کے ذریعے خرچ کر کے اس رشتے کی حرمت کو، اس رشتے کے تقدس کو جب تک آزاد کشمیر میں بسنے والا ایک غیور سیاسی کارکن کسی بھی جماعت سے اس کا تعلق ہو، وہ زندہ ہے، انشاءاللہ تعالی یہ رشتہ کمزور نہیں ہو پائے گا۔ اللہ کے فضل و کرم سے ہر گزرتے دن اس رشتے میں طاقت آئے گی۔ اس خطے کی آزادی کے 2 بنیادی مقاصد تھے کہ ایک، یہ مقبوضہ کشمیر کے ہمارے بھائیوں بہنوں کے لیے ایک ایسی شمع روشن کر کے رکھے گا، یہاں ایک ایسا گورننس سسٹم نافذ کیا جائے گا کہ جہاں تعمیر و ترقی، صحت، شہری آزادیاں، انسانی حقوق پوری دنیا میں مثالی نظر آئیں گے۔ آج الحمدللہ ہم یہ کہنے میں مکمل طور پر حق بجانب ہیں کہ نہ کوئی سیاسی قیدی، نہ انسانی حقوق کے حوالے سے الحمدللہ ہم پر کوئی نکتہ چینی، جو ہمارا سوشل ڈیولپمنٹ انڈیکس ہے اقوام متحدہ کے شماریے کے مطابق، وہ دنیا کے بہترین خطوں میں اس خطے کا شمار ہوتا ہے۔ لیکن یہ سب کس طرح ممکن ہے؟ یہ صرف ایک ہی اس کی صورت ہے کہ پاکستان سے ویا ہوتے ہیں تو آزاد کشمیر کے شہروں کی تعمیر و ترقی پر وہ پیسے خرچ کیے جاتے ہیں۔ کیا پاکستان کے کسی صوبے میں 3 روپے یونٹ بجلی یا 2000 روپے من آٹا دستیاب ہے؟ پاکستان کے 4 صوبوں، وفاق پاکستان کے ہر شہری نے اپنے پیٹ پر پتھر باندھ کر وہ سہولتیں آزاد کشمیر کے ہر شہری کو میسر کی ہیں جو انہیں حاصل نہیں ہیں۔ محبت اور عقیدت اور احترام کا اس سے بڑا جذبہ، اس سے بڑا ثبوت اور کیا ہو سکتا ہے؟ تو میں یہ کہنا چاہوں گا اپنے تمام دوستوں سے کہ الحمدللہ قوموں کی زندگی میں نشیب و فراز آتے ہیں۔ اگر 5 اگست 2019 کے بعد کچھ لمحہ کے لیے سیاسی منظرنامے پر تحریک آزادی کشمیر کے حوالے سے کچھ دھند کے چھینٹے پڑے بھی، تو اللہ کے فضل و کرم سے موجودہ سپاہ سالار پاک فوج اور پاکستان کی موجودہ قیادت اور وزیر اعظم پاکستان کے موجودہ ویژن کے تابع وہ ساری دھند دور ہو گئی۔ میں آپ کو یقین دلاتا ہوں غلام محمد صفی صاحب، اس بیس کیمپ کو اس کی اصل شکل میں بحال کیا جائے گا، اس کے وسائل طریقے آزادی کشمیر کے لیے وقف کیے جائیں گے۔ آج صرف بھارتی وزیر دفاع راج ناتھ سنگھ کو وزیر اعظم پاکستان کا وزیر اعظم آزاد کشمیر کا نام یاد آ رہا ہے۔ آپ دیکھیں گے اگر 3 ماہ میں پوری بھارتی کابینہ وزیر اعظم آزاد کشمیر کا نام لے کے پوری دنیا میں ماتم کرے گی۔ ہم وہ سیاسی کارکنوں کی آخری قبیل ہیں کہ جنہوں نے سیاست کو صرف خدمت خلق کے لیے استعمال کرنا سیکھا ہے۔ ذاتی منفعت، علاقائی تعصب، برادریزم، یہ الحمدللہ ہمیں چھو کر نہیں گزرا۔ جو عقیدت طریقے آزادی کشمیر کے حوالے سے ہمارے آباء و اجداد ہمارے خون میں شامل کر کے چلے گئے، سانس کے آخری رشتے تک طریقے تکمیل پاکستان کی جدوجہد پوری قوت کے ساتھ انشاءاللہ کرتے رہیں گے۔ ہاں، یہ یقین نہیں ہے کہ ہماری زندگی میں یہ خواب پورا ہو، لیکن اس خواب کو ریورس کرنے کی، تحریک آزادی کشمیر کو کسی بھی سطح پر کمپرومائز کرنے کی، تقسیم کشمیر کی کسی بھی حوالے سے کوئی بھی جملہ سننے کی الحمدللہ اپنی زندگی میں کسی کو اجازت نہیں دیں گے۔ کشمیر، جموں و کشمیر نے کل کی بنیاد پر، جز کی بنیاد پر نہیں، کل کی بنیاد پر اقوام متحدہ کی قراردادوں کے مطابق کشمیر کے شہریوں نے، جموں کے شہریوں نے، انٹرنیشنل ڈائسپورا میں بسنے والے کشمیریوں نے اقوام متحدہ کی قراردادوں کے مطابق اپنا حق خود ارادیت استعمال کر کے تحریک تکمیل پاکستان کی جدوجہد کو مکمل کرنا ہے۔ یہ ہمارا عزم ہے، یہ اس کا ہم نے سب نے حلف اٹھا رکھا ہے۔ آج 10 لاکھ بھارتی فوج مقبوضہ کشمیر میں موجود ہے، تو ان کا سپہ سالار کیا کہتا ہے کہ مقبوضہ کشمیر میں امن و امان کی بحالی کے لیے ہم 75,000 مزید فورسز بھجوا رہے ہیں۔ اب یہ کون سے عقل کے اندھے ہیں جنہیں مقبوضہ کشمیر میں دودھ اور شہد کی نہریں بہتی نظر آتی ہیں؟ الحمدللہ ثم الحمدللہ کہ ایل او سی پر اپنی خاکی کو خون میں لہرانے والے موجود ہیں، تو ہم یہ تعمیر و ترقی کے منصوبوں کا افتتاح کر رہے ہیں۔ اور یہ سب سے بڑی بدنصیبی ہے، سیاسی طور پر بھی، اخلاقی طور پر بھی، کہ جس کی نیکی ہے، جس کا احسان ہے، اس کا برملا اظہار نہ کیا جائے۔ دانش سکول 100% کریڈٹ میاں شہباز شریف صاحب کا، یہ نہ وسائل فراہم کرتے، میں نے میری جگہ دی ہوئی کس کام؟ جو جس کا کریڈٹ ہے اس کو فراخ دلی سے دینا چاہیے، یہی سیاست کا حسن ہے۔ آج وزیر اعظم، جناب وزیر اعظم، میں آپ سے یہ عرض کرتا چلوں، تشریف آپ لائے آزاد کشمیر کی ساری سیاسی قیادت، برادر محترم شاہ غلام قادر نون لیگ کے صدر، برادر محترم چودھری محمد یاسین پیپلز پارٹی کے صدر، برادر محترم خالد ابراہیم صاحب کے فرزند حسن ابراہیم صاحب جموں کشمیر پیپلز پارٹی کے صدر، جناب محترم راجہ مشتاق صاحب جماعت اسلامی کے صدر، جناب محترم برادر محترم مولانا سعید یوسف صاحب جے یو آئی کے صدر، آزاد کشمیر کی ساری معروف سیاسی قیادت، آزاد کشمیر کا اصل حسن، مقبوضہ کشمیر کی نمائندگی کرنے والی حریت قیادت آج یہاں آپ کے درمیان موجود ہے۔ یہ کس بات کی علامت ہے کہ دشمن ہمیں تقسیم کرنے کی جتنی کوشش کر لے، الحمدللہ تحریک آزادی کشمیر وہ واحد ہمارے درمیان فیصلہ کن لکیر ہے کہ جس کو پھلانگنے کی جرت آزاد کشمیر میں کوئی نہیں کر سکتا۔ میں صرف یہ درخواست کرنا چاہوں گا جناب والا کہ یہ گیم چینجر منصوبے ہیں۔ ہم نے پہلے بھی وفاقی حکومت سے بارہا درخواست کی کہ آپ کی قیادت میں آزاد کشمیر میں شاید کوئی نہیں ہے جو شواز سپیڈ کا مقابلہ کر سکے۔ نے آپ کے لیے یہ خاصا عطا کیا ہے کہ تعمیر و رفتاری سے آپ کر پاتے ہیں، اس کا ساتھ دینا مشکل کام ہے، لیکن آزاد کشمیر کے باقی 2 اضلاع میں جب آپ اس طرح کے میگا گیم چینجر منصوبوں کا افتتاح کرنے جائیں تو پھر آپ کا استقبال کرنے کے لیے ہزاروں کی تعداد میں آپ کے عاشق موجود ہوں گے۔ ہمیں ان مارکیز کو کھولنا پڑے گا۔ جتنا آپ کا دل فراخ ہے اتنا ہی ہم ان لوگوں کو آپ کے ساتھ انٹریکشن کا موقع دیں گے. یہی وہ سب سے سٹرانگ میسج ہے جو ریاست پاکستان کی طرف سے آزاد کشمیر کے شہریوں کے لیے اور مقبوضہ کشمیر کے شہریوں کے لیے نئی امید اور نئی صبح کے طلوع کا باعث بنے گا. اگرچہ ڈیفینیٹلی سوشل میڈیا کا زمانہ ہے, میڈیا میں بھی اس کی کوریج ہوگی, لیکن وہ ہماری طرف کہتے ہیں بندہ بندہ ہوتا ہے, گوبھی گوبھی ہوتی ہے. جب اس طرح کا, اس کے مقابلے میں مقبوضہ کشمیر میں دیکھیے 2000 کروڑ کے انفراسٹرکچر کا دعویٰ کرتے ہیں جس ریاستی شہری سے کوئی تعلق نہیں ہے. وہ تمام کا تمام بجٹ وہ اپنے دفاع کو مضبوط کرنے کے لیے مودی استعمال کر رہا ہے. ریاستی شہریوں کی زندگیاں بدتر ہوتی جا رہی ہیں. الحمدللہ برف باری کے زمانے میں بھی آزاد کشمیر میں کوئی شاہراہ 24 گھنٹے سے زیادہ بند نہیں رہتی. وہاں ان کی مین شاہراہ سری نگر 21 روز بند رہی, جس پہ بچے, جانور, بوڑھے, سب انسانی جانیں وہ ہلاکت کا شکار ہوئیں. صرف پروپیگنڈا مشینری ان کی تیز ہے, وسائل ان کے زیادہ ہیں, اس لیے وہ پروپیگنڈے کے ماسٹر ہیں. لیکن اب انہیں پہلی دفعہ پتا چلا ہے کہ آزاد کشمیر کی ساری سیاسی قیادت نے حریت قیادت کے ساتھ مل کر یہ فیصلہ کر لیا ہے کہ اب سٹیٹس کو قائم نہیں رہے گا. اگر مقبوضہ کشمیر میں انسانی حقوق کی خلاف ورزیاں بند نہ کی گئیں تو آزاد کشمیر کے نوجوانوں کو ایل او سی پار جانے سے مودی کا باپ بھی نہیں روک پائے گا. میں ایک دفعہ پھر جناب وزیر اعظم آپ کا شکر گزار ہوں. انتہائی مصروفیت کے باوجود آپ تشریف لائے, آپ نے اس پسماندہ علاقے کو اپنا دست شفقت. بڑی خوبصورت بات کی گاڑی میں بیٹھتے ہوئے رانا صاحب نے, بلا شبہ ان کے ویژن کا کوئی ثانی نہیں. انہوں نے فرمایا کہ یہ دانش سکول غریب لوگوں کا ایچسن کالج ہے. یہی وہ اسلام کا بنیادی درس ہے کہ کاسٹ اور کریڈ کے بغیر سوسائٹی کی تمام پارٹس کو برابر سطح پر تعمیر و ترقی, تعلیم اور صحت کی سہولتیں مہیا کی جائیں. یہی فلاحی اسلامی ریاست کی بنیادی تصور ہے جس پر الحمدللہ آپ نے پہرا دیا. آپ کا مشکور ہوں, وفاقی حکومت کے تعاون کا مشکور ہوں. ایک دفعہ پھر آپ کو یقین دلاتا ہوں, اختیار خالصتاً اللہ کی امانت ہے. پچھلے 20 ماہ میں کسی وزیر کے لیے, کسی سیکٹری کے لیے ایک سکوٹر بھی نہیں خریدا گیا. 18 ارب روپیہ ہم نے جو ٹیکس کلیکشن تھی اس کا اضافہ کیا, بدون 1 روپیہ اضافی ٹیکس لگائے, یعنی صرف ٹیکس کی لیکیجز بند کر دی. کوئی نیا کام نہیں کیا. الحمدللہ اللہ کے فضل و کرم سے 22 ارب روپیہ ہم نے روڈ انفراسٹرکچر میں جناب کیا. 22 روپے کا سکینڈل سامنے نہیں آیا. زیرو ٹالرنس اگینسٹ کرپشن. جو کمٹمنٹ ہم نے فیڈرل گورنمنٹ سے کی کہ اے ڈی پی کا 1-1 پیسہ, ریکرنگ بجٹ کا 1-1 پیسہ, یہ تحریک آزادی کشمیر کے لیے اور آزاد کشمیر کے عام شہری کی فلاح کے لیے استعمال کیا جائے گا. 600 ارب کے مافیاز پر کریک ڈاؤن کیا گیا, جن میں صرف سگریٹ مافیاز پر کریک ڈاؤن کرنے سے آپ کی ایف بی آر میں, فیڈرل ایف بی آر میں ارباں روپے کی انکم بڑھی. جب تک بطور وزیر اعظم میں اپنے حلف کا پاسدار ہوں, مملکت خدا داد پاکستان کے مفادات, تحریک آزادی کشمیر اور اس خطے کی شہریوں کی فلاح و بہبود کے لیے اللہ کو حاضر ناظر جان کے اپنے قلم کا استعمال کرتا رہوں گا, چاہے چیخیں جس قدر بھی بلند ہوتی رہیں. تحریک آزادی کشمیر زندہ باد, پاکستان زندہ باد, وزیر اعظم پاکستان زندہ باد, مسلح افواج پاکستان زندہ باد. بہت شکریہ.
اب میں سر فائنلی درخواست کرتا ہوں پرائم منسٹر پاکستان میاں شہباز شریف صاحب تشریف لائیں اور اپنے خیالات کا اظہار کریں. شکریہ سر.
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. وزیر اعظم آزاد کشمیر جناب چودھری انوار الحق صاحب, محترم جناب انجینئر امیر مقام, منسٹر کشمیر افیئرز اینڈ جی بی، قابل احترام ڈاکٹر خالد صدیقی صاحب، وزیر تعلیم انفارمیشن رانا ثناء اللہ صاحب، مشیر حکومت پاکستان رانا مشہود صاحب، یوتھ افیئرس، اور انتہائی لائق احترام حریت کانفرنس کے زعماء، مسلم لیگ نون آزاد کشمیر کے زعماء، پیپلز پارٹی آزاد کشمیر کے زعماء، جماعت اسلامی آزاد کشمیر کے زعماء، اور انتہائی لائق احترام پرنسپلز، اساتذہ کرام، طلباء و طالبات، اور آزاد کشمیر کے میرے بزرگوں، بھائیوں اور بہنوں، السلام علیکم۔ آج میرے لیے انتہائی خوشی کا مقام ہے کہ آزاد کشمیر میں دانش اسکولوں کا قیام عمل میں لایا جا رہا ہے۔ یہ وہ دانش اسکول ہیں جس کی بنیاد میرے قائد میاں محمد نواز شریف کی سربراہی میں ہم نے پنجاب میں رکھ ان دور افتادہ علاقوں کے لیے، ان ماؤں کے بیٹوں اور بیٹیوں کے لیے جو کہ انتہائی ذہین اور فتین ہیں، بہت قابل ہیں۔ اللہ تعالیٰ نے ان کو ذہانت سے مالا مال کیا، لیکن ان کے والدین کے پاس وہ مالی وسائل نہیں تھے جس سے وہ اپنے بچوں کو پڑھا لکھا کر پاکستان کے عظیم معمار بنا سکتے۔ اور اگر یہ دانش اسکول مارز وجود میں نہ آتے تو وہ انتہائی قابل بچے اور بچیاں اپنے دادا دیہاتوں کی گلیوں اور محلوں کی دھول میں وہ گم ہو جاتے۔ لیکن اللہ تعالیٰ کا بے پایاں فضل و کرم تھا کہ ہمیں اللہ تعالیٰ نے یہ خدمت کا موقع دیا، اور نواز شریف کی قیادت میں بچے اور بچیاں آج ان دانش اسکولوں سے تعلیم کے زیور سے آراستہ پیراستہ ہو کر وہ آج انجینئرز بن گئے ہیں، ڈاکٹرز بن گئے ہیں، بہترین وہ پاکستان کے عظیم معمار بن گئے ہیں۔ اور آج یقیناً میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ جب اللہ تعالیٰ کی عدالت میں میں پیش ہوں ایک خطا کار انسان، تو جب مجھ سے پوچھے گا میرا مالک کہ تم نے دنیا میں کیا کیا، تو میں بڑے ادب سے کہوں گا کہ میں نے دانش اسکول پنجاب میں بنایا، اور آج کشمیر یہاں پر آغاز کیا جا رہا ہے۔ سرحد پار مقبوضہ کشمیر میں جب یہ علم و دانش کا گہوارہ جس کا سنگ بنیاد آج ہم نے یہاں رکھا ہے، تو مقبوضہ کشمیر میں جو ہماری مائیں، بیٹے، بزرگ، نوجوان جو اپنی آزادی کی جنگ لڑ رہے ہیں اور اس کی خاطر کشمیر کی وادی ان کے خون سے سرخ ہو گئی ہے، وہ بھی آج بہت خوش ہوں گے کہ ہمارے بچے، بیٹے اور بیٹیاں آزاد کشمیر میں علم و دانش کے گہوارے میں وہ تعلیم حاصل کریں گے اور عظیم کشمیری بنیں گے، عظیم پاکستانی بنیں گے۔ میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ آج ہمیں اس بات کا بھی ادراک کرنا ہے کہ مقبوضہ کشمیر میں تعلیم کا کیا سلسلہ ہے. اور آج آزاد کشمیر میں وہ دانش اسکول، جس طرح ابھی وزیر اعظم نے کہا کہ ایچسن کالج کی مثال دی گئی، وہ مثال یہ ہے کہ ایچسن کالج میں امراء، وزراء، گورنرز، وزیر اعظم، صدر اور بڑے بڑے امیر لوگوں کے بچوں کے علاوہ ان آہنی دروازوں سے اندر کوئی عام آدمی کا بیٹا نہیں جا سکتا، اس لیے کہ وہاں پر فیسیں اور وہاں پر جو ان کے اخراجات اتنے زیادہ ہیں کہ ایک غریب کا بیٹا کس طرح برداشت کر سکتا ہے. تو دانش اسکول بنانے کا یہ مقصد تھا کہ اگر ایچسن کالج میں امراء کے بچوں کے علاوہ کوئی داخلہ نہیں لے سکتا تو ایچسن کالج سے بھی بہتر دانش اسکولوں میں یتیم بچے، غریب ماں باپ کے بچے اعلیٰ ترین تعلیم حاصل کر رہے ہیں. میرے بزرگوں، بھائیوں اور بہنوں، یہی وہ نقطہ ہے جس کو اگر ہم پا جائیں تو پاکستان کے اندر تعلیم کا ایک انقلاب آ جائے گا. مجھے آج بھی یاد ہے کہ چشتیہ میں جو دانش اسکول کھلا تو وہاں پر میں اس کے افتتاح کے لیے گیا تو ایک بچی جس کا نام عائشہ ہے، مجھے یقین ہے کہ آج وہ پڑھ لکھ کر بہت قابل بیٹی بن گئی ہوگی. میں اس کو ملا تو میں نے پوچھا کہ بیٹی آپ دانش اسکول میں داخل، ان کا جی میں نے یہاں پر داخلہ لیا. تو میں نے کہا آپ کے والدین کیا کرتے ہیں؟ تو کہنے لگی کہ والدہ بچپن میں وہ داغ مفارقت دے گئیں. تو میں نے کہا بیٹی آپ کے والد کیا کرتے ہیں؟ تو کہنے لگی میں ابھی دوسری جماعت میں تھی، میرے والد بھی دم توڑ گئے. میں نے کہا کہ آج میں اس دانش اسکول میں ہوں اور یہاں پر فری کتابیں ہیں، فری وردی ہے، فری بورڈنگ ہے. یہ دانش اسکول آج میرے لیے تعلیم و تربیت کی درسگاہ ہے اور میرے لیے میرے والد اور والدہ کا ایک سایہ بھی ہے. میں نے بچپن میں اپنے والد سے کہا تھا کہ میں بڑے ہو کے ڈاکٹر بنوں گی، میں اپنا وعدہ پورا کروں گی. تو یہ ہے وہ دانش اسکول. میرے بزرگوں، بھائیوں اور جوانوں اور بچوں، جو یہاں پر آج بھمبر میں یہ بنایا جا، اس لیے کہ آزاد کشمیر کے وہ علاقے جہاں پر ایسی تعلیم و تربیت کی درسگاہیں موجود نہیں ہیں، وہاں پر حکومت پاکستان نے یہ فیصلہ کیا ہے کہ اس کا جال بچھا دیا جائے گا. اور جس طرح یہاں پر سیکرٹری تعلیم نے آپ کو بتایا کہ بچیوں کے لیے مکمل طور پر علیحدہ سینٹر ہوگا اور بچوں کے لیے مکمل طور پر علیحدہ دانش اسکول ہوگا، کھیل کے میدان، کچنز بھی علیحدہ ہوں گے، آپ کی جو رہائش کا انتظام ہے وہ بھی علیحدہ ہوگا اور اساتذہ کی وہ اعلیٰ ترین ان کی کوالٹی ہوگی کہ اور کوشش یہ ہوگی کہ انہی آزاد کشمیر کے ٹیچرز، چاہے وہ ہماری بیٹیاں ہیں یا نوجوان ہیں، انہی کو ہم انشاءاللہ ایک معیار کے مطابق ان کو ہم یہاں پر انڈکٹ کریں گے اور آپ کو تعلیم دیں گے تاکہ ان کو اس بات کا احساس ہو کہ میں اپنے بچوں اور بچیوں کو تعلیم دے رہی ہوں. اور تنخواہیں، اس کا معیار بھی بالکل عام اسکول سے علیحدہ ہوگا. اب کا جو بنیادی جو نقطہ ہے کہ یہ دانش اسکول ان بچوں اور بچوں کے لیے ہوگا جن کے والدین اعلیٰ تعلیم کے وسائل مہیا نہیں کر سکتے، یا خدا نخواستہ جن کی والدہ اور والد اس دنیا سے کوچ کر گئے ہیں. تو آج میں آپ کو اس دانش اسکول کی مبارکباد دینے آیا ہوں اور اسی طریقے سے آزاد کشمیر کے دوسرے علاقوں میں، پونچھ میں اور نیلم میں دانش اسکول کا بتنگ جلد ہوگا. میں آپ کو آج سب کو یہاں پر آج دل کی اتھا گہرائیوں سے مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں اور آپ کو یقین دلاتا ہوں. انہوں نے وانی صاحب نے کہا کہ اس اسکول کو ہم بنائیں گے، میں نے ان کو ہدایت کر دیا کہ 1 سال کے اندر دانش اسکول جو ہے یہاں پر چل جانا چاہیے. بالکل اب وزیر تعلیم، سیکرٹری تعلیم، ان کی ذمہ داری، اور میں وزیر اعظم آزاد کشمیر کو میں درخواست کروں گا کہ وہ اس کی پوری سپرویژن کریں. اور یہ اربوں روپے کے منصوبے ہیں. زمین آپ نے دی ہے، میں آپ کا بہت शुक्रगुजार हूँ। बाकी 100% जो अखराजात हैं वो वफाक बर्दाश्त करेगा और बच्चों को फ्री तालीम हासिल होगी। जिस तरह पंजाब में स्मार्ट बोर्ड्स हैं, लैपटॉप्स हैं और जदीद लाइब्रेरीज होंगी, तालीम आपको असातिज़ा आपको तालीम मुहैया करेंगे। और इंशाअल्लाह वो दिन आएगा जब यहाँ के भिंबर के और आज़ाद कश्मीर के दूसरे इलाकों के जो दानिश स्कूल के तलबा तालिबात वो पाकिस्तान के और कश्मीर के मायनाज डॉक्टर्स होंगे, इंजीनियर्स होंगे, पॉलिटिशियंस होंगे, टीचर्स होंगे, हिस्टोरियंस होंगे और दुनिया में अपना लोहा मनवाएंगे। आज पंजाब के दानिश स्कूलों का परसेंटेज है इम्तिहानों में 90% से ज़्यादा बच्चे जो हैं वो A+ ग्रेड्स हासिल करते हैं। और आज चीफ मिनिस्टर पंजाब मरीम नवाज साहिबा उसमें मज़ीद दिलचस्पी ले रही हैं। इसी तरह सिंध में वज़ीर आला सिंध हमारे भाई शाह साहब वो उसमें बड़ी तेज़ी से आगे तालीम और इलाज के मैदान में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। बलूचिस्तान के जो वज़ीर आला साहब हैं उनको बहुत शगफ है कि तालीम और इलाज के मैदान में वो आगे बढ़ें। इस तरह मैं KP के लिए भी दुआगो हूँ। इसी तरीके से हम गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में दानिश स्कूल बनाने जा रहे हैं। इसी तरीके से बलूचिस्तान के दूर दराज इलाकों में दानिश स्कूल बनाने जा रहे हैं। अमीर मुकाम ने KP की बात की है तो जो फॉर्मर जो फाटा के इलाके थे वो अब जो कि शामिल हो गए हैं KP में, इंशाअल्लाह वहाँ पर भी दानिश स्कूल बनाएंगे और इंशाअल्लाह वहाँ के बच्चों और बच्चों के लिए ये तोहफ़ा हम ज़रूर लेके आएंगे। मेरे बुज़ुर्गों, भाइयों और बहनों, आज मकबूजा कश्मीर में हमारे भाइयों और बहनों पर जो जुल्म और बर्बरियत के पहाड़ तोड़े जा रहे हैं, हिंदुस्तान की फ़ौजें वहाँ पर जिस तरह वो काबिज़ हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि वहाँ के अवाम के लिए, वहाँ के भाइयों और बहनों के लिए हम पाकिस्तान ने हमेशा सफारती उनको मदद की, ये हमारा फ़र्ज़ है। और जब तक के मकबूजा कश्मीर के अवाम को उनका हक़ नहीं मिलता, वो जब तक वो अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा की करारदादों के मुताबिक, और ख़ुद आन जहानी नेहरू ने लोकसभा में कहा था कि हम कश्मीरियों को उनका हक़ दिलवाएंगे, ये नेहरू की कमिटमेंट है कश्मीरियों के साथ। और अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा में सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में जो करारदादें जो मंजूर की गई हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान उनके साथ पूरी तरह वफादारी के साथ खड़ा है। और हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस के यहाँ पर 2 माह को मैं यकीन दिलाता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान इंशाअल्लाह अपने मकबूजा कश्मीर के भाइयों और बहनों के साथ उस वक्त तक खड़ा रहेगा, उनकी भरपूर सफारती, उनकी भरपूर अखलाकी मदद करता रहेगा जब तक कि उनको हक़ नहीं मिल जाता और वहाँ पर आज़ादी का तलू नहीं हो जाता। इसके लिए इंशाअल्लाह तमाम मुश्किलात के बावजूद पाक पूरी तरह इसके साथ यकसू है। और ख़ुद मेरे बुज़ुर्गों के ताल्लुक़ कश्मीर के साथ है। मेरी वालदा मोहतरमा, मेरे नाना, उनकी पैदाइश शुपैया में हुई थी और फिर वो अमृतसर में आ गए। मेरे वालिद ग्रामी वो उनके बुज़ुर्ग कश्मीर में उनका मकान आज भी वहाँ पर है। मैं पहले मुसलमान हूँ, पाकिस्तानी हूँ। कश्मीर के साथ पाकिस्तान की वालिहाना कमिटमेंट, मोहब्बत ये अल्फाज में बयान नहीं जा सकती। मैं आपको यकीन दिलाता हूँ कि आज अफवाज पाकिस्तान, उसके सिपह सलार हाफिज़ जनरल आसिम मुनीर, उनकी जो इस हवाले से कमिटमेंट है उसका कोई दूसरी मिसाल नहीं है। अनवेवरिंग कमिटमेंट पाकिस्तान की, उनकी कमिटमेंट, दुआएं तमाम हर तरह से वो कश्मीरी भाइयों और बहनों के साथ हैं। उसके यहाँ देर है, अंधेर नहीं है। इंशाअल्लाह मेरा दिल गवाही देता है कि कश्मीर एक दिन ज़रूर आज़ाद होगा और उनको उनके हकूक़ मिलेंगे और वो आज़ादी के साथ ज़िंदगी बसर कर सकेंगी। उनकी कुर्बानियाँ रायगा नहीं जाएंगी। अल्लाह ताला से हम सब दस्त बदुआ हैं कि पाकिस्तान को आज जो हमारे जो माशी चैलेंजेस हैं, अल्लाह ताला के फज़ल व करम से आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उनमें बेहतरी आ रही है। और दिन रात हुकूमत पाकिस्तान सूबों के साथ मिलकर दिन रात और बताया गया कि महंगाई से 4.1 तक आ गई है। इसी तरीके से पाकिस्तान की एक्सपोर्ट्स वो बढ़ रही हैं। पाकिस्तान की रेमिटेंसेस इजाफा हो रहा है। पाकिस्तान का जो सरमायाकार के लिए जो कर्जा है उसकी जो कॉस्ट है उसमें बेपनाह कमी आई है, 22% से 13% पे आ गई है। उम्मीद की जानी चाहिए कि अब दोबारा स्टेट बैंक का रिव्यू होगा, उसमें मज़ीद कमी की गुंजाइश है, मज़ीद कमी इंशाल्लाह उसमें होगी। वर्ल्ड बैंक ने $20 अरब अगले 10 साल के लिए फैसला किया है क्लाइमेट चेंज में, तालीम में, इलाज के इन मैदानों में। तो ये उस मालिक का कर्म है कि डिफ़ॉल्ट से हम बच गए पिछली हुकूमत में, और आज पाकिस्तान अब खुशहाली और तरक्की के सफ़र की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथ ये इसलिए मुमकिन हुआ, इत्तेफाक, इत्तेहाद और यकसुई है कि हमने पाकिस्तान के तमाम चैलेंजेस, तमाम मुश्किलात को बड़ी दलेरी से, बड़ी हिकमत से हमने उनको हल करना है और उसको कर रहे हैं। और इंशाअल्लाह अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुल्क की तरक्की, मुल्क की ज़राअत, मुल्क की सनत और मुल्क की जो एक्सपोर्ट्स उनको बढ़ाया जाए। IMF से हमने एक मुआहदा किया है और उस मुआहदे को हम पूरा करेंगे, लेकिन इंशाअल्लाह 22 करोड़ आवाम को, अपने भाइयों और बहनों को चारों सूबों में, आज़ाद कश्मीर, गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में, मैं उनको ये यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि इंशाअल्लाह हम शबाना रोज़ हम मेहनत कर रहे हैं और मेहनत करेंगे, कुर्बानी देंगे, इसार के साथ, इत्तेफाक के साथ चलेंगे और पाकिस्तान को सही मानों में कायद और इकबाल का पाकिस्तान बनाकर दम लेंगे। ये पाकिस्तान अपना खोया हुआ मुकाम ज़रूर हासिल करेगा। इसके लिए सिर्फ मेहनत, मेहनत, कुर्बानी और इसार वो दरकार है। और मैं इन इशार के साथ जब अपना काफिला अज़्म यकीन से निकलेगा, जहाँ से चाहेंगे रास्ता वहीं से निकलेगा। वतन की मट्टी मुझे एड़ियाँ रगड़ने दे, मुझे यकीन है चश्मा यहीं से निकलेगा। मेरे साथ नारा लगाएं, पाकिस्तान, पाकिस्तान, कायदे आज़म।
That was Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in Bhimber, Azad Jammu and Kashmir to lay the foundation stone of Danish School. The Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif also addressed the ceremony where the Prime Minister of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, Chaudhry Anwarul Haq, also addressed, thanking Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's support and progressive policies. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in his address stated that we established Danish schools in Punjab, which has contributed an inclusive education for all. The Prime Minister further said, I have directed to complete Danish school in 1 year, so the youth of Bhimber also avail high-quality education in the government's bid to ensure access to education for all. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif also condemned India's atrocities and brute force being used in occupied Jammu and Kashmir and called upon the international community to hold India accountable for its actions and ensure Kashmiris' right to self-determination as enshrined in the United Nations resolutions, reiterating Pakistan's resolve to continue standing by our Kashmiri brethren in their just struggle. That's the latest we have for you at the moment. Stay tuned for further updates.
We are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need.
We are the builders. We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers. We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we are the storytellers.
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team that brings you the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story. And every day, we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Islamabad Capital Territory. A modern planned city that is well maintained and organized, Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm, and green capital. Founded in the 1960s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Potohar Plateau in the northeast part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Park, Dako, Pakistan Monument, Rawal Lake, Simli Lake, and Fatima Jinnah Park are among the tourist attractions in the territory. It is ranked as the second most beautiful capital city in the world.
I'm Dr. Tariq Ali Bangish. I'm a liver transplant surgeon at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. I'll be appearing on Sayyid Farooq Hassan program, Sky is the Limit. Please don't miss it.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif addresses Danish School inauguration ceremony as he said the government is paying special attention for the development of Azad Kashmir. Prime Minister of Azad Jammu and Kashmir Chaudhry Anwar Alhaq addresses Danish School inauguration ceremony where he said the government is taking special interest in the development of Azad Kashmir. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that priority be given to transparency and merit in the selection of students to be sent to China in the agricultural sector. Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi says Pakistan attaches special importance to bilateral relations with the United States and values the bilateral cooperation for improvement in the country's social sectors. Information Minister Atal Attar says property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb says the main reason for the fiscal deficit is the unsustainable tax to GDP ratio of 9 to 10%. Efforts are underway to take the tax to GDP ratio to 13% through structural reforms. At least 76 people killed in a fire that engulfed a popular Turkish ski resort hotel. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expresses deep grief over the loss of lives and sends condolences to President Erdogan. A landslide triggered by heavy rain on Indonesia's main island of Java kills at least 17 people, with 9 others missing. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to the Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto for the loss of precious lives, saying Pakistan stands in solidarity with Indonesia and its people in this hour of trial. The US President Donald Trump is considering imposing a 10% tariff on imports of China-made goods as soon as February. China vows to defend its national interests after Trump threatened 10% duty on Chinese imports by 1st of February. Hours after Trump lifts sanctions against extremist Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank, the Israeli army launches offensives in Jenin city, killing at least 10 people. Palestine condemns President Trump's lifting of sanctions on violent Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank. The International Cricket Council warns the Board of Control for Cricket in India against its refusal to have Pakistan printed on its team's championship certificates. ICC tells BCCI it's obligatory for Indian players to have Pakistani names written on their kits. The Pakistan cricket team holds a practice session today in preparation for the second test against the West Indies, scheduled for January the 25th on Cricket Stadium. The team focused on batting, bowling and fielding drills. Pakistan leads the two-match series 5-1-0. Pakistan Under-19 women's team has concluded their journey in the ICC Women's Under-19 T20 World Cup in Malaysia. In their final group match, Pakistan lost to Ireland by 13 runs, according to the Duckworth-Lewis method. The matches were broadcast live on PTV. Semi-final lineup for the Australian Open women's singles is set, with Poland's Iga Świątek and America's Madison Keys securing spots in the last four. That's the latest we have for you at the moment, but for more details and live streaming, you can always log on to the website and our social media handles. This is Rafiq Iqbal signing off.
We are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need.
We are builders. We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to the nation.
And we are the storytellers
that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team that brings you the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story. And every day, we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Islamabad Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well maintained and well organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm, and green capital. Founded in the 1960s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Potohar Plateau in the northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Park, Damanico, Pakistan Monument, Rawal Lake, Simli Lake, and Fatima Jinnah Park are among the tourist attractions in the territory. It is ranked as the second most beautiful capital city in the world.
I'm Dr. Tariq Ali Bangish. I'm a liver transplant surgeon at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. I'll be appearing on Syed Farooq Hassan program Sky is the Limit. Please don't miss it.
Top edge high, but all the way for 6.
Rodman Powell, he's got great hands, he's a big man. Turn back enough. Umpire thinks yes.
6 wickets to Shaheen Shah Afridi, his best in Test match cricket.
गेम ऑन है।
That's it, one. This should be taken. It's going to be comfortable. It is. The second wicket goes down. England 2 for 80. Appeal caught behind. They've got the big wicket. Root has missed.
Set himself nicely, 46 off 56, but he's got it to par.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Assalamu Alaikum and welcome to Sports Extra. I'm your host Ahmed Nawaz with the latest roundup of sports today. Let's take a look at first of all what we're discussing. Of course, the ICC has now warned the BCCI, of course the Board of Control for Cricket in India, to stop whatever they're doing because they're preposterous saying that we won't have the name of Pakistan on their jersey. And when I say that the ICC has warned the BCCI, what I fail to understand is Jay Shah warning BCCI. You know, something looks strange, but the fact is that there is still sanity at the helm of affairs at the International Cricket Council, and that of course will prevail. They have of course a message from ICC where ICC has rejected the stance of BCCI to Pakistan logo controversy, so that thing is sorted. and India is going to get probably no quarters in this foolish campaign that they're starting this time. Then we move on, we discuss ICC Under 19 T20 World Cup. Ireland beat Pakistan by 13 runs by the Duckworth-Lewis system, and of course Sri Lanka has defeated the West Indies by 81 runs. So there were a lot of good games that we'll be talking about. Australian Open, then we move on, where Djokovic, Zverev, Aryna Sabalenka and Paula Badosa have reached the semis. Djokovic had a classy encounter, lost the first set but came back very strongly in the next three. So we talk about that, and then of course Madison Keys has also and also Iga Swiatek as well, who's been tipped to now of course reach the finals as well. Then we move on to the Champions League. We discuss the thrilling wins for Atletico, Barcelona and Liverpool. Barcelona's comeback of course has been sort of a dramatic victory that we talk about as well. So that's what we're discussing on the show in detail. Time now to introduce the guests. First of all, joining us in studios is our sports expert, international cricket commentator, broadcaster and presenter Qiyasif Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Walaikum assalam Ahmed, I'm perfect, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. We have also been joined by sports expert, these days the birthday boy as one must say, Malik Usman Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum sir, how are you? A very happy birthday to you from all of us, because we just met and of course we were not able to celebrate it before.
Thank you very much.
Cold response, absolutely cold. We've also been joined by first class cricketer and expert Kashif Majid. Assalamu alaikum, how are you sir?
Walaikum salam, thank you Ahmed, and for that pause Usman, it's just not the cold response. He was just thinking about the treat he was giving us after this program.
Well,
so
that
is calculating all the financials.
Well, some things are policy. You can't do anything about them.
Definitely.
So you have to agree with the policy. And often it is said that the writ of the law shall be established. So I think in this case the writ of law has been established. Asif, we start off with the BCCI. So first it was the venue, then it was the tournament itself, and now it came down to not having the logo or the name Pakistan on their jersey. And some people started saying that, okay, then play without a kit. Just play for God's sake. Don't wear a kit. That's what they started saying.
Well,
but the ICC has had a very firm response this time.
Well, I think that the credit goes to Pakistan Cricket Board. The way Pakistan Cricket Board is dealing all these controversies, starting from the hybrid model, and Pakistan took a very firm stance. And in the end, that was the India who turns down actually. And same when we talk about the jersey. See, this is all about the sportsman spirit, how positive you are. So India is always there to spread negativity, and whenever we talk about the bilateral series with India, whenever we talk about the ICC tournaments, there is always something going on in Indian media. Not only this, today the famous Indian channel India Today, they're reporting that the stadiums aren't ready. What will happen, because we're only a month away, almost a month away of this match. The stadiums aren't ready. And one of their newspapers is also quoting that if, once upon, there is a big if the stadiums aren't ready, then ICC will move this the entire tournament towards UAE. See, still they are just making these kind of contradicting that ICC has clarified each and everything. This is obligatory for all the participating nations, that when you are, it's an ICC event, when you're wearing your jersey, the ICC and the hosting nation logos must be on your jersey. So what Indian media was raising, and even the BCCI, I think that we got a very clear and crystal message from ICC, and thank you very much. This time they have taken this kind of stance against India.
Well, certainly. Usman, it just doesn't make sense anymore. Now it has really come to below average things, and some childish behavior that was obviously expected, but this has been a very, very I would say almost a kind of unacceptable behavior that has been there.
India shows that they are very hard, but from inside I think they are pretty hollow. One thing is certain, now we get to know where this Bollywood movies get their ideas from. It's from the Indian media, which does not make sense. Certainly they cannot connect with the people, they cannot connect with the public, and that is what is happening for some time now. Not having Pakistan name over there, logos not over there, then absolutely right. I was also thinking the same way, that they can wear their traditional clothes and just come and play some cricket for God's sake. And what have they to do with the stadiums being renovated in Pakistan? They are not going to come anyway. They are playing in Dubai. So all this propaganda, we all know that in just the next couple of days, we will have one of the biggest tournaments in Pakistan. It's the ICC Champions Trophy, and Pakistan is the defending champion as well. So talk about India themselves being the money maker of ICC cricket. What should we talk about their stadiums for that matter, if it's tit for tat? There were reports that test matches have been shifted from one stadium to the another just because that the stadium could not be utilized. If there was a full capacity, it would come down. And how the stadium's conditions were during the 2023 World Cup, how the crowd behaved, we all saw that. So India is not one of those countries that should lecture Pakistan how the stadium should be built and how this tournament should be carried forward. I think Pakistan has given a better example of themselves for some time now. They have been holding some international tournaments, some international series, the PSLs, and they are doing it pretty well. There have been no controversies, much less in India certainly. So these controversies are going to be futile, and these exercises have not bear fruit in the Bollywood film. It's not going to bear fruit in cricket world as well.
Well, absolutely. And I think, sane voices in India are probably sick and tired of this attitude as well. Because although, Kashif, I think the ICC has come up with a very strong, even with Jay Shah there, they probably thought that this time if we give any quarter to BCCI, we're going to be the ones who will be portrayed as fools in the world.
I guess India is just like behaving just like that naughty kid in the class who's always thinking what sort of a chaos he can create, just to find that attention. Was probably the attention seeking behavior from them. And you are quite right, just go on, even you can play wides for instance and just play this Champions Trophy once for all, and most probably with Jay Shah there, this can be one dramatic episode where Jay Shah is against BCCI for some time, and eventually at the end of the time or at the end of the moment he thinks that I have to represent BCCI as well in the ICC. So there is always a twist in the tail when it comes to Indian policies in regards to cricket and against Pakistan. So let's talk cricket, I guess, because I'm thinking on a note that this Champions Trophy is just only about India, and none other 7 teams have any say about it, because every now and then they come up with naughty thing, and this is where India's cricket lies.
Well, you talked about the naughty kid. The naughty kid would still wear clothes to school. They're at a point where they just don't want to wear a jersey anymore. That's how preposterous it has gotten. But the next generation of players coming from India as well. And Asif, like I said, there are still a couple of sane voices. Even before this, there were a lot of people who still wanted Pakistan hosting this and India coming to Pakistan, even in India. The fact is that, one day or the other, they will realize that they're going to be left out of this entire structure.
Well, Ahmed, let's talk about some legends like Sunil Gavaskar. Recently, he has given a statement that the Pakistan is the most favorite for this Champions Trophy. Why? He said that the way Pakistan is playing ODI cricket from last 6 months, especially he talked about the Pakistan beaten Australia. In Australia, Pakistan have given a very tough time and got a victory against South Africa in South Africa. So according to him, that Pakistan will play a brilliant cricket in home conditions, in home situations, and then he said that the rest of the team definitely they will get some tough time from Pakistan. As you talk the positive attitude from their legends cricketer, even Sachin Tendulkar, he statement that the politics should be not included in cricket. And when we talk about their other other personalities, let's talk about their journalists. They want that India should travel to Pakistan and play here, but as everybody is talking about their the behavior of naughty kid. So I think Jay Shah, and especially when we talk about the Modi's regime, he always spread hatred, and that's the only thing. The Pakistan and Indian teams, they're getting they're not playing bilateral series. The only one thing that is the Modi's fundamental approach, and I think rest the Indian cricketers we have seen recently that he was talking on a sideline that yes, we want to play with Pakistan in Pakistan, we want to go to Pakistan. Rohit Sharma has given a statement. So everybody wants to come to Pakistan to play here, but I think that only their government and the Modi regime, they're not supporting this idea.
Well, certainly, but a lot of this backlash, Usman, is now going to focus on how India perform in the Champions Trophy, and all of their games in Dubai on a surface that probably won't be similar to what they could have enjoyed in Pakistan. I thought that would favor them probably more, the style of play that they have. It's going to be interesting how they perform now.
See, I think this is a massive disadvantage to other teams apart from India. Just look at what happened in the United States T20 World Cup. If you know that where you're going to play all your matches apart from all the other teams, I think this gives a massive advantage to you. I don't think this is bad for the Indians. I think it's very good for the Indians. If you look at the team that they have selected a team which is very much accommodating to slow and low pitches, and that is what Dubai pitch has been all the time. If you look at the ideal T20 matches, I am not someone who looks too much into it, because most of the games are night games. It's a T20 game, dew is there and everything. But once you get into February, March, and you will have day-night game, and if you get to ball first with the Indian spinners that they have, I think they will have a massive chance. And they are the only team that they are going to play on one ground for that matter. All the other teams just don't know. They will be playing in Karachi, Rawalpindi, Lahore and Dubai if they have to play India. But for India, they will stay over there. They don't have to travel more. They know all the conditions. They will have the rest that is required for them. And if they qualify, they are going to play the semi-final, final on the pitches where they have been accustomed. I think it's a massive advantage, and this is not how an international tournament should be played. But if India still doesn't do much good, I think has to come. The hammer should come down on this Indian team. It has already come down on some of their senior players, I think. But India, as a cricket board, will be left just left frustrated if they don't do well. And I think if you look at 2021 T20 World Cup, what Pakistan and New Zealand did to India at the first round exit, I think that memory, that sad, poor memory, would be somewhere back of their mind. And what happened in Australia and again in India, India has a lot to prove come this Champions Trophy.
Well, certainly. But Kashif, analyzing their performance, the past couple of months have been tough on Team India. And although I think a lot of their names are in the limelight, but still they've managed to select a squad that is pretty much decent for one-day international cricket. But a lot of onus is going to be on how they perform on those surfaces.
Ahmed, technically the most celebrated cricketers of this regime of India are not in form. This is where they are lacking the confidence. We talk about Rohit Sharma, we talk about Virat Kohli, we talk about others. They are just not performing at the top level. Yes, we can say the last time Kohli played a final, it was outstanding innings by him in the T20 World Cup. But other than that, there was again a downhill slope for both of them. And this is where they think that they are not in contention. Most probably with Bumrah's injury, he's coming after injury, you always tend to feel as a fast bowler that you are just not giving your 100%. And most probably if Bumrah can be become part of this Champions Trophy, he will not be able to deliver those spells you have delivered in Australia. So with these three not in form, or most probably the injured ones, I think Team India is not that Team India anybody can talk about. And we cannot even find Team India in the top 4. Yes, Usman was right, they'll be playing all their matches in one stadium on one strip, or most probably two strips, but the same strips. So this can be an added benefit to them, but this can be a disadvantage to them if that strip just not suitably there for the whole of the tournament.
But it's very interesting. I think a lot of onus on Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli coming to the twilight of their career. Then again, Jasprit Bumrah has been the main silver lining for them. A lot of these youngsters, are they acquainted for 50 overs cricket, Kashif? That becomes a very important question, although they've been very personal domains, but 50 over cricket, and that too against Pakistan.
I guess they're good. Not about they're not in form. Historically, they were a good side when it comes to 50 over cricket. The last mega tournament of 50 over cricket was World Cup, and they were the finalists. They're the lone finalists in the World Cup. Even they batted well, decently when they started their innings with the ball. They've been on top. It's again the Travis headache for India that stole the show. But eventually, when we talk about Team India in the 50 over format, they have got a quality spin attack, which is very important in the context of their matches in UAE. Slow tracks suit spinners, the longest boundaries, you cannot hit those sixes quite easily. So that adds to their benefit. But so does the amount of spin other team have got, because going through Team India, we couldn't find the younger generation quite well apt to play those spin bowlers, because they've been quite in the IPL, and where they haven't seen the quality spin. It's always about the perfect batting strips out there, scoring 250s and 260s on the smallest ground. So most probably it's a 50-50 battle for them. If they have got the quality spinners, then they have to face quality spin, and they are not well equipped with this younger generation to face those spinners.
Well, I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup when we see them as well, because it all depends on how Pakistan play it as well. So no matter India has how many games, Asif will be on that Pakistan-India game, and a lot of Indian former cricketers have talked about that as well.
Well, and now people are talking about that that would be crucial not only for the Pakistan-India but for the entire tournament as well. And yes, I strongly agree with Kashif Bhai that they're playing good cricket, and when we see that they played very well in 50 overs World Cup, qualified for the finals, they won throughout the tournament, they've won all the games, and they have a quality spinners. When we talk about Kuldeep Yadav, Akshar Patel, they have very strong hitter in the middle as Hardik Pandya, and then they have Surya Kumar Yadav. And yes, you rightly pointed out that their top-notch batters like Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, they're not in good touch. But even then, you know, that might be they're playing their last mega event, both of them. So they will try to do something extraordinary for their nation, as they've done in the T20 World Cup as well. And then after that, they have announced their retirement in a stylish way. So Indian team is a very strong side, but you cannot take credit from Pakistani skipper Mohammad Rizwan, the way he's leading, especially in ODI, playing in ODI, and Pakistan have beaten Australia, Pakistan have beaten South Africa. So I think that I strongly agree with this Sunil Gavaskar that Pakistan is most favourite for this tournament.
Well, certainly, and Pakistan is always right. It's just Pakistan believing that they're the favourite as well. Usman, do you also think Pakistan is the favourite this time?
Yeah, I was someone who has repeatedly said that although you guys have disagreed most of the time, that Pakistan on paper has a better team than India. I still stand with that. Even if you look at from 2017 onwards, I think when we won the Champions Trophy, we lost a game against India in the World Cup 2019, that's fine. But 2021, we won by 10 wickets. And then in Australia, we had the match in the bag. We just took it out and handed over to Kohli. And that no ball is still a controversy. Even Harbhajan Singh, after a few days, stated that it was actually not a no ball. And then you come to the World Cup match against India in the United States. We again had the match in the kitty. We handed it over to Bumrah. So Pakistan should believe how they can beat India and whether they can beat or not. I think on paper, man-to-man, Pakistan has a better side, and Pakistan is the most informed team heading into the Champions Trophy. They have had a fantastic free over form for the past couple of months. India doesn't. It's totally opposite. It's just that when it comes to India, Pakistan, it's all about adrenaline rush, and I think who holds nerves better is going to win it. India has more experience than Pakistan, that is true, but if Pakistan really believes that they can beat India, I think Pakistan has a fantastic chance of beating India. Pakistan will certainly start as favourite, as the host, as the defending champion, as the most informed team. India versus Pakistan, form is never a question, it is always about nerves.
Well, nerves I think is something that Pakistan are acquainted this time to handle better, considering that, you know, finally the team's looking together and they're gelling. But Kashif, this is a big difference, that if you look at the Pakistan team, it looks, you know, under Rizwan, it looks to have a bit of stability now.
I guess more than stability, the confidence Rizwan has got. I've said number of times, I still remember those smiling Rizwan when Pakistan was facing India in UAE, when we won against them by 10 wickets. The way he smiled, the way he was reacting to that pressure, it was something to look after, because this is where the captains comes in, this is where the leaders in the team comes in. They think that enjoy this moment and let all those nerves go by, and most probably this is where Rizwan is so good. And Usman said, Usman bhai, I am with you from the very start. When we go through this Pakistani lineup, yes, we can talk about 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, any position where we wanted someone to finish the innings. But yes, we have got a very balanced attack this time round with the bat, with the ball, and most probably with the amount of spin we have got in the recent past. I think Pakistan team is one of the favorites to win it. And yes, we have got a quality leader who knows how to play white ball cricket primarily. And Rizwan's performance with the as a captain can also be a decisive factor in so many matches.
Yes, Asif Ahmed.
Kashif bhai and Usman bhai, the only concern is that Pakistani spin attack. I think that, yes, we got Sufyan Muqeem that is bowling so well. But apart from him, we do not have proper spinner. And this is Pakistan what lacking in this department, because when we talk about the Indian spinners, Ravindra Jadeja, Kuldeep Yadav, Akshar Patel, Chahal, they have plenty of options. But I think the only one department where Pakistan needs improvement, that is spin bowling attack.
Absolutely. I think a lot of departments are there that need improvement. Thank you very much, Kashif and Asif Ahmed. We're going to hang on to Malik Usman, and of course we move on to a short break. We come back with more on Sports Extra.
It's time for Maghrib prayers in Rawalpindi, Islamabad. People in other parts of the country may offer their prayers according to their local timings.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد
Sayings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He who does not respect elders, does not have mercy on children, does not commend what is good, and does not forbid what is evil, is not one of us.
Welcome back to Sports Extra, and now we discuss the Australian Open first of all, the first Grand Slam of the season for tennis. The semi-final lineups have been completed. Malik Usman, of course, is with us in studios, and joining him is sports expert Ali Mehdi. Assalamu alaikum, Ali. How are you? Walaikum Salam, very well. Well, Ali, the semi-final lineup is completed now, so a lot to talk about what we talked about yesterday. So first of all, Djokovic is going to be facing Alexander Zverev in that semi-final. We will be talking about that, but you know, elsewhere we talk about Ben Shelton and Jannik Sinner. And I think a lot of your prediction now of Jannik Sinner going on to win this Australian Open pretty much looks in hand now.
Look, we've got to start with the world number one, the player who's been on fire, you know, who's won 2 Grand Slams, won the World Tour finals. I said it yesterday in your show that Sinner is the hot favorite to win. There were actually rumors that he's not fit, he's got pneumonia, he's not up to the mark, but did he dispose of Alex de Minaur, the demon in Australia, or what? I mean, he was absolutely efficient here. You know, actually de Minaur started okay, he was matching him pound for pound, but the fact of the matter is that Sinner, what he does is he's like the old Djokovic. What he does is that he chokes you. He doesn't give you an opportunity. At the same time, what happens is that he's so efficient. You know, he doesn't get so many few unforced errors. And when you are efficient, you know, you're most likely going to win. He hits very deep. He's decent on the net. His serve is good. Important. He doesn't make unforced errors. And tennis is a game that you need to win pressure points, and you need to make sure don't do many unforced errors. That's what he did. You know, 6-1, 6-2 scores like that. He didn't get more than 2-3 games per set. So I thought Sinner did the job. He was very efficient, and you know, I mean, once again he wants to defend this title, and once again he's through to the semi-finals at Melbourne Park.
Well, certainly, Usman, how would you fancy this now? Because there's been a lot of talk from Wali Mehdi about Jannik Sinner, but do you also echo the same words now?
Yeah, I think as far as Australian Open is concerned, certainly hot favourite, not just favourite. And I think his mental strength does not come just on the court, it's also off the court. Last year was a very, very tough year for him, although he won 2 Grand Slams. But the problem was the off-court controversy. Yeah. That was the biggest challenge that he faced. And he still showed that he can come out of it and still win big tournaments. He won the Masters as well. And now again in Australian Open, which is supposed to be his favourite. And he had a lighter draw as well. And he will only meet Djokovic or Zverev or Alcaraz in the final. Alcaraz is out now. And Djokovic versus Zverev, one will enter the final. I don't see why Sinner is going to lose the semi-final. He should win it. And a final and defending champion, I think he will start as favourite once again. He has all the quality shots which are required to be having for a champion in the Australian Open. So I think with the consistency that he has showed, which Alcaraz is still missing, I think the new generation of tennis stars is led by Sinner.
But you know, question to Ali Mehdi yesterday, Usman, I'll ask it to you as well, that you know, every time we tend to say that, you know, this is it for Djokovic now, he tends to still carry on. I think this is just something that he enjoys this challenge, and he wants to keep on going despite the challenges that he's faced.
Yeah, he doesn't play very pretty, isn't it? Since his debut, I've been following his career throughout, and he rose to top 3 ranking in no time. And those were the days when I thought that certainly he's going to win so many Grand Slams. The only reason was because looking at the age of Federer and Nadal, he was too young, and we knew that he was going to win once his time comes. But his time came too early, and during the time of Federer and Nadal at their peak, he still won Grand Slams. Now it was his time, he took it, but now with the age he is in, 38 years old, and with all these young guns coming and firing all cylinders, he's not that fit anymore, and he's only getting older. But see that fighting spirit that took him apart from the other players. Federer was all technique, Nadal was a fighter, but his game was more about clay. But this Djokovic, he was good on all surfaces from day one itself, and he was not a very pretty player by any means. If you ask people who is your favorite player, not many will say Djokovic. It was all Federer, Nadal with all that style and those friendship and rivalry. He was never a major rival to anyone. Nobody considered him. So he came under the light, from under the floodlights, and he won so many Grand Slams. He's the highest Grand Slam winner, waiting for his 25th, and you cannot be surprised if he goes into the final and takes on Sinner or whoever it is and he wins it again. See what he did to Alcaraz. I think that was a smashing victory. This has to be the match of the tournament. Nobody gave him a chance. Alcaraz was once again into the limelight with that dip in form last year in the second half of the year. But once again, Alcaraz and Sinner was favourite to headline the final. But no, Djokovic had other ideas. He just doesn't give up. He stands by his ideologies, and he stands by his game. He stands by his energies. You can just see that his body is not allowing him to do what he's doing, but victory is all in his mind, and that shows so much mental toughness that took him to so many Grand Slams, and you just cannot be surprised if he adds to his kitty in this tournament.
Absolutely. I was actually expecting it to probably go to the final set, but you know, Djokovic just dispatched the next 3. And I think the highlight of that game has to be the side of Djokovic we saw, where he was, actually surprised his kids are up till 1 a.m. So I think that was a great emotional moment there as well. But that just tells you how involved he is with the game itself. That being said, Ali Mehdi, on the women's side as well, I'm a bit happy. Obviously, American has made it to the semis, but then again, she's up against Iga Swiatek, and elsewhere, then again, your favorite is still there in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, Sabalenka tomorrow, I think that's the one which we're really looking forward to. I think Sabalenka is the hot favorite, when she takes on tomorrow. She takes on this Bedosa, her best friend over there. They're off this court. They are best friends. They always travel with each other. They've known each other for a long time. I can't see anybody pass Sabalenka because she loves this tournament. She graces this tournament. She knows how to win. She had a difficult match in the last match against Pavlyuchenkova. And I think she did extremely well too, actually, to match in 3 sets. But the fact of the matter is, this is the one Grand Slam where she thinks she can go the distance. I think she'll have too much power for Bedosa. Bedosa has done very well to make it to the semi-finals, but I think Sabalenka. On the other side, it's going to be Madison Keys who's going to take on Swiatek. Look, Madison Keys is a Cinderella story. Madison Keys actually made the semi-finals way back in 2015, a decade ago. And to show that sort of consistency and a decade later to make the semi-finals speaks for tenacity and speaks for how much consistent she is. She's made the semi-finals. You predicted it. You deserve all the flowers, correct. But I actually feel that now that she's going to take on Swiatek. Swiatek he's been brilliant on clay, and she's won one US Open in the middle. She'll want to make she doesn't want to be classified as a clay court specialist. She wants to win another Grand Slam on another surface, and especially in the Australian Open. So she, I think, will be hot favorite. But at the end of the day, what happens is that Madison Keys has that experience too. She can go that distance, but I actually am predicting that it's going to be a Sabalenka versus Swiatek final, and I think it's going to be a brilliant final at the end.
Yes, Usman, your thoughts on the women's affairs?
Slightly different. I don't know. Swiatek has been doing well. I like her as a player, certainly. But this Australian Open, from the day one onwards, I was just looking at every result that Swiatek is getting, that she might be out now, because I don't think that this is her favorite surface, and she doesn't fancy too much chances in Australian Open. Australian Open is more like a Sabalenka or a kind of a tournament. Look what Alcaraz is doing in this tournament. He just cannot go beyond quarterfinals, and that is what Swiatek is. I think she has overachieved in this tournament already, getting to the semi-finals. But on the other side, Sabalenka, I think this surface suits her, and she would start as favorite if anyone enters into the final against her. But as far as Swiatek and Madison Keys is concerned, I just think that Madison Keys might just win over here.
Wow.
And it's going to be Sabalenka versus Madison Keys. So I don't see Swiatek, because if you look at historical perspective, players who are good on clay are not generally very good on Australian surfaces. Certainly not good on Wimbledon surfaces, but Australian surfaces, they are not so good. They are good on US surfaces, but not Australian surfaces. For that matter, I think that Swiatek's game is not very much suited to Australian Open. She has developed a lot. She has entered the semi-finals. I won't be surprised if she goes into the final, because she's the number 2 ranked, seeded 2, and Sabalenka is seeded 1. But as far as game style is, Madison Keys has a good chance of sailing into the final of a Grand Slam in this tournament.
Certainly. Well, that now brings us to the Champions League. We move on to football. Ali Mehdi, what's your update on the Champions League? There have been certain victories that we're going to be talking about, but how have you seen it now?
Look, there's only one game we can talk about, Usman, I would agree, and that is the thriller. Oh, what a game we saw yesterday. This is thriller in Portugal yesterday at the Stade de Cruz, the Stadium of Light in Portugal. 5-4, what a game it was.
With a red card.
With a red card, end-to-end stuff, 4-3 to win. And then out of the blue, they just blew apart and scored. This Barcelona came out of the dead and won. A Rafinha hat-trick, managed to win 5-4. Probably the best game you'll ever see. It reminds me very much of many years ago, out in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Barcelona beat PSG about 6-5 or something, one of the best games you'll ever see. But yesterday, just shows that Barcelona, they've got all the talent and they are doing extremely well in the cups. Obviously in the league, they're suffering, but yesterday, Rafinha, Lamal, Lewandowski, they actually were brilliant on the day, and to win 5-4 and to qualify for the Champions League, it'll do them a lot of confidence, because in the league they are suffering. But when it comes to the Champions League, they are a different kettle of fish, and they'll be very relieved that they're through to the last 8.
Usman, your analysis of this game, I mean, it's been a while since we saw about 3 penalties and 1 own goal and a red card as well. It was an eventful night of football.
Absolute cinema. Yeah, I have to agree with that. Benfica versus Barcelona, I have been watching many games of Barcelona recently, and you just see that you are never out of it, you are never in it if you are playing Barcelona. Conceded a couple of goals, you can still score against them. If you are leading to 3-0, you are never going to win that game until it's 90 minutes and the final whistle has been blown. This is what Barcelona has been. They are probably neutral's most favorite team in Europe, and Hansi Flick has done a wonderful job, and how they just destroy the opposition. They don't look at the reputation, they don't look at home away game, they know only one style of playing, and that is attacking football. And their key player, their link-up player has been Rafinha. Oh, how well he has grown. Just a couple of years back, he was in Leeds, and they qualified to the Barclays Premier League. And after just 1 season, and now he's in Barcelona doing wonders. He's just scoring goals after goals after goals, and he's a brilliant link-up player, the assist provider. He's scoring goals, and with 2 goals down after 75 minutes, and yet going on to win the match. I think this has happened for the first time in the history of Champions League. That is what I read somewhere, and this is what Barcelona is all about. They are neutral's favorite team. They play high adrenaline football, very attacking, very enthusiastic. Thankfully, that is more direct than a tiki-taka, and how well you have to wonder all this, that a Spanish team has a German coach, and this is how football is all about. There are no boundaries, and there are no style of football that is a winning formula. If you know how to play this kind of football, at least you are going to get many fans, and if it brings you victories, then you're the darling of football pundits and fans.
Certainly, and I once again, even though Barcelona is doing pretty well, they've lost just 1 game. Liverpool have been unbeaten so far in their last 7 games. So I think that's also something. But thank you very much, Ali Mehdi and Malik Usman Ahmed, for joining us. That wraps up Sports Extra. Before we go, we'd like to send out a very, very special birthday wish to a very young, fine gentleman, of course, who is an essential part of our Sports Extra as well, we always say. And that is, of course, Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed Shirazi has got his birthday tonight. So, Mohammed, a very happy birthday to you from all of us here at Sports Extra. And, of course, we wish you many years of success and joy. One of these days, whenever Shirai Saab brings Mohammed to PTV, it's always exciting for all of us, the way he's running around. So may the Almighty bless him with more such years. Absolutely. May he keep spreading joy all over. So a very happy birthday to you, Mohammed, from all of us. Thank you very much. That wraps up sports. Goodbye for now.
Are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need.
We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we are the storytellers.
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team that brings you this from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story.
And every day, we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Islamabad Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm, and green capital. Founded in the 1960s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Potohar Plateau in the northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north, Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Dominico, Pakistan Monument, Rawal Lake, Simli Lake, and Fatima Jinnah Park are among the tourist attractions in the territory. It is ranked as the second most beautiful capital city in the world.
I'm Dr. Tariq Ali Bangish. I'm a liver transplant surgeon at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. I'll be appearing on Syed Farooq Hassan program Sky is the Limit. Please don't miss it.
Top edge high, but all the way for 6.
Rodman Powell, he's got great hands, he's a big man. Turn back enough. Umpire thinks yes.
6 wickets to Shaheen Shah Afridi, his best in Test match cricket.
Game on है.
That's head one, this should be taken, it's going to be comfortable, it is, second wicket goes down, England 2 for 80.
Appeal caught behind, they've got the big wicket, Root has been dismissed.
Set himself nicely, 46 off 56, but he's got it to par.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif performs groundbreaking of the first Danish School Science and Technology Centre of Excellence in Bhimber, Azad, Jammu and Kashmir, marking a significant milestone in the area's educational development.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that transparency and merit should be the top priority in the selection of students being sent for agricultural training in China. Instructs to form a committee to resolve complaints of students who do not meet the selection criteria during scrutiny of application to the portal.
Pakistan and China are writing a new chapter of collaboration that will benefit the generations to come. Minister for Planning and Development Ehsan Iqbal says work on two mega projects, Karakoram Highway Phase 2 and ML1, will commence this year.
The government is working to reduce its expenditures and debt servicing. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb says achieving sustainable development is Pakistan's top priority, as debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 78% to 67%.
Security forces achieved significant success on 8th of January by intercepting a weapons-laden truck at Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Modern foreign weapons, magazines and ammunition intended for terrorist activities in Pakistan recovered.
Information Qatar says property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for it to Pakistan.
A landslide triggered by heavy rain in Indonesia kills at least 19 people, with 9 others missing. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to President Prabowo Subianto over the loss of lives.
At least 10 Palestinians killed and many wounded in a violent Israeli military raid on the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. 120 bodies recovered from under the rubble of destroyed buildings in Gaza over 2 days.
Posters appeared across Srinagar and other areas of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, urging people to observe India's Republic Day 26th of January as Black Day. The All Parties Hurriyat Conference expresses concern over the prevailing situation in occupied territory ahead of India's Republic Day.
The semi-final lineup for the Australian women's singles is set, with Poland's Iga Świątek and America's Madison Keys securing spots in the last 4.
Pakistan cricket team holds practice session in preparation for second test match against West Indies, scheduled for 25th of January at Multan Cricket Stadium. Pakistan leads the 2-match series by 1-0. PTV Sports will be telecasting the match live. Good evening. Welcome to PTV World News. Ms. Fiza Sajawal and with me is Rafa Iqbal. We'll come up with the news in detail after a short break. Stay tuned. Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need. We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the athletes who bring glory and pride to our...
And we are the storytellers.
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team that brings news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story.
And we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has performed groundbreaking of the first Danish School Science and Technology Centre of Excellence in Bhimber, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, marking a significant milestone in the area's educational development. More in this report by Umayma Khalil.
The Prime Minister expressed his commitment to establishing more Danish schools in Azad Jammu and Kashmir and other underdeveloped areas, aiming to provide quality education to talented children lacking access to facilities. At the groundbreaking ceremony of Azad Jammu and Kashmir's first Danish School Centre of Science and Technology in Bhimber, he called the establishment a welcoming sign. He said that the project Danish schools was the brainchild of his leader and former Prime Minister Mohammad Nawaz Sharif, which were initially aimed at providing quality education to the talented and intelligent children of the less developed areas of Punjab, whose parents were unable to bear their education expenses. He said that talented orphans and poor children are enrolled in Danish schools, which would bring an adult revolution. The schools provide free books, meals, and boarding with settings for girls and boys. He announced more Danish schools will open soon. Gilgit-Baltistan, Balochistan, and merged districts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The federal government will fund all the schools. He directed authorities to complete construction and operationalize them within a year. He pointed out that the people of occupied Kashmir are pleased to see their brothers getting such education. He reaffirmed for Kashmiri's right to self-determination as per UN resolutions. The Prime Minister acknowledged the effort of Chief Minister of Punjab, Sindh and Balochistan in enhancing education and health facilities. He added that General Syed Asim Munir is committed to supporting Kashmiris and their sacrifices will lead to freedom. He said the World Bank in its 10 years plan had also allocated $20 billion for various projects in Pakistan. The Prime Minister said that unrest in the country was incurring a huge loss of around 190 billion rupees every day. Shehbaz Sharif expressed the confidence that those conspiring against the country will fail. Prime Minister of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, Anwarul Haq, said that the Prime Minister Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif had illuminated the path of knowledge by establishing a Danish school in Bhimber, an underdeveloped district. Federal Minister of Kashmir Affairs and Baltistan, Amir Muqam, expressed gratitude for the establishment of Danish School project in Azad Kashmir. 4 Danish schools will be established in Azad Kashmir. This is Umama Khalil reporting for PTV World.
Prime Minister Shehbaz said that transparency in merit should be the top priority in the selection of students being sent for agricultural training in China. Our correspondent Alamdar Kazmi has more details in the following report.
Chairing a meeting in Islamabad, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif instructed to form a committee to resolve complaints of students who do not meet the selection criteria during the scrutiny of applications through the portal. Shehbaz Sharif said the government will bear all expenses for the modern agriculture training of Pakistani students in China, and the first batch of students will soon depart for China. He mentioned that 10% special quota has been reserved for students from Balochistan for this agricultural training opportunity. The Prime Minister was informed that students from the agricultural sector has submitted their applications through the portal in a transparent manner. Out of 1,287 applications, 711 students met the established criteria for training. These students also include candidates from Balochistan and Gilgit-Baltistan. The meeting was informed that these students will be sent to China in 2 batches. The first batch of 300 students will receive in areas such as irrigation improvement, livestock disease diagnosis and monitoring, livestock breeding and modern genetics, and the preparation and processing of modern seeds. The first batch of students will depart for China in March. The second batch of 400 students will be sent to China in the middle of this year. They will receive training in the use of modern machinery in agriculture, rapid crop growth, the use of modern technology in agriculture, including artificial intelligence and fruit and vegetable processing. Report World, Alamdar Kazmi.
Minister for Planning and Development SN Iqbal has said Pakistan and China are writing a new chapter of collaboration that will benefit the generations. Addressing an event in connection with the Chinese Spring Festival in Islamabad, he said work on 2 mega projects, Karakoram Highway Phase 2 and ML1 will commence this year. To know more about the event, here is a report by our correspondent Rahul Basharat.
The Ministry of Planning and Development organized an event in Islamabad to mark the Chinese Spring Festival and New Year celebrations. The event was attended by Federal Minister for Planning and Development SN Iqbal, the Ambassador of China to Pakistan Jiang Zedong, and a large number of Chinese and Pakistani professionals working on CPEC projects. While addressing the ceremony, Planning Minister SN Iqbal acknowledged the contributions of Chinese workers in Pakistan's role in the country's development. The minister stated that the second phase of CPEC focuses on industrialization, technology transfer, regional connectivity, and creating immense opportunities for growth.
CPEC's second phase is now focused on business-to-business cooperation aimed at unlocking even greater economic potential. This phase is guided by the vision of 5 corridors: growth corridor, promoting industrial development, trade and regional connectivity; livelihood corridor, ensuring inclusive development, job creation and poverty alleviation.
On this occasion, the Ambassador of China to Pakistan, Jiang Zedong, said Pakistan's economy has experienced rapid growth and recovery over the past few months. He highlighted the commencement of commercial flights in Gwadar as an inspiring milestone, reflecting the strong commitment to completing CPEC projects. The Ambassador further emphasized that China and Pakistan are closely collaborating on all CPEC initiatives. During the event, Chinese officials working on various projects in Pakistan were honored with shields in recognition of their services. The event also featured cultural performances showcasing the deep cultural bond between Pakistan and China. The friendship between Pakistan and China is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of both countries, and the CPEC is a symbol of their strong bond. Rahul Bisharat, PTV World, Islamabad.
Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has said achieving sustainable development is Pakistan's top priority. He said this while speaking during a discussion on the topic of growing burden of global debt on developing economies at the World Economic Forum in Davos. The Finance Minister said the government is working to reduce its expenditures and debt servicing. He mentioned that the debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 78% to 67%, and also said Pakistan aims to tackle rising population, poverty and environmental issues and move towards sustainable economic development through the 10-year partnership program with the World Bank. He emphasized that in the second phase of CPEC, focus will shift to promoting business-to-business engagement, and said Chinese companies will be encouraged to relocate their production units to Pakistan under the second phase of CPEC. He said that Chinese companies could potentially make Pakistan the hub for their exports. Also, Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb has held a number of meetings with leaders of various countries and representatives of organizations in Davos, Switzerland, where he is attending the World Economic Forum. Mohammad Aurangzeb held a meeting with Chief Advisor of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus. The informal meeting took place on the sidelines of the opening banquet of the World Economic Forum's annual meet 2025. The Finance Minister also met Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. Both leaders deliberated on bilateral relations and economic cooperation. Mohammad Aurangzeb also met Yuvraj Narayan and Rizwan Somra of the DP World. They discussed ways to improve infrastructure and logistics frameworks for the promotion of trade in Pakistan. The Finance Minister said Pakistani government values partnership in B2B and B2G cooperation and is determined to advance joint projects. Security forces have achieved a significant success on 8th of January by intercepting a weapons-laden truck at the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Modern foreign weapons, magazines and ammunition intended for terrorist activities in Pakistan were recovered. The seized cache included 744 rounds of light machine gun ammunition and a large number of launches, further highlighting the nature of planned operations. Defense experts have linked this incident to ongoing collaboration between terrorist elements and Afghan facilitators. They claim that the checkpoints in Afghanistan are reportedly aiding such activities, underlying a security threat to the region. This is not the first instance of foreign weapons being seized, raising serious concern about the presence of militants in Afghanistan and their cross-border operations. Information Minister Ataullah Tahir said property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. Speaking on the mega corruption case in Islamabad, Tahir said NAB had clarified that Malik Riaz's investments in Dubai fell in the category of money laundering. He said there were many cases of corruption and land grabbing against Malik Riaz and his son Ali Riaz. The minister went on to say that there is no example of corruption greater than this, saying that Pakistan's government's money was misused. He said that the decision on the £190 million case has been headlined by the global media's corruption. He further said there is solid evidence of corruption of £190 million.
A landslide triggered by heavy rain on Indonesia's main island of Java has killed at least 19 people, with 9 others missing. Intense rainfall in a mountainous area near Pagelagon city in central Java province sparked the landslide, collapsing at least one bridge and burying houses in thick mud. The joint rescue team evacuated one more victim buried by the landslide, bringing the death toll to 19. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has expressed deep grief and sorrow over the loss of precious lives in tragic landslides and flash floods in Indonesia's Java island. He extended condolences to Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto, the families of the victims, people of Indonesia. The Prime Minister said Pakistan stands in solidarity with the Indonesian government and its people as they respond to this calamity with resilience and courage. At least 10 Palestinians have been killed and many wounded in an Israeli military raid on the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. Israeli forces were seen blocking streets in Jenin during military operation. Israeli security forces backed as raided the West Bank city of Jenin, which Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called a large-scale and significant military operation. The move into Jenin, where the Israeli army has carried out multiple raids and large-scale incursions over recent years, comes only 2 days after the start of a ceasefire in Gaza and underscores the threat of more violence in the West Bank. The UN Special Rapporteur warns if Israel is not forced to stop, its genocide of Palestinians will not be confined to Gaza. Civil Defense Staff report have said that 120 bodies recovered from under the rubble of destroyed buildings in Gaza over 2 days. Israel's war on Gaza has killed at least 47,107 Palestinians and wounded 111,147 since 7th of October 2023. Israel launches its first formal operation in occupied West Bank's Jenin city soon after Donald Trump is inaugurated as 47th President of the United States. More details in this report.
Hours after new U.S. President Donald Trump ordered lifting of sanctions against extremist Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank, the Israeli military launched an offensive in its Jenin city and killed at least 10 civilians. The operation came as Trump's nominee for U.S. ambassador to the United Nations endorsed claims of biblical rights to the entire West Bank during a Senate confirmation hearing, aligning herself with positions that could complicate diplomatic efforts in the Middle East. The Israeli military and its Shin Bet security agency in a joint statement said they launched the operation in Jenin dubbed Iron Wall alongside the Israeli border police. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a separate statement also said the Jenin operation was part of the Israeli strategy in the occupied West Bank. Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, however, called for maximum restraint from the Israeli security forces and said that he remains deeply concerned about the situation. Israeli NGO B'Tselem accused the Israeli government of using the Gaza ceasefire as an excuse and opportunity to ratchet up the oppression of West Bank Palestinians. Jenin Governor Kamal Abu al-Rab said the operation was an invasion of the Palestinian refugee camp. The Jenin operation by Israel came hot on the heels of Trump's decision of lifting sanctions on occupied West Bank's violent Israeli settlers. The Ramallah-based Palestinian Authority condemned the Trump's move, saying it encourages settlers to commit more crimes against Palestinians. But Israeli extremist leaders Itamar Ben-Gvir, who resigned as Israeli National Security Minister after Gaza ceasefire pact came into effect, and far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich praised Trump's decision. Observers say the situation in the Gaza as well as in occupied West Bank remains volatile, which could worsen with more hostilities and bloodshed, where Israel found that it was not achieving its objectives. This is Syed Ali Asad Naqvi, PTV World, Slat.
A convoy of trucks carrying humanitarian assistance rolled into Gaza's Rafah as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas held steady for a fourth day. People were seen gathering and that had fallen off the trucks as they trudged along Rafah's battered roads, flanked by the ruins of damaged buildings. The truce in the 15-month-old war, which has laid waste to the Gaza Strip and inflamed the Middle East, took effect on 19th of January with the release of the first 3 hostages held by Hamas, 90 Palestinians freed from Israeli jails. Now attention is starting to shift to the rebuilding of the coastal enclave, which the Israeli military has demolished.
Posters have been pasted across Srinagar and other areas of India by Jammu and Kashmir, urging the people to observe India's Republic Day, 26th of January, as Black Day. The posters displayed by All Parties Hurriyat Conference and other organizations bear messages such as 26th of January, Indian Republic Day, is a black day for the Kashmiris. United Nations must fulfill its plebiscite promise with the Kashmiris, and India is trying to hoodwink international organizations regarding Kashmir. The posters pay tribute to the martyrs of massacres carried out by Indian forces in Sopore, Gaukadal, Srinagar, Handwara and Kupwara during January. The All Parties Hurriyat Conference expressed concern over the prevailing situation in Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir of India's Republic Day. The increased lockdown measures and additional deployment of Indian forces have created an atmosphere of fear, leaving the people feeling insecure about their lives, honor and dignity. The National Assembly was informed the House that the government is focusing on skill development of the youth to cater demand of skilled labourers abroad and signed agreements with different countries for this purpose. More on this report by correspondent Musharraf Zahoor.
Minister for Overseas Pakistanis Chaudhry Saleh Hussain told the lawmakers during question hour that the government is pursuing a proactive approach to sign agreements with the countries in the European Union for export of skilled manpower. The minister stated that about 1.3 million people went abroad for employment over the last 3 years. Parliamentary Secretary Dr. Darshan told the House that the sewage treatment plant has been proposed in the federal capital to collect and treat wastewater before it enters Rawal Lake. He said the unplanned development along the banks of Korang River is contributing to the pollution of Rawal Dam, adding that the wetlands have been constructed to reduce contamination. Responding to another question, Parliamentary Secretary Nelson Azim said no new polio case has been reported in the country in the current month due to effective anti-polio campaigns run by the government. He said the government has also initiated awareness campaign to motivate the people to vaccinate their children. The House passed the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention Implementation Bill 2024. Besides the Code of Criminal Procedures Amendment Bill 2025, the Prevention of Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2025 and the Digital Nation Amendment Bill 2024 were introduced in the House. The chair referred the bills to the standing committees concerned. Later, the House was adjourned to meet again on Thursday at 2 p.m. Reporting for PTV World, Musharraf Zahoor.
High-level meeting chaired by Minister for National Food Security and Research, Ranatan Veerasen, was informed that the national seed policy has been finalized. The meeting held in Islamabad discussed the administrative structure, vision and strategic goals of the National Seed Development and Regulatory Authority. The meeting focused on establishing the NSDRA full functionality to enhance Pakistan's seed sector. Speaking on the occasion, Ranatan Veerasen emphasized the critical role of quality seeds in ensuring food security, improving agricultural productivity. He highlighted that advanced and export quality seeds are essential for achieving self-sufficiency and boosting exports. Ranatan Veerasen reiterated his ministry's commitment to strengthening Pakistan's seed sector and supporting its role in national agricultural development. SIFC is extending support for the promotion of EV industry in the country. Chinese company ADM Group has announced an investment of $250 million to set up an EV manufacturing plant in Pakistan. Transition to EVs is expected to cut fuel import costs, saving billions of dollars for the country. The government's new regulations for EV charging infrastructure will also improve Pakistan's environmental balance. Supreme Court has appointed 2 additional amici after Attorney General Mansoor Usman raised objections on Hamid Khan and Munir Malik appointed yesterday to assist the court in settling the question of jurisdiction of regular benches. As Attorney General appeared before a 2-member bench comprising Justice Mansoor Shah and Justice Akil Abbasi, he objected to the appointment of both counsels due to them being petitioners against the 26th Amendment. After objections, the bench also appointed Khwaja Haris and Ahsan Boone as amici. The bench is seized with the question of jurisdiction of regular benches after the 26th Amendment and contempt proceedings against the additional registrar of the Supreme Court. The bench directed additional registrar Nazar Abbas to file reply by today. During his arguments on jurisdiction of regular benches, Munir Malik proposed constituting full court to settle the question. The bench adjourned the hearing till tomorrow when Hamid Khan will take the rostrum. Additional Attorney General informed the Supreme Court that the government has appointed Justice retired Fakir Muhammad Kokar to hear the Missing Person Commission. Appearing before a Supreme Court bench, Additional Attorney General said the government is serious on the issue of missing persons and intends to bring special tribunals for missing persons through legislation. He said a cabinet committee is already working on the law-making process in the case. The bench expressed the hope that the government moves quickly on this matter, as Justice Jamal Mashk cannot issue directions on legislation process. The bench adjourned the hearing indefinitely.
ComStech Islamabad hosted an event aimed at fostering collaboration among universities in OIC member states. More in this report by our correspondent Asal Dogar.
The annual meeting of the ComStech Consortium of Excellence convened at ComStech Islamabad brought education leaders from universities of the OIC countries and observer states including China and Russia. Vice-chancellors, rectors and senior representatives from OIC member states including Palestine, Malaysia, Oman, Jordan, Pakistan, Somalia, Uganda, Indonesia and Iran were also in attendance. The event aimed to enhance inter-university collaborations in critical areas such as science, technology, health and higher education to address the challenges faced by Muslim countries. Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of ComStech, said the event is an important platform to address the academic challenges in Muslim countries.
Universities play extremely important role in socio-economic development. The core mission of this network is to have socio-economic development of the Muslim world.
University President, Palestine University expressed gratitude for Pakistan's support to Palestine.
I'm very thankful for the ComStech and for the Pakistan state for inviting Palestine and universities from Palestine to participate in this meeting. Also, we are thanking for the large number of scholarships which are offered for students from Palestine. We are going cooperations between Palestinian institution and Pakistan institution.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, University Technology Mara said the event will allow universities to cooperation projects.
So from this platform, we can collaborate, for example, for student exchange, for postgraduate students, for doing research.
Vice President, International Relations, University of Jordan said it is an important platform to foster collaboration.
It's a big opportunity for all universities to collaborate and to work together, strengthen our universities.
This high-level dialogue marked a significant step towards addressing shared challenges of universities in OIC member states. This event at ComStech allowed universities from across OIC states to discuss coordination and cooperation projects. This is Asil Dogar, PTV World, Islamabad.
The renowned Urdu writer Maulana Muhammad Hussain Azad remembered on his death anniversary. His contribution and impact is immense to Urdu literature and prose, and he is famous for his masterpiece Ab-e-Hayat. It is regarded as the most frequently printed and most widely read book of Urdu because of its numerous qualities which make it a constant companion or a book of reference for an ardent Urdu lover. Azad was born in Delhi in a highly educated immigrant family, and after his father's death, he migrated to Lahore in 1861. Muhammad Hussain Azad's work include Qisas-ul-Hind, Narange Khayal, Abe Hayat, Sere Iran, and Darbare Akbari. Azad died in Lahore in 1910 at the age of 80. This distinguished Urdu poet and playwright Razi Akhtar Shauq was remembered on his death anniversary. Born as Khwaja Raziul Hasan and pen name Shauq in Sharanpur in 1933, Razi Akhtar Shauq got his BA degree from Jamia Osmania. He later moved to Pakistan after partition of India and permanently settled in Karachi. Razi Akhtar Shauq earned his MA degree from the University of Karachi and initiated his professional career at Radio Pakistan. Notably, he authored numerous memorable dramas under the title Studio Number 9, Pakistan, Karachi. Razi Akhtar Shauq's poetic collection, including Mere Mausam, Mere Khwab and Just, have left an indelible mark on Urdu literature. In the final days of his life, Razi Akhtar Shauq battled heart disease and ultimately passed away on 20th of January in 1999 in Karachi. The head of a major humanitarian group said U.S. President Donald Trump's order to halt foreign aid for 90 days disaster consequences in Afghanistan, where relief operations are already stretched thin. On Monday, Trump ordered a temporary pause in foreign development aid pending assessments of efficiencies and consistency with his foreign policy. The scope of the order was not clear, including whether it applied to Afghanistan's humanitarian funding, which is channeled through NGOs and United Nations agencies. The Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, Jan Egeland, said that the decision had left agencies reeling as they braced for further cuts from the biggest donor to Afghanistan. The war-torn nation is home to more than 23 million people requiring humanitarian assistance, more than half the country's population, but aid has shrunk as donors face competing global crises and diplomats raise concerns about the Taliban's restrictions on women in most areas of public life, including education. World Economic Forum participants arrived to the conference venue for a third day of the annual meeting in the Swiss ski resort Davos. Among the main speakers who will address the forum are United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. Qatar's Prime Minister said in Davos that he hoped the Palestinian Authority would return a governing role in Gaza once the war with Israel comes to an end. Speaking at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Switzerland, 2 days after the ceasefire Qatar helped broker came into effect in Gaza, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani cautioned that Gazans and not any other country should dictate the way the enclave will be governed. How Gaza will be governed after the war was not directly addressed in the deal between Israel and Hamas that led to an end to nearly 15 months, mediated by Qatar, Egypt and the US.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that he met with German opposition leader Friedrich Merz on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum just weeks before Germany's federal election. They discussed ways to further advance a just peace for Ukraine as well as global challenges and the situation on the front lines. Germany will hold elections on 23rd of February and Merz is currently the leading candidate. The Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi said it was desirable that the new U.S. administration under President Donald Trump was welcoming investment in AI by Japanese companies. Japan's Nikkei share average posted a 2-week closing high today, powered by soft and other technology stocks, after Trump announced a private sector investment of up to $500 billion to fund structure. The Nikkei ended 1.58% higher at 39,646.25, its highest close since 8th of January. The announcement on Trump's second day in office follows the rolling back of former President Joe Biden's executive order on AI that was intended to reduce the risks artificial intelligence poses to consumers, workers, and national security. Sri Lanka's foreign minister said that the South Asian island nation had signed an agreement with Chinese state energy giant CPEC to fast-track a proposed $3.7 billion oil refinery in its southern port city of Hambantota. CPEC and Sri Lanka will jointly decide the share of refined fuel that will be exported from the facility, foreign Herat told reporters. They declined to provide details on the planned capacity of the refinery. CPEC and resolve land, tax and water issues within a month, adding that Colombo expects the refinery to assist the Hambantota port to function as a hub via bunkering services. Last week, China and Sri Lanka signed 15 cooperation documents, including agreements on economic and technological development, when recently elected Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake met Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing. China has vowed to defend its national interests after US President Donald Trump said a 10% duty on Chinese imports could come as soon as 1st of February. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning said Trump believes that there are no winners in a trade war or a tariff war. He said China is firmly committed to safeguarding national interests. Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau reiterated that his government is ready to respond to all scenarios if US President Donald Trump imposes tariffs in Canada. Asked about an uncertain timeline on possible tariffs, Trudeau said Trump is a skilled negotiator who likes to keep his negotiating partners a bit off balance. President Trump suggested across-the-board tariffs on Mexican and Canadian exports to the US, which could take effect beginning February. Trudeau said Trump's promised prosperity for America will require Canadian resources to fuel it. Historical properties of the Patodi family, estimated to be worth 15,000 crore rupees and linked to Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan, are one step closer to being taken under the Indian government's control. Indian media says the Madhya Pradesh High Court, in a significant ruling, lifted the stay imposed on these properties in 2015, potentially paving the way for their acquisition under the Enemy Property Act 1968. According to NDTV, prominent properties under scrutiny include the Flagstaff House, where Saif Ali Khan spent his childhood, along with Nurus Sabha Palace, Dar es Salaam, Bungalow of Habibi, Ahmedabad Palace, Kohifiza property and others. Justice Vivek Agarwal, while delivering the order, said a statutory remedy exists under the amended Enemy Property Act 2017 and directed the parties concerned to file a representation within 30 days. India's Enemy Property Act allows the central government to claim properties owned by individuals who migrated to Pakistan post-partition. Bhopal's last Nawab, Hamidullah Khan, had 3 daughters. His eldest, Abda Sultan, migrated to Pakistan in 1950. The second daughter, Sar, stayed in India, married Nawab Iftikhar Ali Khan Patodi and became their legal heir. Sajda's grandson, Saif Ali Khan, inherited a share of these properties. However, Abda Sultan's migration became Indian government's focal point for the government's claim to the properties as enemy property. In 2019, the court recognized Sajda Sultan as the legal heir, but the recent ruling rekindled the family's property dispute.
A fast-moving brush fire broke out on a hillside shortly after noon in San Diego's Missions Valley, prompting evacuations and road closures. Thick smoke rose, with fire seen getting bigger, followed by an explosion within the flames. Police shut down a section of the road and evacuated nearby buildings as ground crews and helicopters battled the fire, which was spreading uphill towards a condominium complex. An unusual snowstorm blanketed Galveston's iconic beaches, an event unseen in recent memory, as per local media reports. According to the reports, Galveston received approximately 1 to 3 inches of snowfall. Houston's William Hobby Airport recorded 3 inches of snowfall, a level not registered since 1949. The rare snowstorm, which stretched across the Gulf Coast from Texas to the Carolina, resulted in Louisiana issuing its first ever blizzard warning.
A trail of 12 dazzling new artworks by artists from across the globe was set up in London's Canary Wharf for the annual Winter Lights Festival. The lights brought a glimmer of light and illumination to the grey and wintry cold British capital. This year's festival, which includes 4 artworks never before seen in the UK, which explores the transformative and otherworldly qualities of art and light, combining the real with the surreal. Artists from around the world showcase their installations inspired by their diverse backgrounds. Louis Vuitton's men's creative director, Pharrell Williams, drew his audience to a rare courtyard of the Louvre Museum after dark for a fall-winter catwalk show, kicking off Paris Fashion Week with a lineup of jazzed-up streetwear. Models strode around the set, marching music, parading chunky wool suits, short bomber jackets and coats in pastels, autumn tones and psychedelic renditions of the brand's signature logo patterns. There were colourful speedy bags, lobster claw charms, pearl embellishments, thick jewellery and utility pockets in suede leather. And coming up next is sports news with Dirk. Stay tuned.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. This is Nazish Khadak with the latest from the sports. Yannick Sinner of Italy, Ben Shelton of USA have qualified for the semi-finals of the Australian Open at Melbourne Park, setting the stage for thrilling high-stakes battles in the quest for glory. Defending champion Yannick Sinner shattered home hopes for crushing Alex in a straight sets road to set up an Australian Open semi-final against Shelton. Italian world number 1 Sinner swept aside and outclassed home Alex de Minaur by 6-2, 6-3 and 6-1 to silence Road Arena, Liver Arena and set up a meeting with 24 Ben Shelton. In the other quarter-final match, Ben Shelton battled past the stubborn Italian Sonego by 6-4, 7-5, 4-6 and 7-6 to reach his first Australian Open semi-final. The semi-final lineup for the Australian Open Women's Single is set, with Poland's Iga Swiatek and America's Madison Keys securing spots in the last four. In the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam in Melbourne, Swiatek triumphed over America's Emma Navarro in straight sets, winning 6-1 and 6-2. Madison Keys, representing the USA, defeated Ukraine's Elena Svitolina to reach the semi-finals for the third time. After dropping the first set by 6, Madison Keys ready to win the next two sets by 6-3 and 6-4. She will now face Iga Swiatek in the semi-finals. The second match of the two-test match series between Pakistan and West Indies will be played at the Multan Cricket Stadium from January 25th. PTV Sports HD will cast the match live. Pakistan cricket team participated in the practice session in Multan after 2 days of rest. All the 15 players in the squad did batting, bowling and fielding under the supervision of their coaches. Pakistan leads the two-test match series as they won their first match by 127 runs. Ireland knocked Pakistan out of the ICC Women's Under-19 T20 World Cup 2025. In the final Group B match, Ireland successfully defended a revised target of 73 at Johor Cricket Academy Oval in Malaysia. PTV Sports HD is telecasting the series live. Ireland won the toss and chose to bat. Ireland set a target of 6 runs. The Irish team scored 25 runs for 1 wicket in 1 overs and the match was stopped due to rain. After the rain stopped, the match was limited to 9.9 overs only. For Ireland, Alice Walsh hit 31 of 19 to help Ireland score a healthy rate for more than 7 runs in an over. For Pakistan, Maimuna Khalid took 2 wickets. Pakistan only managed to score 59 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. Skipper Komal Khan, while for Ireland, Ellie McGee bagged 2 wickets. Pakistan for a match against America was rained out. In the second match, the national women's team faced failure at the hands of England. Hobart Hurricanes secured a place in the final of the 2025 Big Bash League by beating the Sixers in 12 runs in the quarterfinal in Hobart. Hurricanes scored 173 runs for 7 wickets in 12 overs. Ben McDermott remained the top scorer with 42, while Caleb Jacob added 41 runs. Sydney Sixers' Ben Warshaw and Jaffer Chauhan led 2 players to the pavilion. In reply, Sydney Sixers only scored 161 runs for 5 wickets in the allotted 20 overs. Curtis Peterson's 48 and 57 by Jordan Silk was also insufficient for the team. Riley Meredith and Cameron Gonan also took 2 wickets each. Riley Meredith was declared player of the match. PTV Sports HD is telecasting the series live. And in the UEFA Champions League, Atletico Madrid defeated Bayer Leverkusen and Barcelona defeated Benfica. In the match played in Madrid, host team Atletico Madrid defeated Bayer Leverkusen by 2-1. Both goals for the winning team were scored by Julian Alvarez. The only goal for Bayer Leverkusen was scored by Pierre Hencapié. This is Atletico Madrid's 16th victory in the last 17 matches. After this victory, the Spanish team has reached to third on the points table with 15 points. In the match played in Portugal, the Spanish club Barcelona defeated the host Benfica by 5-4. Robert Lewandowski and Rafinha scored 2 goals each and Eric Garcia scored 1 goal for the winning team. Benfica's Vangelis Pavlidis scored 3 times while Barcelona's Ronaldo scored 1 goal in the form of an own goal. Al Nassr triumphed over Khalij in the Saudi Professional Football League with a 3-1 victory in Dammam. The first half ended without any goals and in the 34th minute, Al Khalij Saeed Al-Ham received a wild card, leaving his team with 10 players for the remainder of the match. Cristiano Ronaldo netted 2 goals for Al Nassr, while Sultan Al Ghamam added 1 goal for Al Khalij, sole goal game for Costas for Tunis. With this win, Al Nassr climbed to standings with 32 points, while Al Ittihad holds second with 40 points, and Al Hilal leads the table with 43 points.
2 goals for Ronaldo. And Ronaldo celebrates the sound of that.
And the Women Power Run event will be held in Karachi February 2nd to empower women in society and promote Pakistan's positive image globally. Our correspondent Al-Asghar Arbab is telecasting and telling us about the sports event which was announced in the news conference.
Addressing the news conference in Karachi, Sardar Sohail, organizer and CEO of WON, said that we are going to organize 5th Women Power Run sports event in Karachi near 2nd February. The purpose of this event is to empower the women in the society and promote positive image of Pakistan.
This is our 5th Women Power Run. So inshallah 500 women will be participate and create a good image of Pakistan in the worldwide. Women all the time they work at home, so this is the best way to release the work stress, and when in a good environment, take a positive vibe with the other women.
Other speakers said that these kind of sports events are necessary in our society to promote the sports activities. The participation in the sports event is open for all women.
Any kind of physical activity is very, very important for a woman. Physical fitness is as important as mental health, and as an athlete, it's my duty to promote running activity.
Speaker said that the track for running will be 5 kilometers with all necessary facilities, and winners and participants will be awarded prizes and certificates. Al-Asghar Arbab, PTV World, Karachi.
Well, that was all for sports, and now back to the main weather update.
Cold and dry weather is expected in most parts of the country during the next 24 hours. According to the Met Office, light rain with light snowfall over the hills, isolated places in Kashmir and Baltistan. The Met Office also informed that continental air is prevailing over most parts of the country and a shallow westerly wave is affecting western and upper parts.
That's it for the moment. For more details and live streaming, log on to our website, world.pt.pk. You can find PTV World page on Facebook and follow us on X at WorldPTV. It's goodbye for now from Fiza Sajawal, Rafa Iqbal and our sports anchor, Nazish Khatak. Have a great evening. Yeah. 8 आप कितनी थे?
I'm Dr. Tariq Ali Bangish. I'm a liver transplant surgeon at Sheikh Zayed Hospital, Lahore. I'll be appearing on Syed Farooq Hassan program Sky is the Limit. Please don't miss it.
He's got great hands, he's a big man. Back enough. Umpire thinks yes. 6
It's the Shaheen Shah Afridi, his best in Test match cricket.
गेम ऑन है।
That's it, one. This should be taken. It's going to be. It is. The second wicket goes down. England 2 for 80. Appeal caught behind. They've got the big wicket. Root has been dismissed.
Set himself nicely, 46 off 56, but he's got it to par.
When one door of happiness closes, another opens. But often we look so long at the closed door that we do not see the one which has been opened for us.
You need a wicket, you go to Hassan Ali, we've seen the celebration.
in the air. Stokes should be gone. More brilliant bowling from Hasan Ali.
High in the air, has it gone all the way? Yes, it has, you betcha. Another poor delivery, another fine shot.
The magnificent story of the land, which is marked by miraculous brilliance from start to end and from end to infinity. The land that gave birth to heroes who battled the long, tiring journey of faith and hope while shedding blood in the name of a noble cause, of foundation stone of an independent state where their children could live in peace and harmony. The sons of the soil braved out unprecedented hardships to seek a shelter of freedom they'd been waiting for. The sacrifices of this nation's incredible people set millions of hearts ablaze around the globe. This magnificent country became an ultimate harbor refuge and an ecstatic resort where people, irrespective of their caste and creed, shared space together in harmony and love. To them, this country is their faith, their hope, and their life. And as Mr. Jay said, we have achieved Pakistan, and that too without bloody war, practically peacefully, by more intellectual process, and with the power of the pen, which is no less mighty than that of the sword, and so our righteous cause has triumphed. Are we going to besmear and tarnish this greatest achievement? There's no parallel in the history of the world. Pakistan is now a fait accompli and can never be undone. Besides, it was the only just, honorable, and practical solution of the most complex constitutional problem of this great subcontinent. Let us now plan to build and reconstruct and regenerate our great nation. With faith, discipline, and selfless devotion to the duty, there's nothing worthwhile that you cannot achieve.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif performs the groundbreaking of the first Danish School Science and Technology Centre of Excellence in Bimber, Azad, Kashmir, marking a significant milestone in the area's development. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that transparency and merit should be the top priority in the selection of students being sent for agricultural training in China. Instructs to form a committee to resolve complaints of students who do not meet the selection criteria during scrutiny of applications through the portal. Pakistan and China are writing a new chapter of collaboration that will benefit generations to come. Minister for Planning and Development S.N. Iqbal says the projects, the Karakoram Highway Phase 2 and ML1 will commence this year. The government is working to reduce its expenditures and debt servicing. Finance Minister Mohammed says achieving sustainable development is Pakistan's top priority, as debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 78% to 67%. Security forces achieved significant success on 8th of January by intercepting a weapons-laden truck at the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Modern foreign magazines and ammunition intended for terrorist activities in Pakistan recovered. Information Minister Ataullah Tahir says property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender and NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. A landslide triggered by heavy rain in Indonesia kills at least 19, with 9 others missing. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to President Prabowo Subianto over the loss of lives.
At least 10 Palestinians killed and many wounded in a violent Israeli military raid on the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. 120 bodies recovered from under the rubble of destroyed buildings in Gaza over 2 days. Posters appeared across Srinagar and other areas of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, urging people to observe India's Republic of January as Black Day. All parties Hurriyat conference expresses concern over the prevailing situation in the occupied territory ahead of India's Republic Day.
लाला संभल के हर तरफ खतरा है।
देख के भाई, एक गलती और गेम ओवर।
Can you do this, Hardik?
ये चैंपियंस का गेम है. It's all on the line.
ICC has unveiled a new promo for the Champions Trophy featuring Pakistan's Shadab Khan and Shaheen Afridi along with India's Hardik Pandya. The Pakistan cricket team holds practice session in preparation for second test against the West Indies scheduled for 25th of January at Multan Cricket Stadium. Pakistan leads the two-match series 1-0. PTV Sports will telecast the match live. Yannick Sinner of Italy shatters home hopes by crushing Australian Alex de Minaur in straight sets route to set up Australian Open semi-final. In the other quarter-final match, American Ben Shelton battles past Italian Diego to reach his first Australian Open semi-final. And the semi-final lineup for the Australian Open women's singles is set, with Poland's Iga Świątek and America's Madison Keys securing spots in the last four. That's the latest we have for you at the moment. But for more details and live streaming, you can always log on to our website and our social media handles. This is Rafiq Pal signing off.
Time for Isha prayers in Rawalpindi, Islamabad. People in other parts of the country may offer their prayers according to the local timings.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد.
Sayings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He who does not respect elders, does not have mercy on children, does not commend what is good, and does not forbid what is evil, is not one of us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Newsroom. I'm your host Umar Khalid. But today is the 22nd of January 2025. These are the stories that we'll try to understand during the course of the show. We'll begin with the continuation of the first phase of the ceasefire that is going on. Despite the different happenings also seen, which people are being killed in Jenin and in other places as well. The fact is that whether it be Lebanon or whether it be Gaza, it seems as if the Israeli forces are not properly respecting the ceasefire deal per se. Nevertheless, it is a sigh of relief for people in Palestine, because after 470 plus days they can finally go back to let's put it that way, the lands where they used to have houses, because 80% plus infrastructure has been destroyed in Gaza as we speak. Who will take part in the reconstruction? Will the ceasefire hold? Is what we'll discuss in our first segment. Our second story, ladies and gentlemen, concerns reshaping young life education, and different scholarship programs do that. Now, there is a US Access program that is also helping in that direction. We will be understanding how that Access program helps the young minds and shapes the young minds in order to make them better leaders for the upcoming generations. We'll be having two important guests in that segment. Finally, we'll be talking about two important stories: the murder of Graham Staines by Indian extremists 26 years back on this day, when the Australian missionary and leprosy physician and his two sons lost their lives in a village in Odisha, 22nd of January in 1999. Finally, we'll be talking about down Pakistan that have been 40% lower than normal between the September of last year and January, and there's a huge risk of drought in Pakistan as well. That is something that we have already discussed in shows last year and the year before last. This was a report that had been taken by some of the NGOs that had already predicted that way back in 2023. There's a lineup for today. Let's begin with our first segment, and that concerns the Gaza ceasefire, day 4 and the day 473 of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. We've been joined by two guests, one online and one in the studios. We'll begin with studios and then we'll go to the guest online. In the studios, we've been joined by Dr. Guli Aisha Bhatti, she's a foreign affairs analyst, and online we'll be joined by Dr. Hassan Abu Said, who is the CEO of International Human Rights Council in Geneva. Let's begin with you, Dr. Saiba. Now, a lot of things are happening, and especially what I'm very concerned about is what's happening in the West Bank, in Jenin. We normally have a reporter from there, a journalist from there, Osama Mohammad Nazal, and now in the midst of all of this as well. Israeli forces have blocked ambulances from accessing Jenin in the West Bank. A two-day raid has killed at least 10 people and left dozens of wounded. Then Israeli gunboats have been shelled towards the coast of Gaza City in violation of terms of the ceasefire. This also has been confirmed. The UN Special Rapporteur warns if Israel is not forced to stop its genocide of the Palestinians will not be confined to Gaza. Mark my words, stay on. Will this violence that is still continuing beyond the ceasefire end?
Thank you, Umar. The ceasefire is the most anticipated moment. It was long awaited, and everybody was looking for this because the genocide has been, it's a kind of on its extreme. And but when we look into the actual happening inside the Gaza and the brutality Israeli forces had been doing over there, so ceasefire became meaningless. Although this ceasefire, when we look into the document of it, so we can see that okay, this ceasefire, the same draft was basically formulated 1 year back. In March 2024, and at that time it was rejected by Netanyahu, and then again it came up in May, and then again finally they accepted it, but still the actual standing is somewhere else. So it actually shows that how confused the Israeli government itself is. Because at one time they are doing kind of brutality in Gaza, on the other hand they are trying to bring the ceasefire because the pressure is coming from somewhere else. We have seen that Trump get into his office and there is an unambiguous call from the office to Netanyahu, and Netanyahu has been forced, and he talked about the ceasefire. But on the other hand, when we talk about the human rights violation, the international violation of international laws, and the international violation and the infrastructure that has been demolished, the recovery is going to take a long time. The hospitals has been demolished, the schools has been demolished, the basic building has been demolished. So it's going to take a long time, but it is going to get to its place back. But what if they are not going to go with the ceasefire, and they are going to violate again, just like they have been doing it, and
in Lebanon,
yes, Lebanon as well. So if the ceasefire is not there, that means that it's going to be a continued brutality and no reconstruction.
All right. We've also been joined by Dr. Hassan Bousaid, who is the CAO of the International Human Rights Council. Thank you very much, Dr. Haitham Bousaid, to have joined us. Dr. Haitham, a question concerns the Prime Ministers of both Egypt and Qatar, who have had a meeting on the sidelines of the Forum's annual meeting in Davos. And this is very recent, in fact, news from today, where they have discussed the full implementation of the ceasefire agreement in Gaza and the exchange of prisoners. We all know these countries have been instrumental as far as the ceasefire agreement is concerned. But my question to you is the same that I asked Dr. Gole Aisha as well. Will the ceasefire persist? Will it continue? Will these small violations that we are seeing time and again in Gaza, that we've seen and what we are seeing in Jenin as well, is this going to interrupt the ceasefire, or will the first phase be completed?
No, can you repeat the question? Because I didn't get all the question.
Oh, okay. I will just narrate the question. Will this ceasefire sustain itself at least in the first phase, that is of 42 days? I was just referring to the meeting that the Prime Ministers of Qatar and Egypt have had in Davos.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon to everybody and to your guests. First of all, we look seriously to maintain this ceasefire and to go above the date fixed for this truce, if you want, because we think that the people of Palestine have suffered a lot, and they need to go into a peace process today and to stop all this humanitarian crisis. And thank God, we think that the humanitarian aid has started and we are witnessing a lot of support from most of the countries that did at the beginning of the war said that they are going to help, and really we are witnessing a lot of humanitarian help to the people of that, to the remaining people of Gaza, if you want. Now, this meeting between both prime ministers, I believe it is the step ahead to make sure that continuity of the ceasefire will continue after the 42 days, as you mentioned. And we will have a normal life after that, with, of course, a processes on the political aspect, meaning that we should start also thinking of having the parliamentary elections, the presidential elections in Palestine, as well to have a legal Ministry of Councils for the Palestinians to represent fairly the community.
But the fact is, Dr. Haitham, that looking at the current state of Palestine, with 80% plus infrastructure that has been completely destroyed, and the humanitarian state of affairs of the people, don't you feel this step that you just talk about of the elections in Palestine and the council that needs to be made will, I mean, maybe happen in a couple of weeks' time?
Well, I don't believe it can happen in a couple of weeks' time. But we're also making sure to secure the West Bank and not to have another involvement of the Israeli armies within the West Bank, because we are very skeptical on what's going on today in the West Bank. And if the rumors were true, we hope that we have to work with the international communities, with the effective governments that work to have this ceasefire in Gaza, to make sure that the war is not going to be extended to the West Bank. Now, having the elections within 2 weeks, I believe it's a short time. We have to start preparing the ground of it, and it's a process that needs a little bit of time. But I believe that behind the corridors, we have some talks of having these elections going into implementation very soon. Now, you cannot ask me when it's going to be. It depends on the situation on the ground, the regional atmosphere. It depends on how Israelis and Palestinians are going to interact within these days of peace, of truce, if you want, between them. Then after that, I think we will head directly to a fair elections under the United Nations supervision.
Please stay online with us. Dr. Guli Aisha, let's also talk about the fate of UNRWA. Around 2 million people rely on UNRWA for supplying their forms in forms of food, water and shelter and medicine and whatnot. What happens at the end of the month when the ban on UNRWA takes effect? Will some other organizations take the mantle of UNRWA, or will UNRWA be allowed to sustain itself beyond the ban?
Well, after the ceasefire, Umar, I think that the Palestinians, they deserve the ease in their suffering, and they have been in this since ages. I'm listening to all these things since my childhood. So the suffering should be ended. But yes, along with that, how the United Nations peacekeeping agencies and how the international human rights agencies are being targeted in Gaza and Lebanon and Syria is really concerning. And you know, our representative in UNSC, he raised actually this concern yesterday, and that's Pakistan being a peace-loving country. We always appreciate such a kind of ceasefires and truce where the prosperity and peace brings, and we always condemn about the atrocity and terrorism, every kind of wherever it is. But once again, everything is possible once the ceasefire is durable. If this is not durable, then the suffering is still there. Once I will look into the that first stage, so there are 3 things they are demanding. They came on this agreement. The one of them is that there is going to be the exchange of the hostages. Yes, and they agreed on that, and they did that today as well. The exchange of the hostages and captives. And the second thing is that you know, the Israel is going to retreat all its forces from the populous region, and that is a kind of tricky. Now they are not ready to do that. We all know that. And according to the Oslo agreement in 1996, they should respect those agreements in which they should be away from the Gaza Strip, but they are not going to respect this. So here they are going to make this ceasefire become less successful and inactive. And the third thing is that they are going to make this ceasefire in such a way that it should be durable and long. And then there come the second stage and the third stage. Now these stages once they are crossing the first stage and going into the second stage, they are the second stage is more complicated. After 24 years, there are more strong demands both of the parties going to ask. So if Netanyahu is ready to accept the second stage after fulfilling the first stage, that's tricky, because he's going to face so many things in his office back home, where he is having that cabinet alliance as a far right, there are religious nationalist a kind of those settlers, and they have a kind of that movement going on. And sometimes I feel that Netanyahu is being hostage by especially that foreign minister and that that national security minister, both of them, yes, Mostrich, and the other one is, his name is Ben Gvir, and both of them, they are statement that makes Netanyahu
they are part of his cabinet, and they were the ones who also had opposed the ceasefire agreement when Netanyahu was about to sign it. But let's see what happens in the coming days. But there are a lot of speculations from different parties as far as the ceasefire agreement and its sustainability is concerned. Dr. Haitham Bousaid, I'd like to understand something. The Israeli Prime Minister's office denies reports that claims that the Palestinian is going to oversee the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt. Instead, it says that Israel's Shin Bet intelligence agency is going to supervise this crossing. How do you view that under the current state of affairs, when there is a ceasefire in effect? Isn't it already diluting the effect of this ceasefire agreement and the future prospects of it? Can you unmute? Can't hear you, Haitham. Can you please unmute? We still can't hear you, but we'll try to go back to Dr. Haitham. Let's come back to Dr. Guliasha. Dr. Guliasha, police offices and stations in the Gaza Strip have been burned. This is what the people have now seen, and this is what also a lot of organizations are reporting. Hundreds of vehicles, assets have been destroyed. More than 1,400 members of the department have been killed, including the Director General and others. More than 1,950 members have been injured, 211 arrested by Israeli forces during the war. And this is just one part. There are the health workers who have been killed. The number is extravagant, to say the least. Journalists have been killed, and the list, I can just go on and on. The education institutions have been completely destroyed, and the students, a lot of children have been killed or been affected by this war. How difficult, in your point of view, will be the rebuilding process once the ceasefire completely comes into effect?
It's something, I mean, I cannot say in a concrete way that it's going to happen in a near future, because it depends on the ceasefire durability and how promising the ceasefire is going to be. But yes, we can look into the matter and say that there are almost hundreds of journalists as well involved, and the people from the international humanitarian organizations and human rights organizations. Without any doubt, it's the biggest genocide of the whole century. And once we talk about the reconstruction, it's tricky because it depends on the ceasefire. And as far as the recent incidents are concerned, I can say that the Netanyahu, he wants Gaza unlivable. So once he wants an unlivable Gaza, so he's going to destroy everything. And once he's talking about the ceasefire, that is challenging. It's it's text. I read it in the morning, and that the sentences are somewhere ambiguous and vague, and it gives more and more space for reinterpretation. So this reinterpretation gives more and more space to Israelis.
All right. So, but let's see again, a ceasefire, at least the end of atrocities, brutalities, genocide, ethnic cleansing, at least the people in Palestine can heave a sigh of relief. I don't know what's going to happen in the next few days, but at least for the moment, this is what they are doing. But they are also devastated by what they are seeing as far as the loss of life and property is concerned. Haitham, coming to you, I'll ask you the same question that I was asking you. The Israeli Prime Minister, did you hear the question? The Israeli Prime Minister's office denies reports claim authority is going to supervise the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt. They say the Shin Bet intelligence agency, the Israeli agency, is going to supervise that. How do you view this implementation process, And I'd like to couple it with another thing which concerns the West Bank. The Colonization and Wall Resistance Commission reports that the number of Israeli military checkpoints and gates in the occupied West Bank has now risen to 898. Defense Minister Katz also says the ongoing RL Wall military operation in Jenin is going to mark a shift in the Israeli army's security doctrine in the West Bank. So the West Bank seems to be, or Jenin seems to be, the focus of the Israeli forces and the Israeli defense industry for the moment. This coupled with the Palestinian authorities not now controlling the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing. How do you couple these, and do you feel this is going to put a dent as far as the future of the ceasefire process is concerned?
I was just saying that in order to have the date that was mentioned on the Oslo Agreement, it was in 1993 and not 1996. Okay, just to make sure that the date is correct. Now, regarding the overtaking of the Gaza Strip on the authorities of the West Bank, the Palestinian authorities, I don't believe that this is something that could happen now, because first of all, you have to go into the legitimacy of the representation of the Palestinian people. Since President Abu Mazen was not the elected person. I mean, we have a gap in this presidency. Legally, he's not the president of the Palestinian Authority. So I think that this is what happened in the coming days, and this is what I think Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to take into as an alibi, that we cannot accept the authority because they have a problem with the authority in the West Bank. And I think that even the program of Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israel as a whole for the West Bank is different than what the authorities are thinking about. I think that he's preparing a certain military launch on the West Bank just to cut the road on all possibility that the authority would take over. The Gaza Strip, who's going to dominate the Gaza Strip? I mean, it's not yet clear until now. Let me be frank, because the Israelis are not accepting Hamas as the full representative. They are not accepting the authority of the Palestinians in West Bank to take over the Gaza Strip. So I believe that this coming days will show a lot of interactions, severe interactions between all parties, not only between Palestinians and the Israelis, because you know that most of the regional states that took part to have this ceasefire also have a word to say on that. And I don't think that it's going to be acceptable to have the same scenario that was before the 7th of October 2023. This is why we are calling for a new election to be done very fast and very quick, so that we cut the road on all these rumors and all these allegations that is coming from here and there. Because we cannot take this issue as at ease. Taking this issue at ease could create a new confrontation between the Israelis and the Palestinians through the Jenin and the West Bank and all these states that are witnessing today some coalition from if you want, military coalition between the Israelis and the local Palestinians fractions, if you want.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Haitham Bousaid from the International Human Rights Council in Geneva, to have joined us, to have discussed that. And also thank you very much, Dr. Gulaya Shai Bhatti, to have joined us in the studios to discuss the latest as far as the ceasefire is concerned. This is day 4 of the truce. Let's hope we can also talk on day 41 of this truce and even beyond that. We keep our fingers crossed and we remain optimistic and we see the glass half full. Thank you very much. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
We are proud Pakistanis.
We are the healer and bring hope to those in need. We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
And we are the storytellers.
The
Journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team that brings you the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story. And every day, we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous. We are PTV World.
Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well maintained and well organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's palm and grain capital. Founded in the 1960s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Pothohar Plateau in the northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia, Margla Hills National Park, dominates
Welcome back. Now, education is something that is extremely important. You have seen today how the Danish school was also inaugurated by our Prime Minister. Education is something that is universal in its language because it builds up on individuals, on the youth of any country, which could be Pakistan, which could be any other country in the world. And it is due to the efforts of different national and international organizations that the youth of across the world are building themselves up and gearing themselves to be the future leaders in different parts of the world. Now, the US Access program is one such program. It is reshaping young lives. The Vision Building Future program was established in 2016, which is a startup of Access alumni and is a dynamic non-profit organization dedicated to the educational landscape. And that's interesting because education is the basic premise on which your life could be rebuilt. We've got two very interesting guests to discuss different aspects of education that can reshape young lives through these different programs. Right is Sayyida Uruj Haider. She's an alumni of the US Embassy Pakistan's English Access Micro Scholarship Program. Uruj, thank you very much to our show. And I was so reading through all that you've done, and I hope that more and I can meet and interact with more and more people like you, because there's so much to learn from the young people like yourself. Our second guest is US Embassy Pakistan's Regional Officer Gerald Frank. Gerald, thank you very much to have joined us as well. Welcome. Let's begin with you, Uruj. Vision Building Future. This is something that has been making waves, and I've heard and I've read about it many a times, but now that we have you here, it's as a youth-led organization, can you share the story, how it got established and how it has evolved itself as this major organization over the years?
Yes, thank you. So first of all, thank you for having me here today and giving the opportunity to speak about my work. So Vision Building Future was established in 2016, but I think the conceptualization of its idea goes way back to 2009. And that was, I would say, just a 10th grader and also enrolled in the Access program. So I must say that Access was the place which provided an environment and opportunity where I could just put those traditional academic pressures behind, and we could focus more on other important things such as critical thinking, creativity, innovation.
It is so important, you know, in this, especially in this century, you cannot evolve as a better person, as a better professional, if you do not have critical.
And that's how we got a lot of sense of civic sense and community service and civic responsibility, I would say. And me and some of my Access fellows, we started doing a lot of community work, volunteerism, and then one day we thought that we should a platform of our own where we could take and lead initiatives and create more and more opportunities for the community, to empower the community. And that's how Vision Building Future came into being. And I must say that little I knew at that time that at such a young age we were thinking too big, and I didn't know that how successful we were going to be, but Alhamdulillah we still stand strong, and through Vision Building Future we are working on education, empowering educators, learners, women, youth, and we have multiple programs and projects running across Pakistan.
All right, Gerald, you are of course a regional English language officer, but this Access program has been a flagship initiative of your RELO, or Regional English Language Office. Could you elaborate a little the mandate of this Access program, and how impactful has this program as far as Pakistan is concerned since it began?
Well, the Access program began almost 21 years ago, and in that time we've had it in about 80 countries, and nearly 200,000 students have graduated from it. But the biggest Access program in the world is here in Pakistan. And last year was also the 20th anniversary of the Access program in Pakistan. And in that time, about 27,000 students have graduated from the program. And Aruj is an excellent example of our alumni. And currently we have about 5,000 students in the program all across Pakistan in 4 provinces. At one time we've had Access programs including Balochistan. And I think we have it in 27 locations right now. Mandate. It's an important program for us because we're working with young people, and as Aruj mentioned, they learn all these important life skills, critical thinking skills, communication skills, the 21st century skills that are essential for them to be successful in life. And as Pakistan is a very young country, I think maybe the second youngest in the world, I think investing in the young people is an investment in not only in the future of Pakistan but in the future of our world. And English is a tool for our young Access students to connect to the world and learn many other things. So we're very happy about the program.
And I'm very happy to meet the both of you, because you know it gives me an interesting outlook on how efforts are being made in order to inculcate the proper education and education processes within the youth of Pakistan. Uruj, what are the key projects and programs that the Vision Building Future is working on, and what kind of impact in your point of view are they making?
Right, so we have multiple programs for educators, learners and women, and I would again say that the contribution goes to Access program once again, because many of the projects we are doing in collaboration with Regional English Language Office, and one of those programs is Access program itself, so that is one of our initiative. And then we have Teaching Excellence and Achievement program again with RELO Pakistan, and that is one of the biggest teachers exchange program in Pakistan. And other than that, we have few of our own initiatives for women, where we are educating them on financial literacy, and independence is the core theme and core area where women should be, you know, working on and putting a focus on. And then we have another program by classrooms, where any educational institution can invite us, and we provide them free of teachers on digital tools and how to inculcate technology, integrate technology within their classrooms. So these are few of our initiatives, and then definitely for gender empowerment we have this annual campaign that we run in every month of each month of we organize this iftar for transgender community, and the local community come together, they break the fast, but the primary focus is to break the stereotypes by bringing both communities together, sit, talk. At times we arrange this iftar in such a way where they prepare the iftar as well to all together. So these are of our initiatives, and if I talk about the impact, so with Relo Pakistan, among the educators, we have empowered around 5,000 educators, and if we look into the ripple effect or the indirect effect of this empowering the educators, around 150,000 students are also empowered, because the estimated number of 50 students each class. So this is some
just
of our
some
work.
little cramp, a little teaser of all the work that is being done. Gerald, why do you believe the English language acquisition is particularly critical for young learners, especially in regions such as in Pakistan?
Not only young learners, I think everybody. I mean, today I was talking with some of your people back there, and they said, could we have an English class as well? English is a tool for us to connect to the world. It's the language of the internet, it's the language of science, technology, it's the way that we share our research. So it's a very important tool, and people have a lot to say, and if you want to be heard, I think English is the language that you can effectively be heard in. So I think there's a good opportunity for people to express themselves, to engage in the global community, and also to advance economically.
All right. When it comes to Pakistan, how do you feel that this access program, that of course Uruj is a huge part of as well, and continues to be a part of, align with the broader educational or community development for example, our country?
As Uruj mentioned, the program was unique, I think, for her, and it still remains unique for many learners, because it's not a traditional program. Students are freer. The teachers are freer. They're not following a set curriculum. They're able to teach the language communicatively. They're learning other things in there as well, community service, so those are very important aspects of the program. And speaking of teacher community, we spend a lot of effort and energy in training the teachers. We pick the best teachers. We are very lucky to have the best teachers. And we do a lot of training with them. We send them on exchange programs to the United States. And they share what they learn through our programs in their own communities and in the schools that they're at.
Because I think this interaction that you can have also with other communities, other countries, and other people of your own age in other parts of the world is also extremely own building as a person, as an individual, as a professional. Uruj, as an Access alumni, how can you, if I were to ask you to summarize your journey with this program, what motivated you to join? How did it shape your path forward? What would because if I ask you broadly, we can go on beyond the whole show as well, but in a few minutes, what would the gist be?
Yeah, so this is very interesting for me to answer always, because as I mentioned that I did this program back in 2009, and at that time I was just 15 years old. So for me the most dominating factor of motivation was my own curiosity, because I was just curious to know that what was going on in those unconventional classrooms, because I could see that there were so many fun activities going on, educational and cultural exclusions going on. Then I was always very much intrigued that how are the teachers so friendly, because we didn't used to get this in our traditional school setup back then. So out of I joined this program to know that what's there to explore, and I'm part of this Access program, and later on I realized that academics are important, very important, but there are certain other important things which we should be exploring, and that's what I explored in the Access program through different activities and the language skills, the confidence that this program instilled me. And later on in life, I think this program helped me a lot. In terms of later, I got the scholarship for UGrad program as well, which is a semester exchange program, and I think throughout that process I was actually applying all the skills that I gained through Access program, and it helped me a lot in that regard. And if I mention that I started my own passion project at radio, where I hosted and produced a program on social issues. So I did that, and I think a lot of credit goes to Access program, because it really worked on my communication and how
because it hones and it develops that skill set that stays on with you throughout your life.
Yes, definitely.
Gerald, you're smiling, but anyways, now that we have one success story with us in the form of Uruj, would you share stories or notable examples of how this Access program has transformed?
That's a good word, transform, and I think that's one of the reasons we support much. I've been a regional English language officer for 15 years. I've seen the Access program everywhere, and not everywhere, but about 20 countries. And one key word is transformation. We see that these students come in from underprivileged backgrounds, and they change throughout the course of the 2 years. And the teachers as well, I think they want to be in the program because they see the changes happening in the lives of the students in the classroom. Change too. And it doesn't matter where they're at. They could be in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Pakistan. All the teachers and all the students kind of share that same access quality. And to your question, I mean, a lot of the students never dreamed that they'd go to university. And as a result of the Access program, I would say probably 90% end up going. A lot of them get jobs as a result of the skills that they developed in the Access program. A lot of them go on to become doctors. We hear all kinds of success stories, and we often post them on our social media. This person's done this, this person's done that. So it changes people, and it gives them a vision of what they could be that they might not have had before.
But what they have now become. It's not a could are now. I mean, the fact also is that, as Uruj mentioned, there are a lot of exchange programs, as you also said, on which the students go to other countries, to the US particularly. What role, in your point of view, does cultural exchange play in this Access program, and how does it benefit the students, apart from the fact that it opens them up to a new community and a new way of, but what else?
It's huge. I mean, part of the Access program is for them to get to know about American cultures and values. But I think along the way they learn a lot about their own culture. Pakistan's a big country, you know, many languages, many different varieties of, and a lot of people don't even realize that about their own country. And we have Access programs spread across the whole country. They communicate with each other. They're learning about the traditions and the cultures of the regions. So I think the first part of cultural awareness is getting to know your own culture, so you're able to explain. That's
very important, because a lot of people don't understand. They're more interested in understanding other cultures, but leave their own culture behind. They don't understand the different facets of the culture that is present there. My last question will be to the both of you, but I'll start with you, Gerald. What are the future plans for the Access program in Pakistan? Initiatives in the pipeline for a program that, as you said, has been here for quite a couple of years.
20 years. And I think the program's been very successful, and I don't believe it's going to see the success. We talk about it all the time. For every time we program, or we call for our students, I mean, one cohort of students could be students. We get 2,500 applicants for these. I mean, it's very popular, and we're committed to keeping it going. We want to continue to enhance the quality of the program. We're constantly evaluating it. We're training the teachers. And what I do this year, before I leave in July, I'd like to have an Access Summit and bring about 100 Access students from across the country together from all the diverse regions of Pakistan, and get together maybe around a theme of community service or something like that. But at the same time, build a network and have them learn from each other about their own cultures and their own regions and the diversity of Pakistan.
Wonderful. Uruj, because we're a bit short of time, whether it be community initiatives that you have honed, your part of the program is concerned, whether it be the achievements that you have had because of them and that you're giving back to the program as well, what do you foresee as your role also for future students that could be part of this program? What can you contribute to it?
All right, so I would say that influenced by my own journey and my own thought process, that students should always be looking for things that are beyond academics, and they should be exploring their own talents, their own skill set where they could shine the best. So I would platform, and through Access program, this would be my future mandate as well, to motivating students to not just focus on academics. And I would say that academics are extremely important.
Extremely important. Yes. The basis for any person's reshaping of life.
Yes, definitely. But at the same time, students should focusing their skill, focusing more on other skill set as well, where they could, just practice where they shine the best.
Exactly. I think that is I'm so glad that I met the both of you today, because I will go back home and think a lot of the skill sets that maybe I can hone also now in this phase of my life. Thank you very much to both of my guests, US Embassy's Pakistan Regional English Language Officer Gerald Frank and Sayyid Sayyida Uruj Haider, who is an alumni of this US Access Micro Scholarship Program. Thank you so very much. Just stay online with me in the studios for about 2 minutes. I'll just have 2 short stories to share with my audience.
Okay,
Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the murder of Graham Staines by Indian extremists. 26 years have passed since the Australian missionary and Graham Staines and his 2 young sons lost their lives in Odisha on the 22nd of January. Staines dedicated over 3 decades of his life from 1966 to 1999, and he provided free medical care to leprosy patients in India. So the world remembers him on this. Downpour in Pakistan has been 40% lower in the period of September 2024 to January 2025. And a lot of people are saying that a drought-like situation might be presenting itself in different parts of Pakistan. Let's hope. But El Nino and so many other things because of climate change are to be, are the factors behind this whole phenomenon that is engulfing Pakistan. On one hand, we've got floods in 2022, and now this is what a lot of people might have, a drought-like situation in 2025. Let's see. The next couple of weeks will give us a more clarity in that respect. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of today's newsroom. We'll see you inshallah tomorrow with news story segments that pertain to us here in Pakistan. Stay safe. Allah Hafiz.
January 21 commemorates the massacre of Kashmiris by the Indian troops in Gaukadal area of Srinagar. On 21st January 1990, the Indian Army fired indiscriminately on peaceful protesters. 50 Kashmiris were martyred and 100% injured. No action has been taken against the Indian soldiers responsible for this tragedy. It is the responsibility of the international community, India, accountable for the massacre of Kashmiris.
We are Pakistanis.
We are the healers and bring hope to those in need. We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
We are the storytellers.
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
Meet the team brings you the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story. And every day we make Pakistan stronger, brighter and more.
We are PTV World.
Islamabad Capital Territory, a modern planned city that is well maintained and well organized. Islamabad is Pakistan's clean, calm capital. Founded in the 1960s, it attracts people from all over Pakistan. Located on the Potohar Plateau in the northeastern part of the country, between Rawalpindi district and the Margla Hills National Park to the north. Faisal Mosque, the largest mosque in South Asia,
A landslide triggered by heavy rain in Indonesia killed 19 people with 9 others missing. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to President Bobo Subianto over the loss of lives. At least 10 Palestinians killed and many wounded in a violent Israeli military raid on the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. 120 bodies recovered from under the rubble of destroyed over 2 days. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif performs groundbreaking of the first Danish School Science and Technology Centre of Excellence in Bhimber, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, marking a significant milestone in the area's educational development. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that transparency and merit should be the top priority in the selection of students being sent agricultural training in China. Instructs to form a committee to resolve complaints of students who do not meet the selection criteria during the scrutiny of applications through the portal. Pakistan and China are writing a new chapter of collaboration that will benefit the generations to come. Minister for Planning and Development Ehsan Iqbal says work on 2 mega projects, Karakoram Highway Phase 2 and ML1, will commence this year. The government is working to reduce its expenditures and debt servicing. Finance Minister Muhammad Aurangzeb says achieving sustainable development is Pakistan's top priority as debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 78% to 67%. Security forces achieved significant success on 8th of January by intercepting a weapons-laden truck at Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Modern foreign magazines and ammunition intended for terrorist activities in Pakistan were recovered. Information Minister Ataullah Tahir says property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed offender. NAB is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan. Posters appeared across Srinagar and other areas of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir to observe India's Republic Day 26th of February as Black Day. The All Parties Hurriyat Conference expresses concern over the prevailing situation in occupied territory ahead of India's Republic Day. ICC has unveiled a new promo trophy featuring Pakistan's Shadab Khan and Shaheen Afridi, along with India's Hardik Pandya. Pakistan cricket team holds practice session in preparation for second test against West Indies, scheduled for 25th of Jan at Multan Cricket Stadium. Pakistan leads the 2-match series by 1-0. PTV Sports will telecast the match live. Jannik Sinner of Italy shatters home hopes by crushing Australian Alex de Minaur in a straight sets rout to set up an Australian Open semi-final. In the other quarter-final match, American Ben Shelton battles past Italian Lorenzo Sonego to reach his first Australian Open final. The semi-final lineup for the Australian Open women's single is with Poland's Iga Świątek and America's Madison Keys securing spots in the last 4. That's it for the moment. For more details and live streaming, log on to our website, world.ptv.com.ptv World page on Facebook and follow us on X at WorldPTV. It's goodbye for now from Fiza Sajawal
and sign interpreter Fahad Umar.
Have a great evening.
Is they haven't lost a wicket.
6 taking on Ashwin. Big shot. Don't think he'll cut that one off. Excellent shot. That's everyone. This should be taken. It's going to be comfortable. It is. The second wicket goes down.
England 2 for 80.
Appeal caught behind. They've got the big wicket. Root has been dismissed.
Self nicely, 46 off 56, but he's got it to par.
Hello and welcome to Views on News. I'm Jawad Tehami. Just a few hours after the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin held a video call, and this particular video call lasted more than 1 hour. President Putin called Xi Jinping a dear friend and said Russia and China were building ties on the basis of friendship, mutual support despite external pressure. For his part, Chinese President Xi Jinping called on President Putin to deepening strategic coordination, firming up mutual support and safeguarding the legitimate interests. They also have confirmed their readiness to build a relationship with the United States of America on a mutually beneficial and respectful basis if President Trump's team shows an interest in that. Also, for a fact, we know that earlier President Ping congratulated President Donald Trump just before his inauguration in a phone call, which President Donald Trump described as very good. President Xi Jinping expressed his readiness to secure greater progress in China-US relation from a new starting point. We also saw that right after his inauguration on Tuesday, President Donald Trump had threatened to sanction Russia if its President Vladimir Putin refuses to end the war in Ukraine. And President Trump, in that particular phone call with President Xi Jinping, had said he had pressed President Xi Jinping to intervene to stop the war in Ukraine. A number of other important statements made during these interactions. We'll be taking all these interactions up for discussion in the light of the recent inauguration of President Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. What could be expected amid that growing, ever-emerging relationship between China and Russia, which has been termed as a no-limit partnership between the two countries. Also, we also know for a fact there was an endeavor made by Chinese side with its 12-point peace proposal to end the crisis in Ukraine. How the trajectory of President Donald Trump's policy had been during his first term and what could be expected in term as far as his policy towards both Russia and China is concerned. For that, we are honored to be joined in the studio by Mr. Khalid Taimur Akram, international relations expert. Mr. Akram, thank you very much for your time, for being with us on the show tonight. Also in the studio, we are honored to be joined by Mr. Zamir Ahmed Awan, foreign affairs expert. Mr. Awan, thank you very much for your time, also for being with us on the show tonight. Really appreciate that. On Skype, at the same time, we are honored to be joined by MG Kiani, former ambassador. Mr. Kiani, thank you very much for your time, also for being with us on the show tonight. Really appreciate that. Mr. Akram, before heading on to these latest developments, the latest interactions between these leaders and what could be expected in the future ahead as far as United States Trump 2.0 is concerned towards Russia, and let's take a quicker stock of how his policy towards both China and Russia had been in the first term.
Yes, thank you very much. In first term, we had seen President Trump had quite an offensive policy towards China and Russia. Once President Trump won his election for the first time, one of the few first phone calls which he attended, the congratulatory call, was from the Taiwanese president, and which was not liked by China. And during his first term, we had that President Trump was always engaged in war of words with China, and of course with Russia also. And President Trump had even then China as a country of concern. And then we saw COVID, and then we saw President Trump blaming solely China for the spread of the COVID. And once he left the office, he did not left the office in a good tone with China. And now coming over to his new tenure, and you will see that we have seen, I watched his speech, his inaugural speech, and in his inaugural speech he repeatedly mentioned about China, and it seemed that China is on his head. Of course, he's a man, and as a businessman, China, he feels China as a competitor of the business people in America. He mentioned about China, he said that China is the biggest user of Panama Canal. And he said that we are going to take over Panama Canal, and there he mentioned about China. Then President Trump withdrew from WHO. World Health Organization is one of the most important organizations, and he withdrew on the plea that America is contributing $350 million US dollar per year to WHO, whereas China is only contributing $39 million US dollars. And he said because China is contributing less, so that is why we are withdrawing from WHO. And there are a number of other occasions in which President Trump, while signing the executive orders, had mentioned China. He talked about increasing the tariff with China. He talked about increasing more regulatory regulations on trade with China. It is obvious that he's concerned about China because, as I said, President Trump's background is of business, and he has a lot of pressure from the business community of US to put sanctions on China so that the American industry should grow. And during his speech, one of the words he said that we again make the US a leader in industry, because since 9/11, the US tagline of the US industry is the military industrial complex. But Trump is a businessman. He wants to shift from the military industrial complex to the normal business. But that space in the last 20 years has been occupied by China.
Okay, so what I understand is his policy during his first term has been largely of competition and confrontation towards China. Mr. Awan, what's your understanding? What's your understanding regarding as to how his policy went regarding China in particular, and did he achieve the desired results with that policy?
First of all, I endorsed Mr. Taimur Akram's opinion. But I also have some different opinion also. That is that Trump, during his first tenure, was first time in the politics. That was his first experience as a president of the United States of America. But for last 4 years, he was not the president, and he was victim of many other things. And he became more mature, and the circumstances has changed him. I believe during this term, he is not the old President Trump. he is a reformed, more mature, more sensible president. Although, whatever he has announced, Panama Canal and the tariff and all these things, he will still continue the same policies. But he has some realization that the rise of China is a reality. And without the help of China, he cannot achieve many of his goals. For example, he needs Chinese help in Ukraine war, he needs Chinese help in the Middle East, he needs Chinese help in many other aspects. So he realized the importance and significance of China. He will definitely try to impose some sanction and some pressure on China, but will be diluted or will be mild, not as severe as it was in his first tenure. I think that that is a realization that China has reached where it cannot be ignored. He must consult. Definitely, he has also telephonic conversation with the President Xi before taking oath. During his first tenure, he was avoiding to talk to China. He was thinking that China is the enemy or the concern or rival. But now he realized it is a competition. And the healthy competitions always encourage and good. He will not be offensive towards China. He will try his best to gain maximum out of China. But definitely not as harsh as he was in his first tenure.
There has been an acknowledgement of the differences being natural when it comes to the interest having different cultures on the part of the Chinese top leadership. But when we talk about that realization, do you really think that is going to actually manifest in actions? I'll come back to you. Let me bring in Mr. Kiani into the discussion also. Mr. Kiani, do you see any sort of a different approach on the part of President Donald Trump towards China in particular when we talk in comparison to what his policies were in his first term?
Let me just share with you that, leaders, all leaders, they leave. All leaders have at the back of their mind, and this is now the second and the last term of President Trump. He would like to leave a legacy to be remembered because there has been a lot of controversies regarding him. He has done this and that. Regarding, let me just share with you that first is the Monroe Doctrine. A repeat of the Monroe Doctrine is the backyard of the United States, Mexico, and certain Latin American countries, others. It is part of influence of US, and US would not like to withdraw from that. You have heard about the Panama Canal and the Mexico, what the borders will be sealed. This is something on which I can assure you there will be compromise. The Panama Canal is something little difficult, and the reason is that it is the Panamanians are a small country, Panama. They has given it a commercial license to the Chinese to run the Panama Canal. So there will be some sort of a compromise. Maybe the prices, the rates for the US ships passing through may be reduced, something like that. But the influence will remain. The Monroe Doctrine will remain. Now, coming down to the second thing is regarding Trump is known to understand the significance of coexistence. And I'm sure he will coexist with Russia and with China. But two are different. Russia has a political influence, while the Chinese have political and economic growth. So, and they understand, one of your colleagues was rightly saying that he needs to coexist these countries, understand and needs their support also. Because domestic audience for President Trump is extremely important. Improving the lives of his people, the health of his people, the generating employment in the country are extremely important. And for that, he has to put an end to the Gaza war. Is already, you've heard, it ended. But then the Ukraine war should also end. And I tell you, there's the reason. The people of the United States, right from the end of the Vietnam War, they, literally people came out of the streets to end the Vietnam War. The Afghan war was extremely unpopular in the US. And when the troops, they die or their bodies are brought back to US, there is no support for that. So Trump wants to end these wars so that he can focus all his energy on his own people. He wants to leave a legacy of a president who cared for his own people, making US great, sort of a domestic, he has ended domestic. And then illegal immigration. It is extremely unpopular in the US. Doing them would be a little difficult challenge, but I tell you, it has a lot of support in the US. Nobody illegal immigration. So globally, Trump wants to leave a legacy of a president who wanted peace, peace globally, and he wanted peace and to improve the lives of its own people. So this is
exactly
something
what he said somewhere at the end of his speech also, Mr. Kiani, that his proudest legacy would be that he wants to be called as a peacemaker and a unifier, and he's also referred to that very particular release of the hostages in Gaza.
Absolutely. Yes, very right. And you see, 2 weeks back, I was one of your shows and people asked me, I said, the war in Gaza would a day earlier before he comes, because for that, he has been using his muscle, using his voice to end that, because the Jewish influence, the Israeli influence, the release of the hostages for him is very important. Ending the war in Gaza means releasing the hostages. So that he has done. I think the second stage and third stage will go on and they will end. And he will be known as a peacemaker in Ukraine. One will see talking to President Putin, or behind the scenes also talking to President Putin, sending his own envoy, end the war so he can focus on his own people. And as he said very rightly,
Kiani, this peace, becoming a peacemaker as far as the resolution of the crisis in Ukraine is concerned, he has already threatened, or just after his aggression is threatened to sanction Russia if President Vladimir Putin doesn't, he actually refuses to end the war over there in Ukraine. I'll come back to you. Let me once again go back to Mr. Akram. Mr. Akram, do you have also any sort of a hope? Because by looking at this particular statement, a phone call between President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump, President Xi Jinping made a very important statement, and he has also expressed his desire to build this particular relationship from a new starting point. So we also see that realization in the top Chinese leadership that it is natural to agreements and differences on this particular level. But he also said that the two great nations of China and the United States are pursuing their respective dreams, and both are committed to delivering a better life to their people. They've got extensive common interests, broad space of cooperation. China and the US can become partners and friends, contribute to each other's success, and advance shared prosperity with the good of the two countries and the world as well.
Yes, as you know that since 2013, once President Xi Jinping gave the concept of the community of the shared future, and then in the same year, the concept of the Belt and Road Initiative. So since then, President Xi has been advocating the community of the shared future. The concept basically entails that all the nations should work together, they should remain within their sovereign, should not attack each other, no war, because these kinds of war also does not suit China, because China is expanding the connectivity through rail networks and maritime networks. So for China, any kind of war anywhere, whether in Middle East or in Russia, Ukraine, or in somewhere in Africa, mean halting of the grand designs of the BRI. And if you see during the last APEC meeting last year, once President Xi went to America, he told President Joe Biden that China is not in competition with US. China feels that US, if US is a superpower, China agrees to that. What China only wants it that if it wants its due share in trade, it wants its due share in connectivity. And thinking that, and whatever President Xi Jinping has been advocating since last 15 years, so he has offered the same olive branch to President Trump. Now it is up to President Trump that how would he take it, because China does not want any kind of confrontation but with any other country, because China's program of the Belt and Road Initiative, Community with Shared Future, Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiatives, and Global Civilization Initiatives are all for enhancing the connectivity with the
connectivity to the mutually beneficial relationship, also the win-win cooperation for all. But by looking at this particular statement during that particular call of President Trump, President Xi Jinping, President Donald Trump thanked President Xi Jinping, of course, for he values his relations with President Xi Jinping. He hoped that he would keen to talking to each other and look forward to meeting with President Xi soon. As the most important countries in the world, the US and China should get along well for years and beyond and work for the world peace. And it's also, when we talk about the Chinese role in the resolution of the Ukraine conflict is concerned, let me quote Mr. Trump. He says he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power, like we have a lot of power, and you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it in that particular phone call. Here, he's recognizing that how significant role Chinese president has got when it comes to the resolution of the Ukraine conflict is concerned.
Yes, absolutely right.
So do you see it a huge or a considerable shift from what President Trump was towards China in his first term as compared to what he has now at the moment?
Actually, as Mr. Zamir had also said, that now President Trump is more mature in politics. Now President Trump has a specific agenda. He has said America first. He wants to bring America in the forefront of trade. He wants to revive the American industry other than the defense industry. And for he knows that China is not that China which was 80 years ago or which was 4 years ago. China is now a reality. China is now an economic superpower. Without Chinese interference or without Chinese help in the region, he cannot operate in, especially in the South region, in the global South. China has got a lot of say, because President Trump would need China to resolve Ukraine crisis. President Trump would need China to, even in Afghanistan also, because China has now considerable influence over the Afghan Taliban also. So tomorrow, if President Trump feels of issues in this region, he is going to seek help from China. But at the same time, we must underline this thing, that President Trump is under immense pressure from the business community of America to put sanctions or economic or trade sanctions on China so that the US industry can flourish. And this is the baseline. We know during the inauguration ceremony, if you must have seen that the new administration people, they were sitting on the back benches. In the front and all the tech and all the billionaires were sitting on the front. So President Trump wants to take along all the business people with him, and since he himself is a businessman, going to pursue his Abrahamic Accord in Middle East. He's going to pursue his policies of electric vehicles. He's going to pursue many of his policies regarding Latin American countries. But at the same time, one thing is at the back of his mind is this, that China has now got a lot of influence in Latin America. Now has 155 partners. BRI is now expanded. BRI is near completion. The infrastructure part is already completed. And the Latin American countries are standing with China. The African countries are standing with China. The Asian countries are standing with China. So China is a reality. So he has to strike a balance between whatever he's saying and whatever he is going to do.
Striking that balance amid that particular pressure that you have already mentioned from that business community from within the US, do you think that would be easily achievable?
No, not for him. Easily, it will not be easily achievable for him, because right now seeing that all the appointments which he has made, they're from the business community. Lot of old politicians from his own party are sidelined, and he has brought up young blood in that, and most of them are the new people in it. They are not very much pro-China. They would like to go along with the America First policy, and they would like to, in the energy sector also, in the education sector also, in the health sector also. So we may see going to their pressure and walking out of various international agreements where China has an upper hand, like we saw in WHO. In WHO, he said that why should we contribute more if he is not contributing more? So he is going to put his pressure on China through various means, but at the same time he realizes the fact that without China it will be impossible for him to have a balanced approach in the world.
Right, Mr. Zamir Ahmedawan, I understand your optimism regarding as to how different this particular term of President Trump is going to be vis-a-vis China. What about that particular mention of China when it comes to the Panama Canal being taken over back by the US? And he also mentioned that it was given to Panama, not to China, while China keeps operating that. Point number one. Second number, when he talks of enriching US citizens by imposing tariffs and taxes on the foreign countries. What does he mean by that?
Let me say something about the Panama Canal. Panama Canal was artificially connecting the two oceans, Pacific Ocean and American Ocean. And it was started by the French, but they have completed half work and then they left. Finally, the American, they completed it. But around 3 decades, 4, 5 decades ago, it was given to a Hong Kong company. At that time, Hong Kong was not part of China. It was the British, and it was an independent company. China has a share in that company, and China has significant shares and has a management role in that company also. And now the China has taken over Hong Kong, so you can see the Chinese contractor. To cancel such mega contracts is not so easy. They might bargain something, it is possible, but the Trump has said that he will even use the military to regain the control over Panama Canal. That is not going to happen, I believe. There will be negotiation and there will be some compromise, and for China it is a business, it is a operational company, it's just operating that one and getting some revenue out of it. And China has expertise in managing such canals and the ports, and China has developed mega infrastructure there, and latest technology is using there, and China is very advanced in these things. So I think that even that American wanted, they cannot take over completely from China or kick out the China from that Panama Canal. The second thing, that the tariffs. You know, China has already some measures to counter American pressures. China has also already blacklisted some of the American companies, imposed some taxes on such American products, and they have taken appropriate measures. China is not aggressive. China will not initiate any new confrontation. But if American impose some tariffs, they will retaliate or they will tit for tat, and end of the day American will suffer more, because China has a diversity of market. The China has a huge domestic market. Whatever they produce, they can consume locally, even that. And also the overseas market for China is much bigger than the American. American has less access in the global market, China has more access in the global market. So end of the day, if there is a confrontation on the trade or tariff between China and America, America will suffer.
Right.
It is possible to keep the local population or his voter happy, or his close friend, the entrepreneurs in America. Trump might take some measures, but that will be counterproductive.
Right. Mr. Kiani, you already mentioned of the Ukraine. Now, when we talk in the light of that particular statement of President Trump during his inaugural address, that he wants to leave that proudest legacy of himself as a peacemaker and a unifier, he although referred to that particular ceasefire agreement, the release of the captives held in Gaza. So as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned, he has expressed his desire, actually called on President Xi Jinping to intervene, to press on Russia to end the war in Ukraine. Let me quote it again, that he's said that we are already talking to President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, and at the same time threatening Russia of sanctions if President Vladimir Putin doesn't end the war over there. And that particular emphasis towards President Xi Jinping, that he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power, like we have a lot of power. You ought to get it settled. We did this it. So when he talks that he hasn't done anything much on that, what that 12-point peace proposal the Chinese authorities came up with for the resolution of this conflict?
Let me just state to you that there is a fatigue inside Russia and in Ukraine both. Ukraine suffered more than Russia. That war should be by the Ukrainian leadership. But there has to be a guarantor. That a guarantor it is Ukraine that wants a guarantor. That some of the territory which the Russians have encroached has to be either returned or some sort of settlement has to be brought about. And the second thing would be that the war ends and Russians would not encroach more whatever they have taken. So must have read in the media a lot of problems with the Russian troops also, and within the people also. So they consider that this is not their war. Like they had if you remember the Afghan war also, they were sick and tired of that. So this is a time now that President Trump will become the guarantor to end the war. It is an unpopular war. Even globally, it's an unpopular war. There is no support I have not seen anywhere around the world. And for this, I again say to you that there will be a global support to President Trump to end this war. And you will see behind the scene, there will be in diplomacy, there are more work being done behind the scenes than publicly. They will be updating slowly and steadily that this is happening. But behind the scenes, at this time, the President Trump will form his own team to talk to Ukrainian leadership and the Russian leadership. Both want this war to end, but there has to be, as you said, a guarantor that once the war ends, things will not go bad. So this is something which President Trump would focus, and I tell you, he won't focus right now so that he can focus on his own agenda, domestic agenda, because 4 years is not a long period, I tell you, for President Trump, because he has to implement certain, like your colleague was saying very rightly regarding the tariffs. Now the tariffs is the common man in US will suffer, because if these goods are coming, because small things, the consumable items, the Americans do not produce. So if it's come and the people have to pay more, there will be the repercussion for Trump. So he will go slowly, steadily, because these tariffs will be a pressure on the Chinese to negotiate. This is what President Trump would be doing, putting pressure like tariffs and others on other countries to put a pressure to negotiate, to come to a compromise, so that in this, the Americans people should not suffer. President Trump knows about it. Talking publicly about some things and sitting on the table and implementing it are two different things.
Right. Mr. Kiani, when I understand that you're of the view that President Donald Trump won't emerge as a guarantor when it comes to the resolution of the Ukraine conflict, and also leave a legacy of maker and a unifier in Ukraine in particular also. What about the role of the Chinese, especially when we talk of that 12-point peace proposal already given by the Chinese leadership to resolve this conflict?
Chinese intervention, Chinese support is extremely important. If you look at it, you yourself talked about Putin and President Xi talking over the telephone, and one of the issues which will be the Ukraine war. And the President Trump and the administration knows the immense influence the Chinese have over President Putin. And Chinese have already, I said, given the 12-point, they want this war to end. It has no benefits for anybody. The Chinese do not benefit from it. But at the same time, the Chinese want to leave President Putin away, to isolate them. So it will be important for that to get the support of the Chinese to end the war. The Chinese influence globally is a fact. It's a reality, and nobody can deny. And why should President Trump and his advisors ignore China?
Right, Mr. Kiani, your quick comment regarding as to President Putin's desire during this particular phone call with President Xi Jinping. He talked of any sort of a Ukraine settlement must be respecting Russian interests.
Yes, very right. The reason is during these First, Second World Wars and others, the borders of Russians have been encroached many a time. So at this time, the security of the Russian borders is sacrosanct. It's very important, and I doubt very much that President Putin will compromise on that. And the Americans also understand the importance and the security of the Russian borders. So there will be a question both ending the war, putting pressure on the Ukrainian that you look, these areas which the Russians want, they will have, and the war will end. Your suffering will also end.
Right, Mr. Akram, this no-limit partnership between Russia and China, and do you see it a sort of a coincidence that this particular phone call between President Xi Jinping and President Putin happened a few hours after that inauguration of President Donald Trump? Was it aimed at sending a message?
Yes, this phone call I think was a message to President Trump that because his speech quite I would say aggressive, and his speech had basically was not of a president's inaugural speech. It was a very aggressive speech. He even spoke lots of about President Joe Biden, who was just sitting over there. He did not care whether Biden or Kamala Harris are sitting over there. So similarly, he made very strong statements about China. So phone call, and a very long phone call, and normally there is a very less coming from China and Russia, but this time we saw a very elaborate press release, and along with the videos coming out from China also and from Russia also. So yes, this was a message to Trump that he should better not mess up, he should better not give aggressive statements, because China thinks that even the aggressive statements can destabilize the situation. China has been playing a very, very mediatory role between lots of countries. We have seen recently China has played a role also. We have seen China played a role between Iran and Saudi Arabia also. China in fact brought all the Palestinian factions on one platform. If today President Trump is taking a credit of ending the Palestine-Israel war, but we must not forget that China, who had basically took this initiative, that all the factions of the Palestinian resistance, they sat together and they were on one voice. Otherwise, this deal was not possible. So China's role is very, very important. But this phone call, yes, it is a message to President Trump that he should not, he is not allowed to say, because China is not that old China. China is now an economic power. You just can't stand up and start threatening a country. You just can't stand up and say, tomorrow we are not going to take your goods. So there has to be a rationale. You have to. So I think the more this kind of pressure President Trump would put, China would not reply aggressively, but yes, China has its own way of replying to these sorts of things. During this last tenure, we saw how he banned Huawei. We saw lots of things happening, but this time I don't think that China is going to give this much of space to President Trump that he can just play around with China.
Or what about, you already mentioned China's increased mediatory role, and when it comes to the resolution of the Ukraine conflict, and President Trump's desire of China's intervention in that?
Yes, China will definitely play a role. China and Brazil had already given a plan. China is with Russia in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in BRICS also, and President Putin and President Xi Jinping, they have a personal friendship also. Of course, this war is going to end very soon, and because the more influenced by China, but at the same time, America has to stop arming Ukraine, because we have seen that before President Biden had given billions of money to Ukrainians. Will President Trump stop that money? So what is going to happen, because President Trump has to stop and stop all the onus for stopping the war is not on Russia. The similar kind of onus is on NATO also and is on US also.
And more interestingly, when it was supplying Ukraine with weapons, the Secretary of State had been continuously accusing China of supporting the war machine of Russia.
Yes, but China had not been supplying that kind of weapons which America had been supplying to Zelensky. We have seen they have been supplying them with all kinds of lethal weapons. We have seen ICBMs being supplied to them. We have seen deadly drones being supplied to them. Had been giving diplomatic support to Russia. China had been standing with the Russian president all along. China has helped Russia in the trade, because China and Russia now doing their trade in Chinese RMB because of the sanctions on Russia. At the same time, I would again say that if the onus for stopping the war is on Russia, the similar kind of onus for stopping the war is on President Trump also.
Right, Mr. Awan, this no-limit partnership, what does it stand for? And for the new administration in the US, is it to be more of a challenge when it comes to US relations towards both of these countries is concerned?
Looking at the political system in both countries, China and Russia, the communist bloc, they have same ideology. They have similar approach on things. On the other hand, both of them are the victim of the Western world. So they have more convergence of interest. And of course, when they unite, they can confront or at least neutralize the Western pressures and coercion. So this is natural that China and Russia should consult with each other and strengthen their ties. And no limit relationship is the best terminology to be used. In fact, both countries are supporting each other and trying to rescue or save themselves or each other from the Western coercion and pressures. And Trump has threatened both China and Russia. They impose sanctions on both countries. So of course they are more, this is natural to have alliance between them. And regarding about the Ukraine war, I heard many comments. Initially, Russia was not planned to have a long-term war on Ukraine. This special military operation is short term. They will just go and bomb something and they come back, like Crimea operation. It was the NATO, it was the American who prolonged this war. They made from this small military operation to full-fledged, full-scale war. And Russia has never ever refused to end the war or peace negotiation. And of course it will end. Definitely, Russia since beginning was willing to end the war. Even the China has asking them to end the war. The problem was only the peace deal, the terms and condition. Of course, Russia is the winner. They will put forward the terms and condition, and they have to. Other party have to accept the Russian terms and condition. There will be some reasonable and sensible terms and condition, but the winner partner is always having the upper hand. It will definitely end. Definitely end. Trump has this approach, and he has announced that he is peacemaker, and he will. And Russia and China are on board.
Right, Mr. Kiani, one last quick comment by your side on this particular, the no limit partnership. You already were of the view, the situation as far as the resolution of the Ukraine conflict and then President Trump's approach towards China, two things. But when we talk about this no-limit partnership and Russia and China sitting together on multilateral fora, including BRICS as well as Shanghai Cooperation Organization, do you think the US administration would have to go about this particular no-limit partnership in a collective sense?
Let me just state to you, sir, that China's image globally is of a country which improves its influence through peacemaking. It doesn't talk about through its economic helping people, helping countries, improving the infrastructure, improving their lives. So at this time, China will use its influence on Russia also to end the war, and it will cooperate with the United States to end the war. As far as my colleague is concerned, I agree that the Russians will have an upper hand, but a compact in which the war would end and both sides would disassociate themselves, in a very peaceful manner, in a manner which satisfied sides, because this is something, and the Chinese would come out, as I tell you, as victors. You will see Chinese getting the what you call support globally of a country which does not want any war. And President Trump, I will just say one last thing. You will see in this whole year, President Trump visiting Russia and visiting China, because he wants a global support, as somebody who wants to show his image as somebody who's a peacemaker.
Mr. Shahid M.G. Kiani, former ambassador, joining us on Skype. Thank you very much for taking time out for Views on News tonight. Really appreciate that. In the studio, we were joined by Mr. Khalid Taimur Akram, international relations expert. Mr. Akram, thank you very much for your time. And Mir Ahmed Awan, foreign affairs expert. Mr. Awan, thank you very much for your time also for being with us on the show tonight. We really appreciate that. With that, we come to the end of today's episode. Till the next one, take good care of yourselves.
Straight hit and a big hit, a flat six. That's going to be 4, going to be 100.
This is the magnificent story of the land which is marked by miraculous brilliance from start to end and from end to infinity. The land that gave birth to heroes who battled the long, tiring journey of faith and hope while shedding blood and sweat in the name of a noble cause, of the foundation stone of an independent state where their children could peace and harmony. The sons of the soil braved out unprecedented hardships to seek a shelter of freedom they'd been waiting for. The sacrifices of this nation's incredible people set millions of hearts ablaze around the globe. This magnificent country became an ultimate harbor refugee and an ecstatic resort pool, irrespective of their caste and creed, shared space together in harmony and love. To them, this country is their faith, their hope, and their life. And as Mr. Jinnah rightly said, we have undoubtedly achieved Pakistan and without bloody war, practically peacefully, by moral and intellectual forces, and with the power of the pen, which is no less mighty than that of the sword, and so our righteous cause has triumphed. Are we going to besmear and tarnish this greatest achievement, which there's no parallel in the history of the world? Pakistan is now a fait accompli and can never be undone. Besides, it was the only just, honorable, and practical solution of the most complex constitutional problem of this great subcontinent. Let us now plan to build and reconstruct and regenerate our great nation. With faith, discipline, and selfless devotion to the duty, there's nothing worthwhile that you cannot achieve.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif performs groundbreaking of the first Danish School Science and Technology Centre of Excellence in Bhimber, Azad Jammu and Kashmir, marking a significant milestone in the area's educational development.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif directs that transparency and merit should be the top priority in the selection of students being sent for agricultural training in China. The former committee to resolve complaints of students who do not meet the selection criteria during the scrutiny of applications through the portal.
Pakistan and China are writing a new chapter of collaboration that will benefit the generations to come. Minister for Planning and Development Ehsan Iqbal says work on 2 mega projects, Karakoram Highway Phase 2 and ML1 will commence this year.
The government is working on expenditures and debt servicing. Finance Minister Mohammad Aurangzeb says achieving sustainable development is Pakistan's top priority as debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 78% to 67%.
Pakistan's first ever Chief Minister's Minority Card program formally launched in Lahore. Chief Minister Punjab Maryam Nawaz Sharif says under this program, 50,000 deserving minority families will get financial assistance worth 10,500 rupees every 3 months.
Information Minister Ataullah Tahir says property tycoon Malik Riaz has been declared a proclaimed and now is taking steps for his extradition to Pakistan.
Security forces achieved significant success on 8th of January by intercepting a weapons-laden truck at Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Modern foreign weapons, magazines and ammunition intended for terrorist activities in Pakistan recovered.
A landslide triggered by heavy rain in Indonesia kills at least 19 with 9 others missing. Minister Shehbaz Sharif offers condolences to President Prabowo Subianto over the loss of lives.
At least 10 Palestinians killed and many wounded in a violent Israeli military raid on the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. 120 bodies recovered from under the rubble of destroyed buildings in Gaza over 2 days.
Posters appeared across Srinagar and other areas of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir urging people to observe India's Republic Day on 26th of January as Black Day. The All-Party Hurriyat Conference expresses concern over the prevailing situation in the occupied territory ahead of India's Republic Day.
ICC unveils a new promo for the Champions Trophy featuring Pakistan's Shadab Khan and Shaheen Afridi along with India's Hardik Pandya.
Pakistan cricket team holds practice session in preparation for the second test against West Indies scheduled for 25th of January at Pakistan. Pakistan leads the 2-match series 1-0. Sports will telecast the match live.
Jannik Sinner of Italy shatters home hopes by crushing Australian Alex de Minaur in a straight sets rout in Australian Open semi-final. In the other quarter-final match, American Ben Shelton battles past Italian Lorenzo Sonego to reach his first Australian Open semi-final.
Semi-final lineup for the Australian Open women's singles is set with Poland's Iga Świątek and America's Madison Keys securing spots in the last 4.
Good evening, welcome to PTV World News. My name is Fiza Sajawal and with me is Rafa Iqbal. We'll come up with the news in detail but after a short break. Stay tuned. We are proud Pakistanis.
We are healers and bring hope to those in need. We are the builders.
We are the engineers who create the infrastructure of our country.
We are the artists who bring joy and beauty to your faces.
We are the dreamers and the doers.
We are the champions, the athletes who bring glory and pride to our nation.
Are the storytellers,
The journalists that bring you stories and news that matter.
The team that brings you the latest news from all over the world.
Join us as we continue to write our story. And every day, we strive to make Pakistan stronger, brighter, and more prosperous.
We are PTV World.
Now for the news in detail. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has performed groundbreaking of the first Danish School Science and Technology Centre of Excellence in Bhimber, Azad Jammu in Kashmir, marking a significant milestone in the area's educational development. More in this report by Umayma Khalil.
The Prime Minister expressed his commitment to establishing more Danish schools in other underdeveloped areas, aiming to provide